Chapter 1151a. 3. The das that Noah was seeking to obtain through cosmic Tao integration and emergence, and even through a later protagonist's bookmark, actually landed on his lap so simply as they were the das required to fuse to bring to light the nomological edict of samsara, WAA. Their essence rotated gloriously within Noah's origin as he felt his comprehension of these two new foreign das clearly, their majesty not one bit lower than Chronos as these das, destiny, and a myriad of laws went together to birth samsara, a nomological edict that granted Noah a 10 million% increase in all parameters while he had only traversed it by 10%. There was no such thing as comprehension and assimilation for nomological edicts, one only being able to traverse them and bring them to completion once they entirely fused the required das and laws. The 30 seconds of bookmark has granted Noah a mere 10%, as even this was shocking enough, granting Noah a myriad of ridiculous boosts that continued to propel his strength to crazy levels, his origin currently shaking madly from the sheer pressure that he alone released. But aside from any boosts that this nomological edict provided, there was the most important feature that made it a true edict, the undeniable truth of someone binding their soup to their reality as for them. Death was extremely hard to come by. Only those with other edicts could interfere against them. And even those edicts had to be opposing to be able to match and dispel the effects of another. This was the true and most stupendous boost that Noah had received, as aside from his origin erupting with the brand new essences of reincarnation and extinction, his soul had begun to brighten up magisterially as he experienced a shocking phenomenon, as if he was in the dark. His eyes brightened up as his consciousness was brought to an entirely new location. He saw an ever-expanding whiteness as his eyes came to finally focus on the sight in front of him, and it was an endless river, a vast river that churned forward endlessly as it contained a myriad of colors, this river releasing a shocking sense of might and awe as Noah's mind shook at the fact that the primordial he had bookmarked had something similar to this. Hers was vastly smaller, being even a few thousand times smaller, but he was shocked as from the knowledge he was currently receiving. This endless river before him represented the vast timeline of this reality, and it truly represented a reality, what he had seen within the primordial soul. It couldn't have been a stage of power that one could achieve, right? The thoughts caused Noah's heart to shake as his surprises weren't over, his consciousness watching as he was drawn closer to the vast and endless multicolored river, his soul sinking into it seamlessly as at this moment, he felt as if he had been anchored to something. He felt a feeling of utter stability and confidence. The most important effect of the nomological edict of samsara being achieved at this moment, one's soul being bound to a reality as death was hard for them to chase even if they wanted, and they could seamlessly traverse through the timeline of this reality without any repercussions. Granted, one could not go forward to a time point they had yet to experience, but they could traverse to the past and back to the area they already reached seamlessly, as such a thing made Noah's mind abuzz with possibilities. As he felt his soul bound tightly to the vast and endless river before him, Noah felt like he was a mere ant floating in the waves of an endless ocean, a grain of sand in an expansive desert. Yet within this vastness, he could now see himself. He could see a barely discernible line in this vast and endless river that represented his life, his timeline, essence weaved out of Noah's origin in large amounts, even larger than anything he had utilized it for in the past, even more abundant essence than when he had helped form the infinite cosmos. It was the essence that beings far above his level required in order to utilize the unique powers of a nomological edict, and Noah was currently expanding his mana as he unconsciously activated the nomological edict of samsara. His consciousness brightened as while looking at the thin line traveling in the endless river that represented his timeline. Noah glanced at a time point of this line as his soul sank into it seamlessly. Droves and droves of essence were expanded as the nomological edict of samsara was activated by Noah for the first time. This activation actually causing him to jump back to a previous time point within his life seamlessly, as the abundant mana was required now to guarantee that he could return to the future, the cost of the return being zero as mentioned in the definition within the nomological edict of samsara scene. Before, this was to prevent a scenario where a being returns back to a time when they had none or very little power, and they might find themselves stuck back in time tens or hundreds of years without being capable of returning to their original future time point through a jump in time. Noah paid this price as he felt his consciousness seemingly go to sleep for a second, but a moment later, his sight brightened up as he opened his eyes and saw the image of the powerful figure of the Holy Emperor of the expansive dragon cluster, the father of Anna's mother from the Nexus galaxy, who was currently speaking to him in a domineering manner. I want to provide you with the protection you need as you grow, as well as all the resources you can think of. All I want from you is your allegiance once you reach the rank of an entity, as this will strengthen our expansive dragon cluster even further. Noah was in a stupor as he raised his arms to look at himself, as he also sensed the quasar that made up his origin. Before Noah even replied with the domineering words he said to this being before, an invisible light shone over his soul as he experienced darkness again, this time the feeling being something he was used to as droves of manna were used yet again, his intentions being sent out to the nomological edict of samsara as after what seemed like forever. Noah opened his eyes again, everything had changed again. This scene before him was a despondent one, being that of an unkempt apartment room as he found himself in a scrawny body that was currently holding a skill book in his hands. It was a rank F, fireball, skill book within his hands, Noah raising his head as his eyes shined with innumerable lights. Coming back to a time right before he awakened, this was the nomological edict of samsara, this was what one could possibly do with it. Chapter 1152, Infinite Possibilities. It was an extremely interesting sight for Noah to see himself when he was in the past, and even more interesting when he could think and move as he wished. His thoughts moved as his intentions were felt by the skill book in his hand, a brilliant light spreading out as it disappeared into a flicker of light and entered his chest. Awakened, Noah had returned to the time when he first awakened, as with curious eyes, he pulled up the stat panel to see the same thing he experienced before. Noah Osmont, Vitality, 10. Focus? Strength, 10, Skills, Fireball. What a sight to see. This was the point in the journey where Noah had begun, with his life only reaching greater and greater heights from here on out. The biggest conundrum that Noah had when he obtained such a unique thing like the nomological edict of samsara was just how he would utilize its aspect of allowing him to travel to different time points within his life. Would he actively go back in time and change something? With the knowledge he now had, could he do something different or advance at an even faster pace? The possibilities when one thought about this were endless, but for the current Noah, he didn't see the need to relive his entire life, as the choices he had made during it got him to where he was today. His journey was always one filled with excitement, and he had only ever gone back in time once during the battle with the devilish time unveiler to relive a brief period of his life. Could he progress through the realms faster now that he knew of many things that would be considered secrets to him before? Possibly. But Noah already saw the strongest foundation of his current life right now, as at this moment, he would not remain here to relive all of it. Maybe another time, he uttered out slowly with a smile as he gazed at his old dilapidated apartment, an anchor deep in his soul shimmering brightly at this moment as he sent his thoughts forward, his consciousness being pulled away once again. A cacophony of light and regality later, his eyes opened once more as he found himself in the ruination realm. His cosmic treasure was vibrating peacefully within his origin as he felt the connection with the cosmic core and the quintillions of existences within it, his heart utterly at peace as he had gained something that made him feel extremely safe and content. With the nomological edict, Noah felt that his journey that was somewhat uncertain before had gained a sense of stability. And he could move forward with confidence, with such stability as he wouldn't look back but only ceaselessly go forward, if ever there was a need to relive his life in the future. Maybe things would change then. But for now, his attention returned to his current events as he looked at everything that he was. His body was still swirling intensely with the cosmic dance of reincarnation and extinction, the respective Tao fruits of these Taos becoming available for him to plant at the moment that he gained comprehension in them. Then there was the grand feeling of the nomological edict of samsara. He felt as if this edict was an illusory thing, where one wouldn't even be able to check his origin and soul to find traces of such a thing. The knowledge of nomological edicts and such things would be something that Noah planned to place a lot of focus on in the near future, along with the stupendous question of what was better between nomological edicts and runic Tao lines. If he deconstructed and reconstructed Taos into runic lines, he permanently lost them in exchange for the stupendous power they provided, the runic Tao tattoos they formed being the thing that would release the essence of these Taos when he activated them. But nomological edicts required the fusion of Taos and laws, as it seemed even more pristine, even the primordial having such a thing with her. She didn't seem to opt into the option of runic Tao lines as her focus lay in nomological edicts, while the Aegon that Noah saw with her was fully on the path of runic Tao lines. But Noah also couldn't say if this being didn't know nomological edicts. It was something that Noah would have to put a lot of thought into for how exactly he wanted to proceed from here. Across the vast ruination seas, in the location where Noah's portion of soul had escaped quickly, the cold voice of the primordial stretched out. Nomological edict of samsara, her figure released shocking amounts of light as beside her, Aegon's figure seemed to fade away into nothingness. Under the use of the Edict of Samsara, the primordial operated under shocking rules and authority as she weaved back in time, trying to see just who had been snooping on their conversation earlier. Let's see, it was around this time that little Aegon noticed it. Her veiled eyes flickered with powerful light as she saw time being wound back and returned to half a minute ago. Yet, no matter how she spread her senses, she wasn't able to find what she was looking for. No consciousness, no other existence, nothing. In the rewound time, she glanced towards the figure of Aegon who was actually looking towards her, his voice echoing out slowly. You still cannot find what was here. With his eyes utterly black and devoid of emotions, Aegon voiced out as if he remembered exactly what occurred in the future. Even though the primordial was the one to use the Edict of Samsara, Aegon still somehow remembered the events of a future he had yet to experience as even the primordial looked towards him with a sharp gaze. This existence was truly powerful and unique. Even the primordial thought as much as her figure began to be covered with an intense light, her words ringing out, either a powerful cosmic primordial beast has arisen or there is another existence playing tricks. I have to leave and check a few things. Before her words even finished, her figure had already disappeared in a flash of primordial and ruination essence as the only being left behind was the wild and sharp-looking Aegon. Chapter 1153, Infinite Possibilities. 2. The primordial had tried to locate whatever consciousness had been around them and failed, such an action being something extremely unique as it meant interferences or even more unsavory possibilities. Thus, it had to be looked into right away as without waiting for too long, she disappeared with a flash of ruination and primordial essence. With his exquisitely defined and sculpted figure, Aegon stared at the position that the primordial just left for a few more seconds before his eyes returned to the myriad of cosmos below him some light years away. A consciousness had arisen to snoop a conversation between him and another powerful existence, and yet they couldn't catch or find traces of it, no matter what the powerful primordial did. Such a thought caused the eyes of this existence to flash with intense light, his figure beginning to light up with multicolored lights as the runic lines on his skin undulated powerfully. He then tore through space as he returned to the many cosmos below, this being carrying a myriad of mysteries and thoughts as the main thing remained centermost for him. That was, authority and strength. Thus, the trace of a certain someone wasn't found, even with the horrendous power of a primordial. But why was it so? Of course, it was all due to the Edict of Samsara. Noah obtaining the nomological Edict of Samsara as the first thing from the primordial was extremely important, and it was the thing that would make way for a stupendous future to become a reality. If his soul had grabbed onto anything else, the primordial would have easily been able to use her immense power to locate him throughout time, as knowing their wrath Noah would have been eradicated. Even if he grabbed another nomological edict from the primordial, escaping death would have been nigh impossible as his enemy could just go back to when he wasn't even an F-rank hunter to kill him, but he grabbed the nomological edict of Samsara. One of the few edicts that masked a being from others capable of using edicts, one of the few edicts that made it very hard for one to find out any information about him as he had anchored himself onto a reality. This would be a reason for a future that even primordials would only be watching in utter shock and horror to come to fruition. Within the ruination realm, Noah saw the hard work of the primordial ruination clone that was currently forging galaxies within a universe at a visible speed. The boosts in advancing through realms under the newly gained nomological edict of Samsara not being light ones. Seeing the rate of progress, Noah calculated that he should now be capable of forging over 10 universes daily, if not slightly more, and this was a change from him only being able to forge a single universe in a day. Such was the stupendous power of a nomological edict, as Noah truly wondered how the primordials were able to fuse a myriad of daos and laws to make them possible, with his mind also focusing on himself as he asked, how could he do it as well? His eyes flashed brightly as the runic Dao lines within his right hand undulated with power, many things coming to his mind as for him. The first thing he could think of would be to either design a skill or a Dao that could help with such a thing, but would it really be possible to form things as high as nomological edicts in this manner? Only time would tell as he began to experiment. Time ebbed and flowed. In the novice universe that had properly lined galaxies that acted as cultivation fields for Dao fruits and herbs, Noah's figure reappeared grandly as it seemed he was only gone for a minute or two at most, yet when he returned, rumble, the surrounding space shook and actually fractured as his right arm unconsciously released terrifying pressure, a pressure that even caused the existences that had just chosen archetypes and were feeling high and mighty to have a great change in expressions. Noah noticed this right away as this pressure disappeared soon after, the runic Dao tattoos on his arm becoming much milder as he smiled apologetically while glancing at those closest to him that had chosen their archetypes. he could see temporal lords, blood lords, annihilators, summoners, and even incandescence guardians from the unique light that they now carried with them. All of these beings now wielding the power of hegemonies even though their origins had not yet formed a universe. It was a unique scenario to experience, as these beings had to work hard to quickly have their origins catch up to the level of power they could wield, otherwise they might not be able to handle the expenditure with their lower levels alone. In the future, Noah imagined 500 existences with powerful archetypes divided into multiple camps, where groups of beings with the classes of temporal lords could fight together, or existences choosing summoners could bring entire armies of beasts by themselves. If ever he upgraded the grand Tao of archetypes to the cosmic level, this number would be even higher, as such were all possibilities. If he brought all of such beings to the rank of antiquity, the force he would wield would be something terrific. As he looked forward to such a future, with such thoughts in his mind, Noah spoke out grandly, "You all consolidate your strength and your new abilities. I will be forging ahead first and begin exploring the vast ruination seas for what else is out there. Be ready for anything and everything, THRUM." After just leaving for a few minutes, Noah returned with a new proclamation, as many beings couldn't even keep up, those that were closest to him smiling wryly as they watched his oppressive figure that had shattered space just from its mere appearance fade away. The exploration of the vast seas of ruination, it was the finding of new lands and opportunities, with Noah expected to see what he would find hidden across the crimson seas that very few could cross. Chapter 1154, Exploring the Vast Seas of Ruination. The expansive and endless ruination sea that contained a myriad of hidden existences and cosmos floating within. Very few beings got a chance to explore such vastness, and such privilege was left against unique beings that comprehended the Tao ruination or the primordial Tao, and those with unique power that they could survive against the ravaging of ruination in one piece for a long period of time. Noah had both the primordial Tao and ruination, as well as a cosmic treasure that stemmed from ruination, as his journey across the vast ruination sea could not have been any more comfortable. While his subordinates chose their archetypes and he wrapped up his preparations in the primordial cosmos, he had pulled out the primordial ruination clone to be the one to traverse the ruination sea, as his main body took its place in the ruination realm to continue forging new universes. With his clones moving throughout the cosmos to complete any tasks needed of him, as well as spend time with the people that he was gradually becoming very connected to, the job of his main body wasn't just to forge new universes, as the task of theorizing about nomological edicts and the fusion of Taos and laws and how he could seamlessly bring this about was being handled by him, as well as the design of the remaining slots for cosmic and grand Taos. The design of Taos was something Noah didn't want to rush, as even the cosmic core didn't know when the next time would be where it would gain the capability to forge more cosmic Taos, or what conditions would have to be met for the infinite cosmos to achieve the next step and unlock a myriad of new possibilities. Then there was the deconstruction of the reconstruction of Taos to form new Tao lines. This method of power was extremely overbearing, with the permanent erasure of the selected Tao, but the power obtained was stupendous, as it could make one more powerful by multiple factors. But its cost reduced the possibility to form nomologic edicts. So even with this, Noah was tasked with a problem he had to solve. Meanwhile, his primordial ruination clone, was relaxing on the back of the colossal Helios Leviathan that was currently traversing across the ruination sea, a myriad of extinction grapefruits being donned into his mouth as he held the face of contentment while traversing the Red Seas with the Leviathan. The enormous creature had its entire body glistening in a crystalline fashion, as it was galaxy-colored, making it seem like a galaxy was moving through the crimson sea, while a human surrounded by multiple other animus summons sat atop it. The wobbly blue slime was bouncing happily on Noah's head, as beside them, Tiamat was looking at the terrifying slime that was actually stronger than all of them with sharp eyes. The black flash of light that was the rapidly moving obsidian panther could be seen constantly around them, with one occasionally hearing this summon voice out, "I'm fast as F." The magnificent oculothorax shining in gold and emanating deadly rays of soul-destroying light was floating nearby peacefully. The galaxy-devouring serpent coiled up like an old man as its eyes shone with a light of dominance. A golden crown could be seen on the calamity bear and the golden crow, as even the draconic serpent twins could be seen in their human forms nearby, all of Noah's summons moving with him across the ruination sea, as each of them had a thin layer of ruination protecting them that stemmed from nobody else but Noah. Each of their bodies glimmered brightly with a myriad of universes, these summons being some of the luckiest existences in this time, as they could have their power elevated to the level of their master with a spam of a skill. All of them had been traversing the ruination seas peacefully in the past few days. Everything seeming brand new and fun during the first day, but as time dragged on and everything they saw was just an expanse of red all around, It all seemed bland to them at this moment as they wished for something to happen. What exactly are you looking for? Tiamat grabbed the wobbly blue slime from Noah's head as she placed it on her chest, the body of the slime struggling to get out of her grasp and returned to Noah's head as she posed a question. Towards this, Noah only smiled lightly. As he continued to throw more extinction grapefruits into his mouth, his voice coming out between the bites, a wandering existence, a cosmos, even a primordial beast would do at this point. WAA, he calmly stated out domineering words like meeting the terrifying primordial beasts as he continued, of course, we don't have to worry. Destiny had told me a few days back that we wouldn't be bored for too long, and it should be something exciting that we come across as I can already feel my fortune churning. Yes, even though they had been traveling across the expansive ruination seas for the past few days and found nothing, this was extremely normal. The colossal Helios Leviathan had been moving faster than the speed of time as it tore across the Red Seas, but not once did they come by anything. But his fortune and destiny were already telling Noah that it would not be this way for too much longer. Coincidentally enough, or due to his protagonist trait that was always trying to affect reality in a certain direction, his words didn't even fully settle for long before he raised his head as his eyes shone brightly. His eyes shone lustrously as he could see something that wasn't an expansive Red Sea. Slow down. He patted the crystalline surface of the colossal Helios Leviathan as the beast stopped tearing through the sea at light speed, the moving titan slowing down as the scene a few light years away from them gradually became clear. It was that of a glimmering cosmos, but a huge commotion seemed to be occurring as in front of this cosmos, they could all see and feel the aura of a terrifying beast. Chapter 1155, Exploring the Vast Seas of Ruination. 2. The scene before Noah was an astounding one, his eyes capturing the image of an expansive cosmos right before their eyes, but he could also see that a portion of the boundary of this cosmos was torn. A tear made through one of its universes as a powerful beast shining in a gorgeous array of colors could be seen sending out terrifying attacks into the torn universal layer as the aura of multiple antiquities and hegemonies could be felt within. Defending, beautiful, Noah was in a stupor as this was the only way he could describe the sight of the beast and what it was currently doing. Its figure shone with an incandescence of colors, glimmering gold and white as he could see streaks of red on its lustrous fur, the beast before his eyes only being described as something that was the combination of the most pristine dragons and phoenixes, with glimmering pairs of 3 phoenix-like wings and terrifying jaws with sharp teeth that were tearing apart the very layers of a universe. Noah watched as this beast would send out a claw that released storms of ruination essence into the defenders of this cosmos, and while these beings defended against that, it would open its wide jaws and suck in a portion of the nearby universe. The boundary of the universe continued to decrease as the antiquities, hegemonies, and a myriad of paragons and monarchs behind them only continued to be pushed back. None of them actually gaining the upper hand against this beautifully terrifying creature, primordial beast. Noah's eyes glimmered with intense light as he gazed upon these existences for the first time. He saw how they shone brightly as if they were sacred creatures, but these were the very same beasts that devoured entire universes and cosmos to grow stronger. He was seeing one right before his eyes at this moment as he could see hundreds of manifested universes glimmering brightly on the chest of this creature. This primordial beast, at most being a lesser primordial beast that had yet to devour enough universes or cosmos to become a grand or cosmic primordial beast, as he glanced upon this and the new cosmos before his eyes. Noah rose from the colossal Helios Leviathan as it began to slowly swim forward, his eyes releasing golden rays of light as the star of conquest shone brightly above his head. Persevere, rumble, a bellow came from an aged-looking figure that had a pristine wizened face of an old man, and yet his body thrummed with immense power as hundreds of universes shone brightly within this being's origin. Father, we cannot take another minute of this. We have to pull back, otherwise the death toll will only increase. Let them stay behind to defend as we prepare an impenetrable wall in the Skylar universe. WAA, not too far from the old man releasing waves of power and trying to withstand the storms of ruination barraging his way. His son, another existence, releasing the aura of an antiquity as his body shone with bright golden rays of light. This being spoke out in a cold tone while glancing at the millions of hegemonies, paragons, and monarchs behind him. He would rather sacrifice these beings in this universe as they prepared their forces to fully withstand this beast in the adjacent universe. Seeing the torn barrier and storms of ruination around them as this being considered this universe as good as gone. Alex, you, the wizened old man had a trace of anger course through his eyes when he heard the words of his son, his eyes that were sharp like swords and the white hair from his head and beard dancing madly as his hands weaved out miniaturized galaxies filled with unstable essence of extinction being released as they smashed into the ruination storms around them and slowly dissipated them. We cannot let this beast have even a single universe, or it will grow too powerful and we cannot defend against it anymore. It would seal the fate of our cosmos. Rumble, hold strong, I have already sent word, help should soon arrive. Charles, Lexus, Viola, with me. His aged voice contained countless wisdom as well as anger, his eyes gazing towards his son while dimming ever so slowly. Waves of disappointment flew out. What a son! What a future ruler! To be discarding his subjects and run to the next universe while not thinking of the consequences. Boom! His essence moved with even greater fervor as his son and the few other antiquities he called upon continued to pour in all their strength to defend against this beast before them. Yeah, battle cries could be heard throughout as they each used their own unique skills, their bodies shining with the essence of a myriad of cosmic and grand deities as they tried their best to fend off a primordial beast that had attacked their cosmos for the first time in history. It was a race against time as they had already called for reinforcements, but they didn't think they could hold on. When it came to this primordial beast, they couldn't even enter the ruination sea to battle it or deal any damage to it as none of them comprehended ruination or the primordial Tao. And the beast was cunning enough to always remains in the ruination sea while beginning to swallow the universe they were defending. A light of intelligence crossed through its eyes as it continued to lay out attacks filled with ruination on one side, and it then swallowed portions of the universe on the other side. AWO, the magisterial creature let out a frightful bellow of excitement as the situation continued, knowing that a momentous chance had come upon its life as if it devoured the universe within this cosmos before it. But there were expectations, then there was reality. Reality would not always play out as most expected to. At this moment, the primordial beast and the myriad of antiquities, hegemonies, paragons, and even monarchs that were trying to defend their cosmos all turned towards a single direction in the Crimson Ruination Sea. Normally, nothing would be able to be seen there, but at this moment, they felt the oppressive aura of something bellow out and reach them, each of their eyes widening as they looked over and found a single man at the very forefront of an enormous colossal Helios Leviathan, a few other auras situated beside him as this being had a bright smile across his face as his eyes shone with beams of golden light. Chapter 1156, A Primordial Beast. Boom! The scene before Augustus was an abysmal one as even while his body released waves of extinction, all he could do was merely hold back against the attacks of the terrifying primordial beast before him as even those he depended on were faring no better than him. Time seemed to be moving in slow motion as his eyes captured the powerful crimson storms descending from the claws of the glimmering primordial beast before them, as well as the figures of antiquities letting out waves of power only slightly below his son Alex and daughter Lexus, as well as the antiquities under him known as Charles and Viola. Then there was him, the ruler of this indigo cosmos, and the being that should be able to defend it against all the threats it ever faced, Augustus Marcus Tiberius, the king of the indigo cosmos who always sat upon a high throne, and yet his brilliant blue robe was currently looking dim under the attacks of the primordial beast as his heart was turning increasingly more somber and pained. He only arrived at the position he was in due to the quintillions that supported him, and he truly didn't want to let them down or sacrifice any of them to this beast. Not even a single universe. But the options weren't there. He recalled his son's words of sacrificing this universe as anger flared up within him yet again, his body rumbling with power as he bellowed out. Persevere, rumble, extinction waved out madly as waves of pristine blue were carried with it, everyone moving with emotion when they saw King Augustus move with such fervor before them. Their universes burned brightly as all of them moved with a single belief, and that belief was that help was coming. They had already sent word to the force they were connected to as they should be able to send someone to help them even with the terrifying beast before them. They were waiting, which was why it was an even more shocking thing for them to be surprised when they saw the appearance of multiple existences nearing their location from the Crimson Ruination Seas. King Augustus and the primordial beast were the first to see the arriving figures, their sheer aura causing a lull to appear in the battle as their figures alone demanded to be looked at as they stole all attention. Even the primordial beast had for some reason paused as its eyes flashed with a chilling light. A figure with sharply shining golden eyes had his hair flying wildly, standing atop a colossal Helios Leviathan as he actually looked at the scene below him with a smile. Around him, a terrifying serpent and a myriad of other beasts could be seen as weirdly enough, even a slime was bouncing excitedly on his head. When King Augustus saw this scene, he was actually slightly disappointed as it wasn't the help he was expecting. But nonetheless, anything that wasn't a primordial beast in the ruination seas was not an enemy. Even more so when such a being could traverse the ruination seas. And even more so when it was a whole party of them, even if it looked like a man walking around with his beasts. Anyone with such an ability meant they had comprehended ruination or the primordial Tao, and any of such beings were renowned antiquities with great strength. So Augustus recovered first within this lull in battle as he bellowed out, "Friends, aid us to hold this beast back just until aid arrives." A call for help. The hearts of the other antiquities lifted at such a scene, observing that all of the newly appearing existences before them had multiple glimmering universes that represented multiple antiquities. With this they should be able to hold on with ease or even possibly push this beast back, right? A unique cry was released from the primordial beast as it actually stopped attacking the universe of the indigo cosmos, its eyes fixed on Noah as this existence could instinctively sense something different about this newly appearing being. It was first angered that an easy meal was interrupted, and even more angered that it could feel a threatening sensation against this being before it. How dare for such a puny existence to deny the might of a magisterial galaxy-sized primordial beast, rumble, with a frightful bellow. King Augustus and others watched in shock as the primordial beast that had been focused on their universe this whole time actually turned around and turned into a streak of light that tore through the ruination sea towards the newly appearing being. Its bestial golden, white, and crimson-furred body glistened gloriously as ruination essence weaved around it dangerously, intent on ripping apart the intruder before they even got a chance to make an introduction. But, whap, before the primordial beast could even reach the enormous colossal Helios Leviathan that the figure stood on, everyone heard a sound akin to glass shattering as they felt their hearts shake, the crimson seas in front of the primordial beast unstably breaking apart and leaving an expansive space filled with a void as in a nigh instantaneous manner. The figure standing on the Leviathan had appeared right before the primordial beast. King Augustus watched the scene as his pupils began to dilate. Watching as the small figure of the human that was a few thousand times smaller than the primordial beast actually appeared before it fearlessly and in such a fast manner that even the nearby crimson seas were pushed apart, this being stretching out his right hand as if he was merely punching. RIP. The exquisite robe that draped over his hand began to rip apart from his fist as it stretched up to his shoulders, wondrous tattoos beginning to weave beautifully and powerfully as a terrifying pressure descended in the near few hundred light years. Glistening runic Tao lines weaved majestically as they caused the eyes of all those watching to light up with shock, every single being finding their eyes focused on this being and his multicolored right hand that thundered straightforwardly towards a primordial beast. No tricks or skills. Just sheer unbelievable speed and power as even the eyes of the primordial beast constricted with its first standing at high alarm, shields of ruination beginning to form around it as the terrifying multicolored hand arrived at this moment. The sound didn't register at first, it was the void of ruination that first shattered as its terrifying explosive force only reverberated thereafter. Boom. Chapter 1157, A Primordial Beast. 2. A sound even louder than the implosion of a universe. A sound that stemmed from a single being gloriously appearing before a primordial beast as he pushed out his hand that was glowing a myriad of colorful lights and smashed into the oversized creature in a devastating fashion. Boom, crack, with a shatter and a crack of the very void of ruination, it seemed as if Noah's small figure had rammed into a thick and impenetrable balloon as his fist that was reinforced by runic Tao lines from a lesser and cosmic Tao actually tore apart the myriad of shields of ruination that the creature had conjured, smashing into its body as the impact sent it shooting back a few thousand miles, ROR. A painful cry ruptured out of the body of the primordial beast, its majestic figure stabilizing after a few thousand more miles as its eyes turned to look towards Noah in shock. The eyes of King Augustus and the antiquities around him also trembled as they could see the area where the primordial beast had been hit. Ruptured muscle could be seen as golden blood sprayed out gloriously. Silence. There was utter silence of shock not just from the primordial beast, but also the watching antiquities as the beast they could barely defend against was actually pushed back by a single punch from this being. When their eyes locked upon his right hand that glimmered with a myriad of Tao lines, their eyes brightened up as King Augustus voiced out with a vibrant and majestic voice, "Tao Lord, a terrifying title was released by the leading antiquity of the indigo cosmos as currently, Noah's figure was experiencing waves and waves of power coursing through him. The feeling of the runic Tao line swirling within his right hand was to the point of it being euphoric, making him want to put in more and more essence into his hands as the runic Tao lines would only swirl faster. Nomological edicts were unique, but the runic Tao lines had something with them that Noah couldn't put a finger on, but its feeling of power alone was purely stupendous as Noah's figure undulated with waves of light, his eyes and mouths releasing rays of golden light amidst his bellow as his figure turned into a streak of light that arrived in front of the primordial beast once more. Another punch was thrown out, boom. It was a fight of brutality and pure strength, as with the runic Tao lines of annihilation and withering giving stupendous boosts, as well as the 10,000,000% increase in all parameters from the nomological edict of samsara. Noah received the perfect opponent to test the extent of his current strength. It was against a magisterial primordial beast that looked like a combination of phoenixes and dragons, its golden white fur shimmering brightly in the crimson seas as at this moment, its golden blood had begun to leak out with fervor. Boom, roar, its furious bellows could be heard as it swiped at empty stops where Noah used to be, this existence not being able to catch Noah's figure on speed alone, as its pristine skin continued to get mutilated while golden blood flowed out. The eyes of the primordial beast flashed with wrath and madness at such a scene, its body undulating with ruination essence as Noah's figure continued to weave around out and releasing terrific punches that were unavoidable. The antiquities of the indigo cosmos watched this scene in a stupor, as the beast that they would have considered the ender of their cosmos was actually matched against a single being. But these beings were not the only ones in a stupor. From the direction their gazes had left, the enormous figure of the colossal Helios Leviathan was floating forward powerfully. Above it, the humanoid form of Tiamat began to pulse with power as her curvaceous figure stood at the forefront of all the animus summons. We won't just be here gawking, show your worth to master and don't be mere leeches, rumble. At her words, Noah's summons flew out like streaks of light fearlessly, her own figure letting out powerful waves as a 10-headed dragon very soon erupted from it. Rushing towards the enormous golden primordial beast that Noah was powerfully facing, zip, the cerulean figures of the blue slimes and obsidian panther were at the very forefront, their eyes shining brilliantly as they joined a battle of brutality to test their worth at the stage of antiquity for the first time. Noah felt his summons joining the battle as his smile only became brighter, the beat of his heart becoming even more excited as he rose above the figure of the primordial beast that gazed up at him with wrath. It had been trying to grasp onto him unsuccessfully in the past few seconds, the body of the beast currently vibrating with dangerous waves of power as at this time. Noah would go ahead and give it another head-on collision, in a magisterial fashion. His figure rose like a majestic phoenix before descending down head-on towards the terrifying primordial beast, Augustus Marcus Tiberius. This was his name and title as the king of the indigo cosmos, this being having seen a great deal of things throughout his life. He had seen much, but the scene of this being before him would forever be etched into his mind. Tao Lord. He called out a title again as he and the allies around him could only call the vibrant being this name after seeing the pulsating runic Tao lines coursing through his hand. Tao Lords. Existences that had fully assimilated the abstruse laws of ruination and the primordial das as they crossed the vast ruination seas and lay waste to primordial beast using the tremendous power they obtained from the deconstruction of das. Such beings were few and rare to see, with King Augustus only knowing of them as they were the champions of the force he had already called for help from. He also knew how to identify those beings as the one before him, didn't stem from that force, just who is. The thought of this being's identity crossed his mind as the surrounding situation changed at this moment, all of them watching as his figure rose above the primordial beast before descending towards it in a fervor. What was different this time around was that he wasn't descending down with his shimmering multicolored right hand outstretched alone, with there being a myriad of Tao essences extending behind him as the most potent one was the primordial Tao. From his small figure, they could hear a set of words ringing in their ears clearly: Primordial Wheel of Extinction, THRUM. The first ability of a specially designed skill tree for the cosmic primordial Tao made its first appearance at this moment. A pristine white wool larger than a galaxy bloomed in the ruination sea as the beautiful crimson in the surroundings began to be dyed utterly white. Chapter 1158, A Glorious Introduction. In the infinite cosmos floating silently in the ruination sea, within the novice universe, the Oathkeeper was standing on a planet within a galaxy that was designated as one to cultivate primordial apples, this entire galaxy suffusing with primordial Tao essence throughout. He was currently in the fields of this planet that held the tall trees shining gold and white and bearing these fruits, plucking them one by one as he passed the field of golden white trees and came towards a clearing where two figures could be seen. One was the miniaturized form of the great old Nazagath that was normally far larger than a planet. The Stonian currently floating off the earth silently in his form of a star is beside him. The imprisoned figure of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos could be seen. Only half of his body had been released from the circular prison of primordial essence that the Oathkeeper initially put him in, his gaze silently on Oathkeeper as he came beside them with a handful of primordial apples. The look on the golden-winged antiquity was full of emotion as he looked at the two other oldest beings of the primordial cosmos, his voice stretching out slowly. Choices. We all make bad ones every now and then. I just never thought someone as experienced as you would do what you did. his voice was melancholic as he bit down on the Tao fruits before him, the great old Nazageth sighing as he partook in the fruits, as well the oldest beings within the cosmos being together as they looked. For the direction of their lives, Oathkeeper had a faraway look as he gazed upwards and looked towards the ruination sea outside, thinking of the being traversing it as he spoke out slowly. The antiquity of mana actually left me with all the leeway on what happens to you, you know? He even said that without the actions that you and Kronos took, he wouldn't be where he was today. He wanted me to pass along the thanks, rumble. The body of the Goliath shook at such words as a period of silence descended. It wasn't until a minute later that this existence opened his mouth for the first time since his imprisonment. Yes. Choices will always unfold paths none of us thought possible. I don't know where this path will lead for me, but I am curious on what path that existence is going towards. The black hole on this being's head swirled magnificently as he also gazed out into the vast ruination sea. Wondering what Noah's path had brought him to now, the answer to this thought was complex and simple at the same time. Noah, having found another cosmos and actually battling a primordial beast at this time in a shocking fashion, in the middle of this battle, the appearance of a shocking will filled with ancientness and majesty caused a milky white layer to appear in the crimson seas. It swirled behind Noah majestically. This will seemingly made up of innumerable primordial runes that weaved together and turned like the gears on a clock. As Noah's figure was descending down with his right hand shining with gorgeous colors, this wheel behind him began to spin, bzzzt, the moment that the wheel began to spin. The primordial beast felt a stifling sensation lock onto it as razor-sharp primordial essence wrapped around its skin and began to constrict, but it wasn't just primordial essence, hidden within it all was another awe-inspiring cosmic Tao extinction acting to support primordial essence as they created for a fantastical phenomenon, ROAR. A shocked loud bellow was released when it felt the opposing primordial essence crush the ruination essence protecting it, and even more so as when the will continued to turn. The sense of constriction and suffocation the beast received from the primordial Tao only became more and more terrifying. This was the single skill termed primordial wheel of extinction that Noah had designed among others when he was floating for days in the ruination sea and had nothing but time in his hands. A skill stemming from the skill tree that Noah ridiculously termed Cosmic Tao Integrations and Combinations, a skill tree he designed as a preliminary test for the future, one that would allow him to test the possibilities of combining and fusing Taos to see if he could sense how to put them all together to form a nomological edict. Since he hadn't been able to do such a thing this whole time, he was beginning slowly with Taos to see what the effects of it would be. The result was stupendous. Cosmic Tao Integrations and Combinations, a mere testing skill tree that observes the effects of combinations of different Tao essences. Whether the combinations work or not, the effects are bound to be destructive. Abilities include Universe of Turbidity, May 5th, Primordial Wheel of Extinction, May 5th, Endless Rays of Time, May 5th, and Compatibility, May 5th. Cost of skill creation, 300 billion skill points. Universe of Turbidity, 5/5. The Taos mixed within are too many, giving birth to a turbid and unstable compressed universe. Within this turbid universe are the unstable essences of ruination, primordial, conquest, extinction, chronos, and reincarnation. The combination of Taos is too unstable as once cast, one should run far, far away. Only the caster is exempted from the deleterious effects of this ability. To cast this skill, the sacrifice of a normal universe from one's origin is required. Primordial Wheel of Extinction, May 5th, an ability that conjures a runic wheel that utilizes the primordial essence and the essence of extinction. The wheel will continue to turn as long as it is not broken, its selected target being constantly compressed and suffocated by the essence of the two Taos until death. Endless Rays of Time, 5/5, an area of effectability that utilizes the Tao essence of Chronos, reincarnation, spacetime, and vitality, along with the laws of life and death to bring to fruition scorching rays that tear apart time itself wherever they cross. Enemies hit by the rays of time experience body and soul degradation, instantaneous necrosis, minus 100,000% movement and attack speed, and minus 100,000% reduction to physical, Taos, and laws resistance. Once the ability activates, it continues to rain down the rays of time until it is deactivated. Compatibility, May 5th, a passive ability that allows for the successful combination casts of different Taos without negative feedback on the caster's origin, along with the ability to feel the compatibility of utilized Taos. A stellar skill tree that Noah made to take the first steps towards nomological edicts was made. Chapter 1159, A Glorious Introduction. 2. The skill tree of Cosmic Tao Integrations and Combinations. was one of the things Noah had been working on in the past few days, a skill tree that tried to combine and put together a myriad of DAS, with the results varying to a shocking level for each of them. The primordial wheel of extinction was actually the most stable as a terrifying wheel that would grind down the enemy until their death was produced, and there was also something like the universe of turbidity that held a combination of too many DAS as just to cast it required the sacrifice of a universe, with its effects being horrendous as it was more deadly than even the implosion of a universe. The ability of endless rays of time, even more compatible, Noah using the DAS he already saw worked well together from the nomological edict of samsara as the main base and adding other DAS to see what was possible. It was actually with this combination that Noah saw the most possibility when it came to any future of him possibly making a nomological edict. Lastly, there was the compatibility passive that made the birth of this whole skill tree viable. THRUM. The primordial wheel of extinction released an oppressive air that even caused the faraway antiquities to tremble, as one could only imagine the target of its attack would be feeling. Under the oppressive pressure of the primordial essence and extinction grinding its body down, the primordial beast actually had its golden white fur becoming torn apart. As its defenses tried to fight off this terrifying attack, there was an even more monstrous one coming as right before it. Noah's figure was like an outstretched arrow with his pulsing right hand leading the way, descending down in a magisterial fashion as it seemed like the weight of an entire cosmos lay behind him. Thump! The powerful heart of the primordial beast churned and released waves of power as for the first time in its life, this terrifying beast actually felt fear. A wave of savageness crossed through its eyes, its draconian phoenix-like jaws opening towards Noah's descending figure in the primordial wheel of extinction behind him as this terrifying beast began to spit out one of the unique attacks of primordial beasts, CAA. RIR, the cry of dragons and phoenixes resounded as a primordial breath was released from the primordial beast. A glorious crimson pillar of ruination blasted out from its jaws, this pillar of light moving faster than the speed of light as it instantly devoured Noah's figure and the primordial wheel of extinction behind him. But, when King Augustus and the other antiquities squinted their eyes, they could still see that within the pillar of ruination snaking out from the primordial beast, Noah's figure was still crossing through it as he neared the jaws of the beast, like a glimmer of light. Cutting through the red, the expansive white wool behind him looking even more pristine as the primordial breath bounced off of it, even the animus summons coming to aid Noah found their eyes glimmering at the beautiful and fantastical scene. Noah withstanding the primordial breath of ruination as a cosmic treasure rotated brightly on his chest and sucked in all the destructive blasts around him, his figure reaching the beast an instant later. The surroundings turned utterly quiet as his pulsing right hand shimmering with a myriad of runic downlines tore into the jaws of the primordial beast and actually stretched towards an exposed throat, Noah's figure sinking into its muscles as he disappeared into the body of the primordial beast. BZZZZT. The primordial wheel of extinction continued to turn as the eyes of the beast were filled with even more savagery, its internal state beginning to heat up when it heard a set of words that would come to spell doom for many of its kind. Universe of turbidity, quiet words stretched out as from within Noah's origin that now held dozens of universes, with a majority of them being splendiferous universes. A normal one burnt and disappeared. With its disappearance, the essence of a ruination, primordial, conquest, extinction, chronos, and reincarnation ran wild as from within the body of the primordial beast, a universe was born, an unstable and shockingly potent universe filled with the most destructive forms of cosmic Tao essences, Noah watching with his own eyes as the compressed universe began to shake unstably before in the next moment it shattered, boom. Those watching were stupefied at the scene playing out as the moment Noah's glistening figure had disappeared into the body of the primordial beast. Its eyes and muscles began to contort and expand as if there was something ballooning inside it that it could not bear. And this majestic golden-furred beast had its tough bones and muscles ruptured and exploded out in the next moment as golden chunks of flesh and blood sprayed out gloriously. Along with this was a terrifying wave of force that even pushed away Noah's animus summons that were coming to help. This wave of force even stretching out towards the figures of antiquities from the indigo universe as it washed over them and caused them to spurt out bulbs of blood, a shocking attack that ended the life of a primordial beast. When they all recovered, they refocused their eyes at the scene before them as all they saw was gold amidst the crimson red of the ruination sea. River of golden blood had sprayed out as a terrifying beast had actually exploded from within, the cost of it being a forged universe from one's origin. To Noah, this was only the cost of a few hours' worth of hard work as he could forge a few universes within a single day after he obtained the stupendous boosts from the nomological edict of samsara. His figure floated alone where the center of the beast used to be, with his body being entirely bathed in gold as his eyes still held a trace of might and battle intent, but his focus had now turned above him, where he could see a pulsating primordial heart shimmering gold and white, drawing in the pristine golden rivers of blood around it as a supreme treasure was being forged. It wasn't the small heart that Noah was given by the primordial, but a genuine and full primordial heart that was a few thousand miles in size. Chapter 1160, Indigo Cosmos. A primordial heart a few thousand miles in size. Such a thing caused Noah's heart to beat faster as he approached it, sensing its overabundance of essence as it drew in all the surroundings golden rivers of blood. It glistened gold and white all over as other colors soon began to occupy it, Noah going forward as his luminescent right hand grabbed onto this heart and pulled out a chunk from it thoughtfully. Thump. It released waves of power as the chunk that he pulled out vibrated powerfully, very quickly condensing and turning into a smaller-looking heart the size of his thumb. His eyes flashed with light as he waved off his hands again, cutting off a huge chunk of the heart that was a few tens of miles, watching this fleshly mass also wriggle powerfully before it formed into a heart the size of his head. The treasure that was the primordial heart seemed like an extremely unique one, and this instance allowed Noah to know that the primordial had only given him a small section of a primordial heart before. Granted, it was from a grand primordial beast, but he now held a genuine primordial heart that was a few thousand miles long. Imagine how many universes and marks of antiquity such a treasure would give. Even more so when he duplicated it with the cosmic treasure of ruination. Thump, the enormous heart continued to release waves of power rhythmically, its enticing light washing over all the beings nearby as some antiquities from the indigo universe had unknown lights sharply cross through their eyes. The primordial heart before them represented many things, just some of them being a vast advancement in one's level of power and might. With it, one could also produce multiple antiquities, and this was exactly what a certain being that stood above a myriad of cosmos had done, but for now, they could only stare at it all from afar. The figures of the blue slime and obsidian panther arrived beside Noah as they also looked with hungry eyes towards the heart. The blue slime even going as far as to form a mouth and salivate while glancing at the thumping multicolored heart. Tiamat in her draconic form also came over along with the rest of the summons, her voice grumbling out her discontent. You could at least give us a chance to be useful. The booming voice turned into a pouting one as she returned to her human form and came in front of Noah, a light laugh being released from him as he patted her head while waving his other hand and causing the enormous primordial heart to disappear. The luminescence around them dimmed a little as the ruination sea calmed, only golden chunks of flesh remaining in the surroundings, and even these chunks were pulsating with power and awe. Noah also collected these largest chunks of this beast as he wanted to see just how the taste of a primordial beast would be under his skills as a chef. The ruination sea gradually becoming cleared of any evidence that a primordial beast was here as only wisps of golden blood remained. After the defeat of the primordial beast, Noah turned his eyes towards the direction of a torn universe, his gaze being met with the eyes of multiple antiquities that stayed behind the repairing barrier of the universe and cosmos. The few of them had differing expressions as the one and only King Augustus came forward with a light smile as if the shocking events that had just occurred had no bearing whatsoever as he called out, "Friend, we are a bit restricted with our own power and cannot come out to give you our thanks. Please, come into our cosmos so we can host the one to get us out of this predicament today." The air of regality spread out from this being as he recovered faster than anybody else, pacifying the unique atmosphere as he straightaway clarified their position while inviting Noah. With a light smile, Noah returned atop the body of the colossal Helios Leviathan as his animus summons did the same, all of them becoming smaller as they went towards the boundary of the indigo cosmos. Before them were 5 antiquities that were followed behind by millions of beings from the stages of hegemonies until monarchs. The one at the very forefront being the sharp King Augustus that was currently smiling warmly as he watched Noah and his summons near the boundary of the current universe and step in. Seeing that you don't have the unique attire of the primordial empire, is it best to assume that friend stems from another location from the vast seas of ruination? Noah observed the antiquities before him and their varying expressions and power, picking up a great deal of details as he returned to focus on the wizened old man before him that had the aura of a powerful ruler. Primordial empire? Noah heard this term as he stepped before these beings with his summons, questioning in a light tone as his words caused the eyes of King Augustus to brighten up as he floated before Noah without an ounce of fear. A surprise to have a downlord like yourself not stem from the primordial empire around here. Please, allow us to express our thanks as we can share some knowledge between us as we go. We can call young friend Downlord, King Augustus spoke questioningly as Noah heard the term Downlord once more, looking towards this antiquity with curiosity as he voiced out lightly, Osmont, Thrum. Noah uttered his name as uniquely. This alone caused a glorious air to suffuse out as Augustus nodded and began to point towards those behind him. Dear Lord Osmont, this is my son Alexis Marcus Tiberius, my daughter Lexis Marcus Tiberius, and our close compatriots Charles of the Blue Seas and Viola of the vast plains. I myself am Augustus Marcus Tiberius. And I welcome you to our little Indigo Cosmos, Rumble. Chapter 1161, Indigo Cosmos. 2. An introduction was made as Noah laid his eyes on those mentioned. The two siblings Alexis and Lexis, all had prominent glimmering white hair, this being even more prominent on Lexis that had this white hair cascading down her shoulders and even being long enough to cover her bountiful chest. Her expression was one filled with an intelligent light as her eyes were gazing thoughtfully at Noah and all those around him. Alexis had a careful expression as he looked forward with an impassive expression, this being looking like a suave middle-aged man as his black robe covered expertly built muscles underneath it, but as he looked at Noah who seemed even younger than him and the sense of power he wielded, a myriad of emotions passed through this being as he kept them hidden underneath. The ones that King Augustus termed compatriots were powerful antiquities that, similar to Augustus and his children, had dozens of universes glimmering brightly within their origins. The two of them gave polite bows to Noah as they expressed their thanks, Augustus waving invitingly towards Noah as he spoke to the antiquities behind them. You all take care of everything here as I welcome Downlord Osmont. Lexis, come and help get things ready. His eyes gave many commands as he spoke, motioning for his son, Charles, and Viola to oversee the boundaries and areas of the destroyed universe as well as the army behind them while he took in Noah and his party further into the Indigo Cosmos. Noah was looking and feeling the atmosphere of the universe and cosmos around him as it truly felt uniquely different from the one he knew. This current universe he was in actually being filled with wisps of blue as he could actually see vast sparkling cerulean rivers stretching out across the void of space, bodies of water, snaking across the void of space. Each of them glimmered brightly as unique lifeforms at the level of the void rank and above could be seen within. King Augustus saw the scene of Noah marveling at the surroundings as he was about to speak, but his daughter beat him to it as with eyes flashing with a thoughtful light, she spoke, seeing as you must be a visitor from a faraway cosmos. We can introduce some things to Downlord Osmont. We're currently in the Bluefield universe, one of the many universes within the Indigo Cosmos that shared the unique feature of vast bodies of water stretching out across the void and within its galaxies. With an elegant demeanor, Lexis Marcus Tiberius began to introduce the new land before Noah as behind them. The figure of Alexis looked at this scene closely as he began to give orders. He and the other two antiquities beginning to move busily. Noah was listening carefully to the introduction he was being given, nodding here and there as soon enough. He posed his own question as they floated past the boundary of the Bluefield universe and entered another. You mentioned the primordial empire. His question was directed to the king in front of him as he smiled lightly, an unknown light crossing through his eyes as he actually sighed before he spoke. Yes. The primordial empire. The force that oversees a myriad of cosmos, this one included, and the ones we sent word for help when the primordial beast first appeared. In exchange for our allegiance, the Downlords and antiquities of the primordial empire will come to our aid whenever they are called upon. His eyes carried a myriad of emotions when he said this, a light of anger crossing through his and his daughter's eyes at the fact that even now, these beings they sent word to help had not appeared. Augustus had a thoughtful look as he floated forward, his aged eyes thinking of many things before they turned decisive, turning around and facing Noah as he spoke. For the account of saving us from making any sacrifices against the primordial beast, I can share some knowledge with Downlord Osmont, as I know that is what you want the most. Noah's eyes flashed as he re-evaluated the old man before him once more, nodding his head as he saw the daughter of this King Augustus begin to emanate waves of power that released an isolation field around all of them. This was a unique power of hers that allowed them to disappear into multiple layers of folded space, none of them being able to be perceived or seen in the outside space as whatever they talked about would be that of utter secrecy. In this space, King Augustus breathed out as if a heavy weight was on his shoulders, glancing at Noah with a serious tone as he asked, Downlord, if I were to ask you on what you think the most precious resource in a cosmos is, what would you say? The most precious resource in a cosmos? Noah had not expected such a question as he thought deeply, evaluating what he had experienced himself in the primordial cosmos as Tiamat voiced out an answer behind him that caused King Augustus to smile in an apologetic manner. Of course, it is the hegemonies and antiquities that can defend the cosmos in times like today. I'm afraid not, my lady." The reply from Augustus caused Tiamat to raise her brows. Turning towards Noah as she saw him reply with a smile, "It is the uncountable quintillions of existences within it, rumble, yes, for the many instances, the most precious resource within a cosmos was not its experts or a unique treasure that was found within it, but it was actually the myriad of beings that littered the cosmos in large numbers, yes." The gaze of King Augustus had turned serious as he spoke. The existences within a cosmos are the most important, and this is because all hegemonies and antiquities need them to achieve greater realms of power. The eyes of Tiamat and the other summons shone sharply as a lesson began to be given by the king of another cosmos. For one to achieve antiquity, they had to step into the universal filament realm that could only be done after they transformed their origin fully with 100 billion marks of antiquity. Every time they wanted to increase their strength thereafter, they had to utilize another 100 billion marks of antiquity to create splendiferous universes, their path to power always being limited by the number of marks of antiquity. If one could obtain a precious treasure like a primordial heart, such an ordeal would be surpassed as they could forge multiple splendiferous universes with it, but those who could freely obtain such treasures already had thousands of universes or were already in the cosmic realm. So for the vast majority of existences, they had to obtain their strength from amassing marks of antiquities, and the most direct and efficient way to do this was to oversee and influence quintillions of beings across a myriad of universes, or even cosmos. Ruling over and influencing countless quintillions of existences gives a huge boost in the marks of antiquity in the beginning, and the marks continue to form over the years as one would just accumulate strength as time passes. King Augustus spoke as he stared out across the hidden folds of space they were in and spoke shocking words. "This truth is what brings about our current situation. This truth is the reason behind everything that occurs in the primordial empire. In the empire that Aegon the Conqueror forged." Chapter 1162, Indigo Cosmos. 3. For antiquities to advance, they needed the common people. The quintillions of existences across universes were the resource they depended on to obtain their marks of antiquity, as very few had the ability to traverse the ruination seas to search for, much less win against a primordial beast. Antiquities fight over the influence of their universes in cosmos, and Emperor Aegon revolutionized this as he created a vast primordial emperor with a myriad of cosmos under his influence, all others working under him to oversee these cosmos as it caused the rise of kings below the single emperor. King Augustus spoke as if it was ancient history. Noah listening to his words carefully as he picked up on the name Aegon once more. This was more than likely the terrifying figure he saw with the primordial, many things fitting into place as Noah was gradually outing the pieces of the puzzle together. Along with all this, there are the guidelines of newly discovered cosmos that come under the banner of the primordial empire. When new cosmos were discovered by the primordial empire, they were placed under their protection as its antiquities were given a method to contact the forces of the primordial empire if any problems ever arose, with these problems almost always referring to an attack from a primordial beast. Herein lies another truth that very few know. The fact that once a cosmos had been found and attacked by a primordial beast, it will inevitably continue to attract such terrifying creatures as if it has been branded, making it easy for it to face subsequent attacks whether it is a few days or thousands of years later. This new information caused Noah's eyes to change as King Augustus continued. This key truth is also something that Emperor Aegon used to his advantage as he would gather close all the universes that have survived the attacks of primordial beasts into his primordial empire, making it so that he and those below him would face these terrifying beasts whenever they come, as their power is something none of us can fathom. It was a stupendous action that guaranteed the safety of a cosmos, but it had its own disadvantages as along with this, such an action means many things. But the most important thing is that when a cosmos fully becomes a part of the primordial empire, they fall under its rules. The most important rule under Emperor Aegon states that power goes to the strong. The gaze of this old king turned somber at this time as he stared at his daughter, Lexus seemingly urging him on as she nodded, this being sighing and continuing, "Power goes to the strong." So all newly joining cosmos more than always have their ruling forces deposed and put under the influence of one of three most powerful forces within the primordial empire. Also that the precious resource of quintillions of existences within a cosmos falls under those who are truly strong, and it is not divided into weak kings that cannot contribute in the battle against the primordial beast. Emperor Aegon has established many rules on this process, but the core of it remains that the stronger will get even stronger, while the weaker will perish under the vicissitudes of time. The strong get stronger while the weak only get weaker. It was an ideology that Noah couldn't argue with. The more he heard about this Emperor Aegon, the more he became impressed with this being. Just who could drag a cosmos across the ruination sea and place it as part of their empire? Well, Noah could if he wanted, but he wondered of what means an existence like Aegon was using to transfer an entire cosmos across the ruination sea. This was a cosmos, something countless light years in diameter, that the numbers were something we couldn't truly comprehend, and yet an existence could actually cause a cosmos to change locations within the ruination sea. This was the power of Aegon the Conqueror. As Noah was introduced to something huge in the indigo cosmos, his main body in the infinite cosmos opened its eyes in the ruination realm as he stared into his expansive space. There, an enormous pulsating heart could be seen as the parts he had cut off had rejoined the original one. The heart that was the size of a large world pulsating beautifully as he took it out of the expansive space. An air of majesty and power emanated from this fantastic treasure, Noah looking at it with shining eyes as the cosmic treasure within his primordial ruination clone was quickly transferred into his origin. The pulsing ruination appeared beside him as he voiced out calmly. You can duplicate it even if it is this big, right? Size doesn't matter to me, master. THRUM. The moment its words finished, a crimson light shone from ruination as it bathed the multicolored heart that was still majorly gold and white, this crimson light wrapping around it entirely as the enormous heart was somehow quickly pulled into the small cosmic treasure. BZZT, waves of intense power undulated over the treasure for the next few seconds, the seconds becoming minutes as the process took some more time, but time was nothing for Noah. In another few minutes, rays of red light emerged from ruination as along with these lights, two world-sized hearts emerged from it. It was the seamless duplication of a genuine primordial heart, one that even Noah didn't know how many universes and marks of antiquities it would help him forge. Well, let's find out. With his multicolored hair flying around madly, Noah's hand landed on the world-sized primordial heart as he felt as if he connected onto a vast entity, surging energy, oppressively shaking within it as its energy began to come in waves into his origin. It could be transformed into essence to forge galaxies and universes, or what could change the nature of their normal Daos into Dao galaxies as they forged splendiferous universes. For Noah, he was going to do it all as he would turn all his remaining universes into splendiferous ones and also forge even more, wanting to breach past the barrier of just dozens of universes to go above 100. Chapter 1163, We Are the Protectors. Vast droves of essence swirled around Noah as his hair waved madly, his origin accepting the unique essence of the primordial heart as he focused on just one at this moment. As he saw millions upon millions of Dao galaxies being forged, he was also making plans for sharing this wondrous treasure with his people as with it. He could effectively raise multiple antiquities and elevate the power of those with specific archetypes to a greater level. All of this stemmed just from killing a single primordial beast, as the importance one could place on such existences was not little, and even though Noah was placing great importance on the type of treasure that was a primordial heart, he was actually still majorly off on its importance as it was even higher than he could have imagined. With the primordial hearts, things that were insurmountable and unimaginable one day could only be seen as an inevitability the next day. The strong get stronger while the weaker get weaker. These words rang out clearly in the minds of those listening to King Augustus. The face of this powerful antiquity returning to utter calm as he voiced out, the indigo cosmos will soon be pulled into the vast primordial empire as with the terrifying antiquities and downlords there. Even though the subjects I have been overseeing for millions of years within this cosmos might be safe, the fate of all of us will fall into the hands of whatever power in the primordial empire deposes my family. The eyes of this antiquity and his daughter flashed powerfully at this, their eyes focusing on Noah at this moment as King Augustus spoke hesitatingly, but getting the chance to meet Lord Osmont might open up another path to dash, THRUM, right at this crucial moment. A robust voice reverberated out from a shimmering medallion that was attached to the robe of the white-haired King Augustus. Father, the antiquities of the primordial empire have arrived. The voice of Alexis Marcus Tiberius rang out as an unhappy expression covered Augustus, looking at the buzzing medallion as he sighed and then spoke apologetically towards Noah. I'll have to cut it short for now and go see the envoys of the primordial empire. Augustus nodded to his daughter as she waved her hands to return them to the visible folds of space, Noah's eyes lighting up at the coming information as he spoke out with a light of interest. Antiquities of the primordial empire? I'm curious to see them myself. We shall follow. Tides of destiny churned as the king of the indigo cosmos nodded with wise eyes, their figures returning to the Bluefield universe where other guests had arrived. Are you joking? A single being took out a lesser primordial beast? Someone not from the primordial empire or rumble. A booming voice filled with power and pride dominated out towards Alexis and the other two antiquities left behind, this voice stemming from a powerful antiquity that was releasing waves of primordial essence. He was surrounded by four other antiquities that either had primordial or ruination essence surrounding them, these existences being the envoys that came after hearing the call for reinforcements from the indigo cosmos. Alexis glanced at their robes that had a golden insignia of a mythical sword, his eyes lighting up as he replied with a smile, "Respected envoys, the one to take care of the primordial beast alone was a Tao Lord." The words caused the eyes of the five envoys from the primordial empire to constrict, looking at everything more closely as they looked at the chunks of glimmering meat and blood that could still be seen floating in the ruination sea. A Tao Lord. One that didn't stem from the primordial empire as he came from an unknown location. And this being had not only defeated the primordial beast but, the eyes of the leading antiquity raised up as he spoke out domineeringly, and the primordial heart? Yes. The treasured primordial heart that could open up doorways of possibilities, the thing that if any of them obtained, they could advance their might greatly. Getting the chance to even find a primordial beast was rare, and the indigo cosmos fell under the jurisdiction of their family, but someone else had snatched it right under their nose. Seeing the expressions of Alexis and the other two antiquities, the envoys from the primordial empire could infer all they needed to know as the leading figure harumphed and spoke out powerfully, "And where is this so-called Tao Lord right now?" The voice was that of power and full of unblemished pride. Where? Even though it was talking about a being that had more power than them. They seemingly weren't afraid as these envoys dared to talk like this. "Oh, are you looking for me, THRUM?" From the boundary of the Bluefield universe, a voice stretched out to reverberate in their ears calmly, a figure materializing before them as he was followed by a myriad of summons and the stout image of King Augustus and Lexus. Augustus looked towards his son Alexis with a stern face that was utterly filled with disappointment for him giving such information freely, looking towards the envoys of the primordial empire as their eyes were not even focused on him. Their 5 pairs of eyes were focused on Noah alone as he carried himself with a unique air, the two sides locking gazes with each other as Noah laid his eyes on the beings from the lands that Aegon the Conqueror ruled. Each of them was adorned with a white robe that had the symbol of a golden sword, this golden sword being further distinct as it had a green flower blooming from its hilt. The golden sword represented the primordial empire, and the blooming green flower represented the power within this empire that these beings stemmed from. Their very bodies screamed regality and majesty as they weren't just nobodies, they were existences from the primordial empire. These were beings that had lived for millions of years in a prosperous environment, one that had powerful families in the lead as they enjoyed a certain treatment throughout. Pride and arrogance were ingrained in their bones, and they knew this in their hearts as they didn't bother to correct it. After all, they were the ones stemming from the bastion of reality, the place where Aegon the Conqueror ruled with an iron fist, the primordial empire. So even against a foreign Tao Lord, these beings were fearless. We were. Tao Lord Osmont, is it? Rumble, Chapter 1164, We are the Protectors. 2. 5 white-robed antiquities that screamed of power and majesty, all of them looking at Noah without an ounce of fear. Noah found this extremely unique as he stepped forward, looking at them curiously as he wondered just what such beings would do. 2 were drop-dead gorgeous women that looked to be in their 30s, aging gracefully as they looked like beings that were in the wet dreams of many men. The other 3 were men that seemed to be in their 40s. Their gazes filled with power and knowledgeable light that distinguished them from others. The one at the very forefront and the 4 behind him had shimmering verdant green hair that made them extremely unique, their bodies pulsing with power as they gazed at Noah carefully before a voice rang out again. "You must be from an undiscovered cosmos, having bided your time well until you could reach such a realm of power. I commend you for that." Words said with a tone that one wouldn't think it was a lesser-ranked being speaking to a higher-ranked one, even though the 5 envoys from the primordial empire were only at the level of antiquity as they comprehended either the cosmic Taos of ruination or the primordial Tao. They actually talked towards Noah as if he was on the same level as them if not lower. Noah's eyes turned sharp at this as his body floated forward, leaving the boundary of the Bluefield universe as he stepped into the ruination sea where these beings floated serenely. His body began to emulate waves of power as he floated forward. But this seemingly wasn't put in the eyes of the 5 envoys as they continued, "Since you come from the wilderness and do not know the rules, we will not penalize you as we will simply teach them to you. Rumble, the primordial beast you hunted and took the primordial heart of. You did so in the territory of our Springforge domain. Whatever primordial beast falls in our domain Its spoils are ours for the taking. In a straightforward manner and without even blinking, the frontmost antiquity said this to Noah fearlessly, Noah almost looking at these beings as if they were utterly stupid to be talking the way they were. They must be over 1,000,000 years old if not more, right? Why would such beings be carrying themselves in such a manner when talking to someone obviously stronger than them? Noah's eyes turned sharp as he floated a few feet away from them, looking at these beings closely as he voiced out calmly, Are you actually telling me that you want the primordial heart of a beast you never defeated because it fell in a region you say is your own? His words were calm but filled with power, causing the brows of the antiquities to become stern as their verdant hair glimmered with even more light, yet neither of them backed down as instead of answering Noah's question, they glanced at Noah with even more coldness. Titus, what are we? The leading envoy from the primordial empire spoke out calmly without even turning around, calling upon someone behind him as an antiquity stepped out and locked his eyes with Noah. His eyes glanced at the right hand of Noah that held striking runic dowlines that still gave off a wave of power, this being floating forward to actually stand just a few inches away from Noah's face. His gaze was somber as his eyes were serene. His hand going forward on his robe to touch the insignia of a golden sword and blooming green flower on its hilt as he spoke out mesmerizingly, We are the chosen. The protectors of the bastion of reality. We are the embers that will burn bright even in death, with our legends becoming myth across the river of time. Rumble, a shocking set of words that seemed to hold boundless power erupted out, the very air becoming more oppressive as even Noah's gaze turned cold. The chosen. The protectors of the bastion of reality that was the primordial empire, from the house of Springforge, we oversee these lands as ordained by the emperor of the bastion of reality. By Aegon the Conqueror himself. Do you dare blemish his name and deny his authority? An antiquity that had a glimmering manifested origin of a few hundred universes stood before Noah, this being having a tremendous amount of power, but it wasn't his own that he was using. He actually used the name of someone else that had such immense and overwhelming influence that others could do nothing but kneel before it. These antiquities from the house of Springforge were actually using the name and authority of Aegon the Conqueror as they wanted to extort the primordial heart that Noah had obtained all on his own. A treasure of such immense significance that these beings couldn't just let it fall into the hands of just anyone when the beast appeared within their Springforge domain. With these beings standing up against Noah as if he was nothing, and truly. I am the larger grand scheme of things in the perspective of the existences of the primordial empire that knew themselves as the very defenders of reality, as the last line of defense against terrible yet fantastical beasts that roamed the vast ruination seas. To them, Noah was nothing, just a mere Dowlord. How could he compare to the Dowlords within the primordial empire? How could he compare to the protector of reality himself, the emperor that stood over the bastion of reality? An overpowering sense of power began to fly out at this moment as Noah's gaze turned utterly cold, his essence moved as his right hand began to shimmer brightly. A myriad of runic dowlines beginning to snake throughout it as a terrifying air erupted out. The antiquity that was mere inches from him still had a somber face full of majesty as he withstood this pressure, his universal filament filled with hundreds of universes shining gloriously as he didn't budge. The other four behind him were the same manner as their bodies began to undulate with power. A fight seemingly about to break off at any time. Chapter 1165, Remember My Name. Two sides facing off as it seemed like a battle could break off at any moment, Noah's right hand beginning to shine with a glorious array of colors as the pressure of runic dowlines caused waves of power to undulate from him. The five verdant-haired beings had their origins shimmering brightly as they seemed ready to go, their eyes calm as if they still didn't think Noah would make a move against them. At such a crucial juncture, the wizened voice of an old man began to stretch out of the barrier of the Bluefield universe. Envoys of the primordial empire, I'm sure there is no need for any of this. The aged voice of King Augustus stretched out, the bated eyes of many beings that were watching the show at the edge of their seats all turning to look towards him as they found this powerful antiquity to actually be stepping out from the vast boundary of the Bluefield universe. Father, Lexus called out in shock as she and all the others knew all too well that he had not comprehended the primordial Tao or the Tao of ruination. He could use his own power to ward off the ruination essence outside, but he wouldn't be able to do it for long as it could overwhelm him at any moment, yet he stepped out slowly while his body looked old and decrepit. His eyes glimmered with an intense light as a strong barrier of all the Tao essences he controlled wrapped around his body tightly. His white hair shimmered in the crimson sea that was trying to devour him alive, his figure floating forward as he came to stand beside Noah and speaking out in a somber tone. 100,000 years ago, the indigo cosmos was found by the envoys of the Springforge household from the primordial empire, coming under their domain and protection. I understand very well the rules that whatever falls in the Springforge domain is under your jurisdiction, but I also know that you do not take from your own people. Rumble. The eyes of Augustus shone with innumerable lights as his gaze seemed to contain countless galaxies, his voice continuing to flow out. We are also a part of the Springforge domain, and we have rights as such. We can keep the spoils of battles to ourselves. This Tao Lord before you is part of our indigo cosmos, as his spoils are our spoils. The rules of the primordial empire are clear. With the great conqueror stating that the spoils that others worked hard to obtain cannot be deprived from them by pure force, and there are proper methods for this. I am sure that the renowned envoys will not be open to stealing from your own people. The eyes of the antiquities that had called themselves the protectors of the bastion of reality shone brightly at the words of King Augustus. Noah also gazing at this being and re-evaluating this old man over and over again as he saw his stout essence continue to try and fight off the raging ruination sea around them. But the protection could fall at any moment as the ruination sea was too deadly. His expression was impassive, as if his essence wasn't being drained out of him at this very moment, where death could come at any moment. But he was placing his trust on Noah as he avoided conflict with existences that had Tao Lords. Existences that stemmed from the primordial empire. Noah's eyes flashed brightly as he placed his hand on the figure of Augustus, ruination essence beginning to wrap around him protectively as the seas that were trying to devour him became calm. Noah then gazed towards the envoys of the primordial empire that continued to speak out coldly. Your son's words made it seem like this was a foreign existence that just happened to appear here. Are you sure you want to swear the future of your cosmos for him? Thrum. The air was palpitating with power as Augustus's eyes dimmed at these words, turning towards his son as the light of disappointment flashed again as he spoke out slowly. My son is not privy to the secrets of the indigo cosmos, with the one groomed to be the next ruler being my daughter. Of course, the knowledge of Tao Lord Osmont was not shared with him. But he has been with us all this time, as he is a resident of the indigo cosmos that will soon be officially becoming a part of the primordial empire. The rules of the great conqueror have to be followed. I am sure the envoys do not dare wish to blemish his name and authority. The words of the old man wire tight-knit as no gaps could be seen, Alexis looking towards him in shock as his figure began to tremble, while the envoys turned utterly silent at having the same exact words used against them at this time. Many beings were brought to a stupor from the actions of the old king. The glimmering white hair on this being's head fluttering in the ruination sea as he effectively avoided conflict against powerhouses of the Springforge household of the primordial empire. Under the rules of Aegon the Conqueror, the possession of others could not be taken blatantly, as there had to be proper methods taken between different powers and families for all those in the empire. If Noah was a part of the indigo cosmos that was about to be fully tied to the empire, they couldn't use their influence to simply take the primordial heart from him. The surroundings were eerily quiet as no side spoke. Noah kept his gaze locked with the 5 envoys as they seemed indecisive, but their brows quickly raised in happiness as they looked towards a certain direction. Noah also looked in this direction even faster than them as his eyes constricted, seeing a flash of light coming before them as its voice stretched out before the figure even fully formed. What a good King Augustus! You're as wily as when I first discovered your cosmos. You must be very blessed to produce a Tao Lord in just over 100,000 years. Rumble. Instantaneously, a terrifying new aura appeared before everyone, forming into the shape of a kid that couldn't be any older than 13 or 14. This existence looked like a mere boy, but half of his entire body was filled with glimmering runic Tao lines as he released waves and waves of pressure. A simple white and green robe covered him as the insignia of the golden sword and blooming green flower could be seen, his eyes shining with an iridescent glow. His verdant hair danced wildly above his head as he gave a cheeky smile towards King Augustus, his eyes locking with Noah as the ruination sea began to churn. Chapter 1166 Remember My Name. 2. A Tao Lord, an existence that had assimilated ruination in the primordial Tao, and then had begun to deconstruct and reconstruct Taos to brand them to their bodies and soul. A Tao Lord from the primordial empire had actually arrived, his face full of smiles as nobody took his stature as a mere kid seriously. The 5 that were standing before Noah actually bowed towards this being as they called out reverently, Tao Lord Azazel. The 5 antiquities treated this existence with much respect as he nodded lightly, looking towards Noah and King Augustus as he spoke with a beaming smile. So, are we sticking with the story that this Tao Lord here is someone from your indigo cosmos? All of this is for a primordial heart, mind you. Something that even stronger Tao Lords than me covet, something that even my family head would want to get his hands on. Are you all sure you can keep it after your cosmos joins the primordial empire with the regulations you will fall under? Thrum. His face was all smiles, but his words were full of threats and terrifying pressure. Noah's eyes gazing at this being coldly as eyes of truth, only granted his name. The runic Tao lines running across half of his body showed off immense power, making Noah calculate how a battle with such a being would play out, but against his battle intent, he would learn more about the terrifying bastion of reality that this Aegon had built before he began conflicts. After he learned everything about them, he wouldn't mind giving them a good beating and wiping the arrogant smiles off their faces. Lord Osmond has the Indigo Cosmos as his home as much as I do. If there is nothing else, we will be preparing for the movement of our cosmos as we won't delay Lord Azazel any longer, the strong voice of King Augustus replied calmly even at this time. The vibrant light on Noah's hands dying down as his stern expression was wiped away and replaced by a smile. The opposing Lord matched his eyes as he nodded with shining eyes, his voice stretching out as he came to float a few inches from Noah. Lord Osmond, is it? With eyes full of childish mocking and ridicule. Azazel came before Noah with his power flaring out madly, Noah nodding towards him as he replied with a smile, Osmond. It is a name that I promise you will remember. Rumble, as if thunder had smashed down, the bright smile on the face of Azazel slowly faded as he nodded, waving his hand to the 5 antiquities behind him as they began to turn into streaks of light and fade away. Azazel himself began to flicker with light as he spoke out, We eagerly await your entrance into the primordial empire, Osmond. The great conqueror has already been notified of this cosmos as it should be taken away in the next day or two. Be ready, WAA. With these words, this being disappeared as the terrifying pressure in the surroundings faded away. King Augustus stared at the scene with a somber gaze as he then turned his eyes towards the vast cosmos behind him. As well as the innumerable faces that depended on him, across the vast sea of ruination, 6 figures were shooting forward to a certain location with cold faces. Lord Azazel was in the lead as one of the 5 antiquities behind him spoke out slowly, Lord, we have always made moves in the dark before, why don't we hiddenly return to that indigo cosmos and rip apart their rulers, taking the primordial heart even before they join the empire? A cruel set of words reverberated out as the childish face of Azazel merely shook, his reply coming after. Anything that our great emperor will touch in a few days, we don't take any actions towards it. After they become part of the empire and things settle down, it won't be a problem to call for writ of challenge against them as they will lose the rights to their cosmos and all the treasures they have. Even moving in the dark. We can think of it then. His words were extremely commanding as the antiquity that just spoke nodded, a sharp light crossing the eyes of Lord Azazel as he continued to think about the one known as Lord Osmond. When he thought of this being, he had a prickly feeling that told him not to make a move just now. Even though the being seemed to have fewer runic Tao lines than him, there was something that made him not take any risk and silence everyone in the surroundings for a primordial heart. He didn't know what it was. But as someone that had lived for millions of years, his senses were very sharp. I'll have to let the family head know. A primordial heart is too precious to be left in the hands of bumpkins. SHA, their figures tore through the void of ruination as they made their way back to a grand location in the vast primordial seas. As they did this, they had no knowledge that a fight light years away from them, a set of red eyes were watching them calmly. These eyes were as large as galaxies, making one wonder just what terrifying size the existence holding the eyes boasted. Such a presence was actually looking at the figures of a Lord and antiquities coldly without making a move, none of them being the wiser that they were being watched. In this vast ruination sea, there wasn't just the primordial empire that boasted to be the bastion of reality. There were also other forces that very few knew about. Existences far more horrifying than what most believed, existences that would terrify hegemonies and antiquities alike if they ever came to light. The existence currently watching in the darkness was one of them. Its titanic eyes turned its gaze from the figures of Lord Azazel as it looked towards the indigo cosmos, locking onto the figure of Noah that was talking with King Augustus, as well as the cosmos behind them. Its eyes flashed coldly as this existence remained still, merely continuing to watch in the folds of the ruination sea silently. Chapter 1167 An Emperor Shifts a Cosmos. I didn't want you to have a conflict because of saving us, especially against a force connected with an existence capable of forming an empire within these vast and chaotic seas. The figures of Augustus and Noah were floating in the ruination sea as they watched the direction that Lord Azazel and his party left in. Noah had a smile on his face as he spoke lightly while turning to face the old king. You want to bind me to your cosmos, Rumble. Noah didn't beat around the bush or play any games, getting to the heart of the issue of what this wily old king had done to prevent a conflict just now. He made it so that Noah stemmed from the indigo cosmos. And so the existences from the primordial empire had to treat him as such. They couldn't fight him or bully him, the only thing they could do being possible after the indigo cosmos joined the primordial cosmos fully in the coming future, partly. The gaze of King Augustus was starry as he turned to focus his eyes on Noah. His aged face seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of time as if he had seen it all, his voice continuing out, becoming enemies with even a party of beings from the Springforge household means becoming enemies with the whole primordial empire, with Aegon the Conqueror himself, WAA, but once you are part of the empire, you can fight them as much as you want and they can fight you as well, all in the battle for supremacy, as there will be no consequences. Oh? Noah's interest was perked up as he stared at the old man that continued with a somber tone, a writ of challenge. The kings of Cosmos can issue such writs to other kings under the regulations of Aegon the Conqueror, where the one that comes out to be the strongest in this publicly displayed battle will be the victors and take everything from the one that loses, the quintillions of existences within their cosmos that they depended on for the continued source of marks of antiquity, those in their families, and all the treasures they have goes to the victors. There is absolute order in the primordial empire, with these challenges being allowed as the great conqueror believes the strong should rule. But they have to prove their strength clearly in the open without any underhanded means. What an emperor, what a ruler! King Augustus spoke more of such an emperor in the bastion of reality he made, their two figures receding from the ruination sea and returning to the boundary of the Bluefield universe. My actions might not have been without other motives, but I hope Lord Osmond can be with my indigo cosmos as you get a chance to see the primordial empire. As long as you don't have obligations that need you from your home, I hope you can be with us as the one to lead us against the writs of challenges that will be issued to us soon enough. The benefits are all yours. I just wish to keep those within my cosmos safe as they don't fall under the banner of the households of the primordial empire, becoming mere pawns that get handed off from one king to the next. I wish to keep my family safe so that others cannot claim them to do whatever they wish with them. King Augustus was gazing towards his daughter as he said this, their two figures arriving past the boundary and entering the Bluefield universe as the antiquities within came forward with worried faces filled with shock. This was even more so for Alexis Marcus Tiberius, who could barely form his words as he looked at his father with a mix of emotions. Father, this powerful. Antiquity was still incredulous at the fact that his father had stripped him of his future kingship and given it to his sister so fast. Even inviting an outsider that was stronger than them to sit above them, he was unwilling to accept this. Augustus turned his gaze towards his son as it was filled with disappointment, his voice ringing out, over the last tens of thousands of years, I've seen you increasingly make bad choices throughout. Your actions today made me realize you will not change, wanting to sacrifice your own people and even freely giving information to your enemies as if they were your best friends. Bad judgment through and through. Your sister will be more than enough to replace you. Rumble. A grand proclamation was made as the antiquity felt like multiple attacks pierced deep into his heart. Looking betrayed and shaken all at once as he stared at the cold face of his father until he could take it no longer, not being able to withstand all the gazes as he turned into a streak of light and sunk deeper into the indigo cosmos in indignation. Noah looked at this soap opera as he nearly laughed, speaking out with a smile towards King Augustus. We all can see how this will play out, right? A son who should have obtained everything being stripped of it as his little sister takes it all, and even someone like me coming into the picture. I'm pretty sure your son will become a spy or betray you soon enough to whatever wolves lie in wait in the primordial empire. His words were ones that weren't normally said, causing the antiquities nearby to glance at each other as Augustus's aged face obtained a few more wrinkles while he sighed and replied, I'll take care of that, Lord. Please, get yourself acquainted with our cosmos. Lexus will inform you of a few more things and show you our universes. Choose any that you wish to take as your abode. We will discuss some more soon enough. Augustus seemed to have aged a few more years with this encounter, giving commands to the antiquities Viola and Charles as everything became busy, leaving Noah and his party to glance towards the woman that was just crowned to be the future queen of the indigo cosmos. Lexus Marcus Tiberius glanced towards Noah with a dazzling smile as her white hair cascaded down gracefully. Her eyes carried a hint of grace, maturity, and confidence that was rarely seen in a woman. She was currently adorned in a light blue robe with white embroidery that made it extremely unique, matching her glimmering white hair beautifully as her sonorous words rang out as if what just happened didn't concern her at all. Lord Osmond, please. I can continue the tour and tell Lord all we know about the primordial empire. Her smile and words caused Tiamat to let out a harumph as she glanced at Lexus closely, Noah giving a light nod as he and his summons followed this antiquity into the indigo cosmos once more. As all of this occurred, far across the folds of space, in the ruination realm, Noah's main body was laughing madly as he saw a vibrant number of splendiferous universes that now surpassed 100, his eyes letting out beams of light as he spoke out gloriously, "Good. Good. With this, why don't we burn some universes and form more runic Tao lines, rumble, ceaselessly and without stop?" Noah continued to look for the path forward as he prepared to elevate his strength even further. Chapter 1168, An Emperorship se Cosmos. 2. At this moment, Noah's main body was floating in the ruination realm as his figure let out an aura of majesty. His top was bare as his fair skin glistened like crystal and jade, his 8-packs looking sculpted to the point of them being fake as he only had thin black pants that billowed in the winds of the ruination realm. On his chest, one could see the illusory manifestation of a universal filament, but it didn't just have 30-something universes as currently. Over 100 splendiferous universes could be seen, each of them having been forged with over 100 billion Tao galaxies from the essence of the pulsing primordial heart before Noah as it had shrunk by a few hundred miles. There was still a vast amount of it left as it was akin to a world, Noah expecting to produce hundreds of splendiferous universes from this treasure when he devoured all of it, and this still didn't put into account the second one that he had duplicated through his cosmic treasure, but now, he uttered under his breath as he stopped absorbing the essence of the primordial heart briefly. Looking at the splendiferous universes within him as he wanted to further elevate his power after he came in contact with Tao Lord Azazel, if just a little, even though he knew with the boosts of the nomological edict of Samsara, he could take on a being with a level of power like him. He still wanted to be able to dominate in the battles he fought, not just be capable of matching others in power. So he turned towards his fully assimilated lesser Das as the light of conquest began to shine brightly, the star above him glimmering in the light as he spoke out, "Let the light of conquest shine on the Das of alacrity and void space, just 2 lesser Das, ones that would be enhanced from their 5,000% boost to 10,000% after their enhancement with the cosmic Tao of conquest." Noah could only afford to spare lesser Das like these as he didn't plan to touch any other grand or cosmic Das until he found a solution on the issue of nomological edicts and runic Tao lines. Noah adopted a serious expression as he began to burn 2 splendiferous universes, the assimilated essence of ruination coursing through his body as it began to burn the 2 Das and deconstruct them while using the burning essence of the universes as fuel. This was the price of power. The price that Noah wanted to overcome as after these Das were deconstructed, he didn't have their comprehensions nor could he comprehend them again. It was a barrier he wanted to overcome so that he could have a vast array of Das to work with when he tried to fuse them to possibly create an edict. This was also the reason why he was taking the deconstruction and reconstruction of Das slowly, waiting for a solution to this issue. There were already a few possibilities that Noah was looking at, with the design of a new cosmic Tao being a solution. Or the possibility of a third trait, a cosmic Tao or a third trait aside from infinite mana, and the protagonist might show him the way. This was what his vast destiny and fortune told him, but he currently watched as the 2 Das were broken down into primordial runic Tao lines, the primordial essence weaving in as it put them together expertly and caused the lines to shine with a glorious allure. They then snaked into Noah's body as the runic Tao tattoos on his right arm began to swirl like snakes. The new runic Tao lines weaving across them as they began to populate across Noah's shoulder and cover his right chest, they magisterially went over his right side as they began to brand themselves further down, wrapping across his right thigh and stopping at his knee. Now, the right side of his body was covered with primal-looking ancient tattoos almost completely, giving him a wild look as they pulsed with power. When he activated them, he saw the space around him breaking and tearing apart as he smiled lightly, stopping his supply of essence as the area around him calmed down. He breathed out slowly at this shocking sense of power as he then turned towards the glimmering primordial heart before him. His right hand raising as he struck down and released blades of light that went on to cut a few miles of the heart before him into multiple sections. The cut-up sections vibrated gloriously before they formed into their own hearts of varying sizes, Noah calling them to him as he released more sharp lights to cut off sections of the enormous primordial heart and form smaller ones. He couldn't just advance in power alone, and there was an entire cosmos before him with existences he could elevate to become powerful antiquities. Lexus Marcus Tiberius, this was the name her mother had given her, and the name that she wanted to ring out across the cosmos. She had grand ambitions, but she was limited with her meager talent to cultivate. Only being able to achieve where she was at right now by putting in twice the work others had to put in. And by relying on the help from her father, by ruling over the universes of the indigo cosmos under her father, she had achieved antiquity. Even though her brother was an unchangeable fool that her father had only chosen to admit after hundreds of thousands of years, he was still the one that was in line to lead, as she wasn't the first choice, with the appearance of a primordial beast and the inevitable joining of their cosmos to the primordial empire. Even with her father's strong protective feelings of his family, she half expected having to make the choice of joining the House of Springforge as a concubine of their arrogant antiquities or Tao lords. As a ruler of the Indigo Cosmos and bearing the responsibility of ensuring the safety of all those within it, it was a sacrifice she was prepared to make. This was because the terror of primordial beasts was much more terrifying, so they had to instead face the challenges of the primordial empire. But now that she saw a different path glimmering brightly before her, a path of possibility that lay in the appearance of the unique Tao Lord that had appeared quite literally from nowhere, and it was a being that could easily rebuff primordial beasts. Her eyes lingered on his figure alone as she spoke about all the information they had gathered on the primordial empire through the envoys that passed by over the years. Ignoring the look she was receiving from the dragoness Tiamat, apart from the House of Springforge, the other two prominent forces in the primordial empire are dash, her words trailed off before she could finish, as while gazing at Tao Lord Osmont's figure, she saw and felt a wild wave of power erupting from him as brand new runic Tao lines could be seen coalescing beneath his robe and covering the right side of his body, his expression smiling apologetically as they calmed down a second later and looked towards her while speaking lightly. "You were talking of the forces within the primordial cosmos?" Nonchalantly, magisterially. Tao Lord Osmond simply carried on with such an attitude as he added terrifying runic tattoos on his body. Chapter 1169, An Emperor Chefs a Cosmos. 3. Lexis recovered from her stupor as her brilliant eyes shone, finding her voice once more. Added yes, aside from the House of Springforge, even as she spoke, her mind was buzzing with shock as she just saw this Tao Lord casually increase the number of his runic Tao lines while he was being given a tour of a cosmos. What a level of power! What a being! At this juncture, Lexis fully decided that after her father's push of tying this being to their cosmos, she would do all she could to change their fate and bind him even closer to them, no matter the price. A being like this was worth more than any of the arrogant Tao Lords populating the primordial cosmos and thinking of themselves better than all others as the protectors of the bastion of reality. Tao Lord Osmond, she repeated his name in her mind as her eyes flashed sharply, revealing all the information she could before things began to drastically change and they were pulled into the primordial empire. The information that Noah gained from the future ruler of the Indigo Cosmos was vast, increasing his knowledge of the bastion of reality that Aegon the Conqueror had made greatly. Within this vast primordial empire, there were three forces that were the most prominent. The one that Noah had just met the antiquities and Tao Lord of were known as the House of Springforge, the second faction was known as the House of Stormdust, and the third was the House of Havenbreaker. Three powerful factions that all stood strongly under Aegon the Conqueror. This was much of the information that the antiquities of the Indigo Cosmos could find from coming across the forces of the House of Springforge in the last tens of thousands of years, with the hierarchy of these factions still being in the dark, as well as the knowledge of just how many Tao Lords and antiquities being hidden. But this was something that Noah could slowly find out for himself in the future to come. A few hours passing as they visited the myriad of universes within the Indigo Cosmos under the lead of its future ruler Lexis Marcus Tiberius, Noah followed the lead of this woman closely as he could see the light of ambition in her eyes. Nearly laughing at such a light inside his heart, as if anyone thought they could use him to achieve their aims, they would more than likely find themselves beneath his feet without even knowing what had happened. Everyone had their own goals and aims in these vast cosmos. King Augustus and his daughter had their goals, and they knew that Noah had his own. Even though they wanted to tie him to their Indigo Cosmos for the sake of keeping their rulership and safety in a dangerous new empire, they knew this had to come at a price. Noah just didn't think they knew the price they would have to pay. That price was fealty. King August had said that he wanted Noah to lead the Indigo Cosmos against the writs of challenges that would come after this cosmos joined the primordial empire, and that the benefits of winning these challenges would all fall upon him. This was already a stupendous price to pay, as they effectively barred themselves from future advancements, and they would have to rely on Noah to make any achievements. Of course, if they fully came under Noah without any ulterior motives, the achievements they could make would be out of their wildest dreams. What are you thinking about, Tao Lord? Lexis Marcus Tiberius saw that Noah's gaze was far as he was thinking of something, their figures stopping in the void of one of the central universes in the Indigo Cosmos as this future ruler asked with a smile. Noah's bright eyes locked onto her as he spoke sharply. I'm thinking of the writs of challenges, and all that I could obtain. His words were straightforward as they caused the heart of the antiquity to tremble, but her smile was as bright as ever as she replied gracefully, unimaginable prizes. If crowned victor, Tao Lord Osmond can obtain an entire cosmos to influence, powerful weapons and unique treasures. Anything that thrum, her words never finished. The gazes of all those around changed as they suddenly felt an overpowering pressure descend over everything, their hearts feeling constricted and fearful as if they were the smallest ants, and an enormous boot was about to step over them. It wasn't just the universe that they were in, but all the existences within the myriad of universes within the indigo cosmos felt this overpowering wave of essence cover them as they couldn't move a single muscle. Their very origins were frozen as those that could move were nearly zero. Among the myriad of beings within the indigo cosmos, there was currently Noah. His origin also felt this overpowering force descend and limit his movements to nothing, but he felt as if he could burn some of his universes in addition to activating his runic Tao lines. He could move. He could also pull upon the nomological edict of samsara as this dot would also allow him to move, but he did not do so. He did not need to. The overpowering that had arrived wasn't for him, but it was for the whole indigo cosmos. The promised transfer of the cosmos from its current location and into the primordial empire did not happen in the next day or two as Tao Lord Azazel had said, and it instead occurred in a matter of hours. A terrifying presence had wrapped up the indigo cosmos at this moment. If one were to be capable enough to observe the shocking scene in its full scope, they would be able to lay their eyes on a vast cosmos countless light years in size. Yet below this cosmos, there was an existence a few million light years in size currently hoisting this cosmos on his back, his arms placed below its thick boundary as if he was pushing up a heavy rock, even though this being was a few million light years in size. He still seemed like a speck of dust in the span of the cosmos that was an unknown billions of light years in diameter, but this being still caused the position of this cosmos to shift as he pushed up, with his figure scintillating beautifully with colorful lights. An existence carried an entire cosmos on his back. Chapter 1170 Stellar Bridges secure a cosmos. Thereafter, waves of unique essence released from him as they went on to cover the entirety of this cosmos, the body of this being, shining a glorious array of colors as vast droves of essence rushed from him and traveled billions of light years instantly, covering the entire cosmos instantly as it made it seem like a glimmering crystalline ball of light was floating in the vast ruination seas. If anyone were to be watching this scene, they would find themselves to be utterly shocked as interestingly enough, there was actually an existence watching all this from afar. With red eyes the size of galaxies, this existence was watching the figure hoisting the cosmos with eyes flashing with hatred, but its origin trembled a moment later as shockingly, the being below the cosmos that was shining with an array of lights seemingly turned his head towards its direction, towards the hidden folds of space it should have been hidden in, a place that nobody should have found. Rumble. The hidden existences felt like eyes of utter calm and dominance locked onto it, a magisterial power being carried with this gaze as one of its eyes instantly ruptured. The space around it began to fold and twist amidst its terror as this creature quickly left, leaving behind nothing in the surroundings except its utter horror and shock. The colorfully glimmering existence that had turned its gaze towards that direction harumphed coldly, his arms pushing up the cosmos above him ever higher as even more droves of essence erupted out, causing an overpowering light to shine from the vast cosmos as a second later, this entire cosmos flashed away, disappeared. The space it left behind was soon filled up by a churning ruination sea as with a matter of minutes, everything regained its calm. No cosmos, no hidden watchers, nothing, just the vast ruination sea and the vast secrets that lay within it. After the awe-inspiring aura covered the entirety of the indigo cosmos, it only permeated throughout for less than a minute at most before it disappeared as if it was never there. Every single being regained the ability to move as a moment later, the figures of King Augustus and the other two antiquities Charles and Viola soon flashed beside Noah and his party, their faces grim as Augustus's ancient voice rang out, that should have been the aura of the great conqueror, which means our cosmos has already been transported to the vicinity of the primordial empire. Rumble. The reality settled into everyone's faces as they prepared. Noah, on the other hand, could feel his destiny and fortune churning as he felt like he had arrived into a huge playing field of unlimited possibilities. His gaze shooting from the current universe they were in as he peered past its boundaries to observe the outside environment. The sight to see outside of the indigo cosmos was one that could cause the jaws of even the most powerful and aged beings to drop just at its sheer grandeur and fantasy. Outside of the indigo cosmos, Noah could see the vast outline of another cosmos when he gazed in one direction, and he could see another cosmos when he turned his head to another direction. All around them, everywhere that one could turn except a single direction, the boundaries of other cosmos could be seen shining in a stellar fashion. the powerful existence that had caused everything to come to a pause in the indigo cosmos had actually teleported this vast cosmos from one location to another, as it was now situated like a single circle in the outer ring of an extensively and unbelievably large circle. A circle that represented a ridiculous number of cosmos. To properly understand the scope of all this, we have to first talk numbers. A mere world was a few thousand miles in diameter, and a galaxy was over 50,000 light-years in diameter. Keep in mind the conversion of a single light-year being 6 trillion miles. Now from a galaxy, we delve into a universe. A single universe was on average 100 billion light-years in diameter, or 33 gigaparsecs. A single gigaparsec equated to 3 billion light-years. And this is the scope of numbers that we are currently working with. Now, with there being dozens of universes within a single cosmos, one could estimate that the diameter of a single cosmos with just 50 universes was 1,650 gigaparsecs. That was trillions in light-years. Such was the vast grandeur and fantasy that Noah was laying his eyes on. His 2-meter human size was so infinitely small in the scope of it all, as it was enough to make someone feel insignificant when he gazed at just the boundaries of cosmos as wide as trillions of light-years. It was enough to cause weak beings to shake as their souls broke from the sheer size of everything, but Noah took it in slowly as he noticed something unique occurring at this moment around the barrier of the 3 nearby cosmos that shared borders with them. He saw a vast rainbow-colored cylindrical light that was billions of light-years in size stretched past the boundaries of these cosmos as they came towards the indigo cosmos. These vast cylindrical lights having a flat rainbow-colored surface at the bottom as they look like dot bridges, pristine multicolored stellar bridges stretching out from 3 cosmos as they snake out across the ruination sea to smash into the barrier of the indigo cosmos as they tore through it and spilled into one its universes. Coincidentally or not, one of these stellar bridges tore the cosmic layer of the indigo cosmos and the universal layer of the cosmos that all of its antiquities were currently in. The eyes of Noah and all the others turning upwards as far above them, they saw the appearance of a vast tunnel that shone with glorious light and splendor. A tunnel, a bridge that tore through one cosmos to another that existences could use to easily move across these cosmos as they wished without having to traverse the ruination sea. It was the appearance of the primordial scaffolding that connected the vast number of cosmos in the primordial empire. Chapter 1171. Roll the fuck out. The scene was such of pure wonder and fantasy as it even caused Noah to marvel at it. The bridge spanning billions of light-years actually occupying a tenth of the boundary of the current universe they were in, and there were 3 of these bridges that now connected into the indigo cosmos. Going across this bridge alone was akin to passing through a tenth of a universe, the ends of it releasing an incandescent multicolored light that permeated the surroundings and caused an influx of atmospheric essence to rush into their current universe, as if the other end of this bridge was connected to a cosmos that had far better quality and quantity of essence. And how could it not be so when it was a cosmos that was already connected to a vast number of other cosmos in the primordial empire? All of the antiquities were still marveling at this scene before them, as it was only now that things seemingly came to a level of calmness. But this calmness didn't last. Lost as from the 3 connected glimmering bridges, the auras of powerful beings could be felt crossing it and coming to enter their cosmos. Augustus turned towards Noah at such a juncture as he sent a mental message: Lord Osmond. This is where I entrust the honor and lives of the quintillions of existences in the indigo cosmos to you. A brilliant golden light erupted out as Noah only smiled lightly, his head nodding briefly as he had his own thoughts, his gaze, and the gazes of everyone here stuck on the enormous rainbow bridge before their eyes as the figures tearing through the folds of space faster than light soon arrived at the entrance of their current universe. A party of 12 beings made their appearance, all of them clothed in white robes with green inscriptions, a golden blade with a verdant green flower blooming from its hilt being present on the right side of their chest. As all of these beings had bright verdant hair that made them stand out, it was the existences stemming from the house of Springforge, 2 downlords coming before their eyes as 10 antiquities floated behind them. The smiling figure of Dowlord Azazel could be seen as his face was filled with a smirk, the other Dowlord being an expressionless woman who looked towards them with unbounded arrogance and pride, her head raised so high that it seemed her chin was raised too much. But these weren't the only shocking beings to make their appearances from the other 2 rainbow-colored bridges. The auras of beings no less than them entered the indigo cosmos as they all congregated into this universe where the auras of all antiquities and Dowlords were clustered in. In a matter of seconds, Noah and the others were able to see another group aside from the House of Spring Forge, 2 groups of beings appearing to their right and left as the level of strength was no less than what Azazel and his group released. 12 powerful existences in each group similar to the House of Springforge. but they were all dressed in their unique attire as the group to their left sported pristinely gold clothing, the men adorned in gold-laden suits that looked extremely sleek while the women were adorned on gorgeous golden dresses that all fashion icons would scream for. They also held the insignia of a golden sword on their chest, but this golden sword was surrounded by 3 gold halos as it gave it a sacred feel. This entire group of existences looking unapproachable as their 2 downlords were a man and a woman that looked extremely alike as if they were twins, their hair also glimmering a mixture of white and gold. From the descriptions Noah had received beforehand, this was the group from the house of Havenbreaker, unapproachable and lofty, looking over everything below them with extremely disdain as their name alone was enough to stand for itself, Havenbreaker. But the third and last group could not be outdone, 2 downlords and 10 antiquities coming forward as these beings were adorned with engraved red and black robes, their heads sporting similar dark red hair for the men and women alike as their eyes were filled with a light of power. These were the existences from the last and third force within the primordial empire, the House of Stormdust, Rumble. All of them arrived in a stellar fashion as the downlord at the front of these groups looked closely at Noah's group. Ignoring most of the antiquities as their eyes landed on Noah and Augustus beside him, the voice of Azazel was the first to ring out, "Downlord Osmond and old Augustus, it is the honor of our House of Springforge to be the welcoming committee of your cosmos into the primordial empire." With a childish mocking tone, Azazel spoke with a bright smile as the other downlords glanced in his direction distastefully. The 2 downlords with vibrant black and red robes from the House of Stormdust came forward with sharp eyes, glancing at Noah carefully as the woman spoke out commandingly while waving her hand to release a glimmering crystal. "We welcome the new champions from across the sea into the primordial empire. This primal crystal contains base information on the regulations and laws of the empire, as well as your rights and the rights of the 3 houses that oversee everything." As the downlord spoke, her commanding voice reverberated throughout as it drew distaste from other downlord, but she continued regardless as her eyes focused on Noah. "The most important piece of knowledge will be about the writ of challenges that determine the flow of power in the primordial empire. And the fact that your indigo cosmos will have a 1-week grace period before you have to choose to accept a writ of challenge from one of the 3 houses. We hope fellow downlord and the antiquities around you will choose wisely when the time comes, as such an action will decide just which house you will fall under. Domineering, powerful." Her eyes flickered with red light as the downlord spoke, runic dowlines swirling powerfully beneath her robe as she spoke of the writ of challenges where victors would have everything while the losers lost everything. The way that she talked, she made it seem like it was an inevitability that when this writ of challenge was issued, those fighting for the indigo cosmos would lose, as the only choice that mattered for them was who they chose to accept the writ of challenge from. The mere possibility that the forces of the indigo cosmos could win the writ of challenge didn't even appear in the minds of these beings, their power and arrogance being put on full display as this was the first impression that Noah had of the powerful forces moving within the primordial empire. Chapter 1172. Roll the fuck out. 2. Downlord Iliad. Why would they bother accepting a writ of challenge of a lesser house? The 2 downlord that looked like twins from the House of Havenbreaker floated forward as their auras vibrantly matched those from the House of Stormdust, the female downlord turning and locking his gaze towards Noah's direction as he spoke out with a ridiculous amount of pride. "Little downlord, if you wish for an easy life and a future of great prospects, accept the writ of challenge from the House of Havenbreaker. We'll be able to change even aboriginals like you into those worthy of being protectors of the bastion of reality." When these powerful existences said these words, they genuinely thought them to be of help and mercy as they didn't notice the heavy insults they came with. The hearts of Augustus and others shaking in anger as Noah only had a smile on his face as he waved his hands to pull in at primal crystal holding information on the primordial empire. "Then I'll thank downlords for your stupendous hospitality." Noah had a light smile as the downlords from the House of Stormdust and Havenbreaker nodded approvingly, seeing this as the perfect demeanor that bumpkins like him should have when meeting with such graceful and powerful existences like themselves. Under the weight of the powerful forces inhabiting the primordial empire, what could new entrants do but bend the knee and grovel at their feet for resources and influence? Azazel looked at the scene occurring with sharp eyes as he didn't expect the downlord he was careful of to actually have no backbone. But the situation rapidly changed in the next moment as the voice of this downlord continued to ring out. "Since the kind downlords have made the trip over to our indigo cosmos and acted there part as the welcoming committee, why don't you all roll the fuck out of this cosmos for now?" Rumble. The surrounding void began to tremble the moment Noah's words finished, the downlords that heard them not sure if they had heard correctly. But they registered very clearly as all of their gazes changed and turned utterly frosty, their runic dowlines swirling majestically as they locked their gazes onto Noah that was playing with the primal crystal containing the information of the primordial empire on his palm, his voice continuing to echo out, "We have a week grace period before we have to accept the challenge, yes? No moves can be made against this cosmos and the existences within it before then, so I suggest the great Dowlords and the little antiquities they came with to fuck off for now until that time." "I'll give you all the answer then, THRUM. His words became more and more domineering as time passed, the smile on his face gradually wiped away as it became one of utter coldness. Tiamat looked at this scene from her master as the heart of this dragoness fluttered. She wasn't the only one, as even the ambitious Lexus Marcus Tiberius saw herself turning towards Noah in shock and awe as her body felt lightning course through her. King Augustus was the one most shocked as he never expected this side from what Noah had shown before, but the Dowlords and antiquities from the primordial empire were even more in a stupor as they never expected a being they considered lesser to ever talk to them in such a way. Impudent, WAA, the twins from the house of Havenbreaker released the word in synchrony as their eyes blazed out rays of golden light, ancient runic dowlines beginning to swirl on their bodies as the pristine suits and golden dresses hugged them tightly. "A little thing like you dares," the Dowlords and antiquities from the house of Stormdust merely blinked as the void above them changed color, turning into a metallic red tinge that threatened to devour and overwhelm every single thing right then and there. Ha da ha. Meanwhile, Azazel had begun to laugh in a raucous manner after seeing Noah's reply, his side being the only ones that seemed to be simmering in anger amidst the laughter. They were the prestigious existences of the primordial empire, the protectors of the bastion of reality. They were existences that had lived for a very long time and knew very well of their qualities of arrogance and pride, but they deserved to be so based on what they had accomplished. Who was this being before them to disparage that and talk to them in such a manner? Rumble. The surroundings quaked and tumbled as if everything could shatter into nothingness at any moment, but Noah simply continued to play with the primal crystal within his hands as his now cold voices continued to echo out, "Under the rules of the great conqueror, no harm or moves shall be made against any existences of a newly joining cosmos for the period of 1 week. I want to ask the Dowlords before me. Are you all planning to reject the rules of the great conqueror? Are you all planning to rebel against the guidelines of the Emperor?" His voice was cold and steady, perfusing into the minds of all those in the surroundings as their wild and flaring power came to a halt as they looked at this being incredulously. Was he actually using the rules of the primordial empire against them? After barely arriving here for a few minutes, the void froze at such a development as the smiles were wiped off from the faces of the Dowlord Azazel and others from the house of Springforge. The beams of golden light shooting from the twin-like existences from the house of Havenbreaker calmed down as they stared coldly, while those from the house of Stormdust gazed on coldly as the tinge of metallic red disappeared from the skies. Noah domineeringly raised his head to meet all of them as he continued to speak out, "You cannot move a muscle against me, and you cannot remain within this cosmos at this time. Thus, you can just scurry back along the same rainbow bridges you came from." WAA, Chapter 1173, A Mere Nobody. The area was utterly cold and palpitating with battle intent as the auras of multiple Dowlords spread out, but Noah's voice continued to ring out, "If you wish to step onto this cosmos again, just win the writ of challenge in a week, and you can choose to do whatever you wish to me in this cosmos. The only question that remains is whether the party I choose can even win." His eyes seemed to be filled with ridicule as he gazed upon the angered and arrogant faces of the Dowlord of the three houses, his figure looking extremely domineering at this moment. His hair danced wildly as his eyes released wondrous rays of light, locking his gaze with every single one of the Dowlords from the three houses as he said the next words with utter clarity, "Seeing the poor quality of Dowlords before my eyes right now, the competition seems abysmal so far. THRUM. His last words were the nail in the coffin as the glimmering golden suits on the powerful antiquities and Dowlords of the house of Havenbreaker glistened dangerously, their eyes letting out palpable beams of light as the twin Dowlord nodded vigorously, their voices resounding out a second later, "Good. Good." With the utterance of the same word twice, the twins gave a signal as the domineering party of the house of Havenbreaker was actually the first to leave. They could do nothing by staying here unless they wanted to break the rules of the great conqueror. So they would rather not listen to another word that a mere nobody before them continued to utter due to his unique protection. After them, the crimson-black dressed powerhouses from the house of Stormdust gave Noah deadly gazes that could kill a few times over, the one female Dowlord gazing towards Noah with deadly malice as she spoke out and enunciated every word slowly. "You will find this to be the deadliest mistake you made since the beginning of your existence, little thing, Rumble." With her words cold and decisive, Her face was raised high arrogantly as she continued coldly, "When we strip you of your rulership and influence, I'll make extra sure to humiliate the men and women you are connected to first before I do anything to you. You mark my words." With such hateful words, the powerful Downlords and antiquities of the House of Stormdust turned into streaks of light that returned to their own magnificent rainbow-colored bridge. This left behind only the figures of Downlord Azazel and the female Downlord beside him along with the party behind them. Even though the female Downlord beside Azazel seemed about to speak, Azazel raised a hand to stop her as their party only stared coldly towards Noah. Their white-green robes fluttered majestically in space as Azazel's voice flowed out calmly, his childish smile still present even now. "Until next time then, Downlord Osmont, WAA." With that, they returned to the glimmering rainbow-colored bridge above this universe as their figures quickly disappeared, only leaving behind the stupefied antiquities of the Indigo Cosmos and Noah. As she saw the Downlords and antiquities of the Primordial Empire turn into lights that left into the rainbow-colored bridges they came from, Lexus felt her mind still buzzing in shock and stupor as her eyes locked onto Noah. His recent words and demeanor while facing the horrendously powerful forces of the Primordial Empire played on her mind over and over again as she couldn't erase it even if she tried. What guts! What power! What a man! Her face unconsciously became flushed as when she gathered her bearings, she was shocked to find that on a certain private place on her body, it was somewhat damp purely from the thrill of watching Downlord Osmond control the situation and tell off multiple powerful Downlords from the behemoth that was the Primordial Empire. She could hardly believe that an antiquity like her could actually have such a thing occur, using her aura to wipe away any evidence as if those around her could somehow see, but her eyes and the eyes of all others locked towards Noah at this moment as if they could still hardly believe what had occurred. King Augustus not even knowing where to begin. When King Augustus first laid eyes over Noah and judged his temperament, never did he expect it would be boisterous. So domineering, the face of the old king was twitching constantly as he wondered what he had actually connected himself to. But you then had the figures of Noah's summons, with the blue slime seeming gleeful as it bounced on Noah's head with happiness. Tiamat seen pulling herself even closer towards her master as her eyes flashed with powerful pride and reverence. The other animus summons felt their hearts ignite with passion and power as they wanted to be capable of doing such a thing as their master one day. Such a feeling of power was extremely enticing. In such a manner, the welcoming parties of Downlords returned to the cosmos they came from, each of them with their own thoughts as one thing remained the same. Their thoughts swirled on a single Downlord Osmont, in the cosmos adjacent to Indigo Cosmos that was known as the Shimmering Cosmos. Downlord Azazel led his party as the female Downlord beside him looked towards him carefully, her voice ringing out, "Azazel, this Osmont, he'd eye as someone we have to be careful of. I know the others are seeing him as a mere bumpkin with an overinflated ego, but I felt something from him even before you met him just now. Something that I can't put a finger on." Azazel actually moved with care, his childish face becoming extremely somber as he replied to the Downlord beside him and continued, "I'll write a report and send it to the family head just in case, but this Downlord Osmont, I don't like him or how he operates. We'll need to watch closely how the writ of challenge he faces in a week will turn out." Rumble, Chapter 1174. Writ of Challenge. A new cosmos had joined the Primordial Empire, and its entrance caused small waves to emanate out as the welcoming parties were actually rebuffed with utter disrespect. Within one of the myriad of cosmos under the jurisdiction of the House of Havenbreaker, the two twin-like Downlords that just came from the Indigo Cosmos were bowing towards a figure of shocking prestige and power, a Downlord that had numerous runic Dow lines inscribed throughout her whole body as she emanated a notorious charm. She was adorned in a golden dress that had unique inscriptions of white, her eyes cold as she glanced at the two Downlords below that spoke respectfully. "Ancestor, the forces of this small cosmos are actually so daring as to insult the prestige of all the Downlords of the Primordial Empire. They put nothing in their eyes as even if the family head was before them, they would probably be just as impetuous." WAA. Their faces were utterly cold as they reported, but the gaze of the Downlord they termed Ancestor only nodded with a sharp light crossing her eyes as she spoke out lightly, "I know you two are up next to manage another cosmos and increase your pace in the collection of marks of antiquity, so I nominated you two to handle the writ of challenge for this cosmos." But the gaze of the powerful Downlord turned sharp as she continued, "This cosmos has a lesser primordial heart in their hands. Something that can produce multiple antiquities and help one advance by hundreds of universes. Many are eyeing such a treasure as you two or some of those that will uniquely be capable of sending a writ of challenge to them. You cannot fail in this." Her words were extremely commanding as the Downlords nodded, the two of them knowing full well the restrictions of the writ of challenge that a certain someone was learning about right now from a primal crystal. We don't know which writ of challenge this downlord will choose, but be ready when the time comes. The carefully designed machinations of powerful existences began to weave wondrously, all of them targeting a single new cosmos that, apart from the quintillions of existences within it, it had a primordial heart. The inhabitants of this cosmos were just now learning more of the primordial empire and the most important writ of challenge within the indigo cosmos. Noah held the primal crystal as a fantastical light cascaded from it, knowledge flooding into his mind as his focus currently revolved around the writ of challenges. What exactly were they? They were a system established by the great conqueror to allow those with power to shine and rule over others. The strong should lead, and the weak will remain so. This was the system of power in the primordial empire. But it had to be done in a proper way, and this was what Aegon established as the writ of challenges worked in a manner that would allow similarly powerful entities to fight and vie for supremacy. This is where the core of the writ of challenges lay, beings of similar power. And the determinant of power in the primordial empire was how many cosmos an existence controlled. Kings ruling and influencing a single cosmos would be able to challenge other existences that rule over another cosmos. Only the forces of these cosmos would fight, as the victor would take everything from the loser. This system was designed with the knowledge that the most powerful downlords would have multiple cosmos they were overseeing, and weaker downlords in antiquities would only have a cosmo or two that they looked over. To prevent schemes of corruption, where a tremendously powerful downlord that controlled dozens of cosmos momentarily relinquished control of them to only control one and then use his might to slowly win over lesser downlords with writs of challenges. There was a time limit of them having to be influencing their cosmos for the past 100 years. To be counted as a king overseeing a single cosmos, they had to have been doing this for 100 years before they could issue a writ of challenge to others who only controlled one cosmos. After they won such a battle, they would right away be elevated to controlling two cosmos, as utilizing this method would grant nothing substantial in the end, so all powerful downlords opted to increase the number of cosmos under them as they amassed billions upon billions of marks of antiquity over the years. This system will be explored more closely in the future for the sake of clarity, but all one had to know was that it was very hard to cheat this system of power. But of course, the powerful houses of the primordial empire always found ways to play things to their favor. An example was the current writ of challenges that Noah could choose from the kings that stemmed from the three houses, these beings each being in control of a single cosmos just like him. Each of the writs was from existences influencing a single cosmos, and yet the forces of this single cosmos included 2 or 3 downlords. Winning a battle against them would be nigh impossible for newly joining cosmos that operated under different regulations than already established ones. But that was only for other average cosmos under average beings. The indigo cosmos had Noah. He absorbed the knowledge of the primal crystal as he made himself more and more clear of the writs of challenges and the other prominent things dealing with the primordial empire as the antiquities around him looked towards him with worry. Downlord Osmond. Was that wise to do? King Augustus spoke carefully as he looked towards the direction that the forces of the House of Stormdust had left in, these beings actually promising to not just take everything they had, but also to humiliate the forces under him. As such distasteful words were not things that Augustus expected to hear from prestigious downlords. Noah glanced at this old ruler that was filled with worry as he let out a light laugh. Looking towards the rainbow-colored bridges that he now knew were called primordial rainbow bridges and sometimes primordial scaffoldings, as his voice stretched out powerfully against those filled with arrogance, you can only reply to them with arrogance. Otherwise, you will just be rolled over for the foreseeable future. His eyes shone with power as he said so, those around him not being able to help but focus on his figure as he spoke. He looked as if he was larger than they perceived him, his back being extremely wide and dependable as he seemed capable of shouldering everything by himself. Chapter 1175, Making Antiquities is Easy. Within the vast primordial empire, in a cosmos deep in the cluster of cosmos within this empire. An existence that was floating in a unique environment filled with the primordial essence and the essence of ruination opened her eyes. Her verdant green hair washed over her shoulders as this existence looked extremely pristine, not a single layer of clothing on her as the glorious blessings were open, but there was nobody there to see. All her proportions were so pristine that she was more than fully worthy of titles such as Miss Universe, if not Miss Cosmos, Ruination, and Primordial. Essence wrapped around her tightly as her languid eyes gazed towards a certain direction, her hand raising as her fingers tapped the air and allowed the entrance of multiple primal crystals that contained bouts of information. Much of it were things she expected and knew, the situation of the shifts of power within the primordial empire and which house was able to expand their influence across other cosmos displayed before her. But her eyes raised as she came across a primal crystal from Lord Azazel, one that included a certain scene of a new cosmos being welcomed into the primordial empire. Oh, her green eyes shimmered in the wondrous environment of the calm primordial and ruination essence as her eyes locked onto the domineering figure of Noah on the scene playing out. The report Azazel sent along with the scene playing out only caused ripples to cross through the eyes of this being, but it was nothing more than that as she only gave it a bit more attention. Is there actually something there? Or is it just some hot air? Her voice was like bells ringing throughout as she spoke with a smile, her hands waving the primal crystal containing this information and seen away as she moved on to other issues that pertained to someone like her, someone who was a king above many kings, someone that was the head of the House of Springforge. In the unique space, her pristine body could be seen as it was utterly spotless, not a single runic dowline in sight being seen on her body as it seemed to ring with another source of power, someone who oversaw the myriad of kings within her house and controlled the expansion of their power into the territories of other cosmos through the rites of challenges. She was a truly powerful individual, and it was a wonder as to why she didn't have a single runic dowline inscribed on her stark naked body, but her glimmering green eyes continued to move from one primal crystal to another as she sifted through droves of information, her fingers tapping the air every now and then as strings of commands were released. In the infinite cosmos, Noah was lying down on a field of lush golden grasses, a small picnic blanket beside him where the figure of Adelaide could be seen sitting regally with glistening foods all around her. In her hands, though, one could see a pulsating multicolored heart that released waves of potent essence that even caused the surroundings to take on a hue of multiple colors. The two of them were currently in the dark universe of the infinite cosmos, in the land that used to be Noah's home, as all around them were fields of glimmering golden grasslands with just the two of them having a picnic, a primordial heart in the hands of Adelaide as she looked towards Noah while shaking her head with a hint of shyness. Why would you give this to me first? I don't delve into any of the battles like everyone else, just let everyone else have these. I don't need to reach antiquity so soon. The Ice Queen loved the present she received profoundly, but she couldn't bring herself to absorb it as she thought about Kazuhiko and all the others who always fought on the front lines and could benefit from treasures like this much more. But she only saw the man she was completely enamored with rising up and look at her with teasing eyes, his voice dancing in her ears. Oh, then who should I take it to? Barbatos? She'd get too excited from getting such a gift as I don't know what she'll do with Valentina? She's wanted to reach antiquity the most over the years. His teasing eyes seemed to be thinking of many things as Adelaide harumphed while she pouted at him, mentioning other women during their time, her hand pulling the primordial heart back as she spoke in a sulking manner. Fine, I'll absorb it later. Or can we mix it with the food and eat it cooked? Rumble, dangerous words were mentioned from her mouth as she spoke of a prized treasure that even Dowlords sought for as an ingredient for a meal. Noah, smiling at such a scene as his eyes remained locked on her clear eyes. Clear eyes that he felt like he could get lost in and freeze in time as any worries faded away. He shook himself out of his reverie as he spoke out lightly. Don't worry, the others will receive primordial hearts just like this to advance forward. Oh? Adelaide raised her brows at this as her sonorous voice continued to echo out. Just like this? Well, yours was the first. You'll always be the first. Noah was quick on his feet as he replied, causing a dazzling smile to appear on Adelaide as she nodded happily, while putting glistening food on two plates. Come on, tell me what's happening in the indigo cosmos. Her fair fingers moved towards the food around them as she prepared a plate for Noah, his figure teleporting beside her on the picnic blanket as his eyes shone with light while his mouth moved, a smile still persistent throughout. He had already begun to distribute the cut-up primordial hearts to his people as at this very moment, they would soon be forging billions of galaxies to set up their universes and then proceed to connect them. Because they could amass marks of antiquity with the primordial hearts, they would be able to become hegemonies and then antiquities within the same day. Noah was setting up his forces for a stupendous rise in strength as given their capability to borrow a percentage of his power and the boosts from their chosen archetypes, it was bound to be a fantastical reality when he brought all of them into the indigo cosmos and fought against the forces within the primordial empire. Chapter 1176, Making Antiquities is Easy. 2. In the infinite cosmos, grand changes were occurring throughout in its upper echelons of power, the myriad of existences within experiencing spurts of growth they never would have believed possible. Noah had only left for a few days, yet his clones came and passed out the stupendous primordial hearts from an existence that none of them could currently face, within the novice universe. Waves of essence were undulating in a region of space as one could see the figures of multiple existences. floating near each other, all of them clenching a primordial heart in their hands as they absorbed its stupendous essence to forge millions of galaxies every second. The figure of the glimmering golden emperor penguin could be seen floating majestically, his galaxies already reaching 100 billion as he was currently changing them into Tau galaxies and connecting them, wanting to achieve the stupendous feat of having all 100 billion be Tau galaxies as they could connect them all to form their universe stuff and then be capable of stepping into universal filament right away to become antiquities. It was a ridiculous reality that only those having access to treasures like a primordial heart could accomplish, and many of Noah's subordinates were taking this route. Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail could also be seen floating in the region of space near the Emperor Penguin and a few hundred other beings, their bodies undulating with power in this same manner as they had almost completely finished forging their Tau galaxies. It meant that within a matter of seconds, multiple antiquities would be born from these existences that already had the classes of temporal lords, blood rulers, summoners, annihilators, and much more. The Oathkeeper was watching such a scene with disbelief as beside him, the body of the Goliath had become completely unshackled, his figure shaking as he saw the treasures before his eyes that would birth hundreds of antiquities soon, something that he chased for countless years to achieve. End. Yet others would be achieving it so simply because of a single being. The heart of this aged unique existence shook as his figure trembled in the shimmering space. His ancient voice stretching out soon after, "I pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor." Rumble, his voice echoed out in waves as a glorious light shined upon him, his body feeling the stupendous power coursing through him as he sighed with unknown emotions. Oathkeeper saw such a scene as he nodded, his hand flashing as a pulsing primordial heart appeared. A heart that Noah had to cut miles of the primary one to form, the Oathkeeper sending this towards the Goliath as he spoke. Yours and Kronos' actions went forward to causing the quick rise of the antiquity of mana and contributed in making what we have now possible. If you fully wish to redeem yourself, achieve what you always sought to and be ready to fight for him. The Goliath's body shook at such words, his hands grasping onto the pulsating heart as he could hear the whispers of something he sought for too many years, antiquity. It was not being made possible in a way he never imagined, the black hole on this being's body shaking emotionally as he gazed towards the region above the few hundred beings that were absorbing primordial hearts just like these. It was a clone of Noah's that was observing everything, the Goliath looking at this being as this oldest living being of the past primordial cosmos. Kneeled towards Noah's figure while he began to absorb the primordial heart, THRUM, a stupendous show of fealty from someone that had lived for millions of years to an existence that had barely lived over 20s. It was a fantastical reality as while the Goliath began to absorb the primordial heart, the first set of antiquities began to be born, Noah's clone observing all of them from above as bouts of power began to weave out. Raa! Ra! Raa! A fearsome bellow echoed out from a golden-beaked existence, its flippers glistening with glorious power as its origin showed a splendiferous universe and the initial few billions of galaxies for a second universe. It was a universal filament as this first spiritual beast became a hegemony and then an antiquity a few seconds after. Boom! The auras of other beings also began to explode as in another direction. The figure of Valentina could be seen shaking her head incredulously as she looked at the two glimmering universes within her origin. She had been seeking this greater level of power for so many years, yet a single man came into her life as he gave it to her in mere days. Her eyes gazed towards the figure of Noah's clone with a light of fondness shining within it, her heart settling down as even a being like her felt her heart settle down, her very origin settling down as she told herself she could put her everything on this single man's shoulders. THRUM. Such a realization caused the light of infatuation within her eyes to increase even more, her gaze remaining locked on Noah as she didn't take her eyes off of him after she became an antiquity. Near her, Barbados, Elena, Anna, and even the war princess Athena were shining with fantastical lights as their figures caused their surroundings to tremble as the levels of power they released. White vibrant bellows released from these women as they felt the birth of a second universe within them, their gazes also turning towards the being that made all of this possible. Meanwhile, Noah was overseeing all of this with a smile as while antiquities continued to pop up with ease below him, he actually found himself to have a shocking thought that others would strangle him for if they heard it. So making antiquities was this easy. Rumble, a domineering thought is over his main body. Countless marks of antiquity continued to rain down not just from the many beings that had pledged their fealty to him and provided him a slow constant farming of these marks, but also from the fact that he was responsible for the birth of hundreds of antiquities. The golden seas of destiny and fortune above him only continued to expand outwards, foretelling of an imperious future that even he didn't know where it would lead. Chapter 1177. Just who was more domineering. As antiquities arose in the infinite cosmos, Noah's main body was still in the ruination realm as he tried to tackle a particular issue he faced, and he had the time to tackle this issue at this moment as he had a week before the wonders of the primordial empire began to churn in full swing. After a week, he would have to accept a writ of challenge from the members of one of the three houses of this empire, his influence beginning to expand as if he won. Another cosmos would fall under his lap. And for as long as he continued to win these writs of challenges and prove himself to be the strongest, he could take the myriad of cosmos that Tao lords and antiquities were controlling as he would make himself an enemy of all the established powers within the primordial empire. He had to be careful, but most of all, he had to be powerful. So he was tackling the issue of nomological edicts and runic Tao lines as he was currently talking with the consciousness of his cosmic treasure in the cosmic core of the infinite cosmos. It was the question of the feasibility of another trait or the design of a cosmic Tao to possibly solve this issue, and exactly how to go about it. The addition of the trait of protagonist was only possible due to my influence that overcame the universal rules. And you had to split your soul to achieve it before. The same thing would have to occur again, as I don't recommend this route. The voice of ruination echoed out carefully in Noah's mind, the subject currently being on what made it possible for multiple traits to arise. With the split of a soul, Noah acted as if he was an entirely different existence being reborn in another galaxy, his body being capable of birthing another trait. It wasn't something that he could do endlessly, as the splitting of one's soul was an extremely dangerous and arduous procedure that only succeeded based on the help from a cosmic treasure and the consciousness of a galaxy core. You could at most split your soul 1 or 2 more times to grant yourself a trait. But it becomes exceedingly dangerous, especially with the high level you achieved. But a cosmic Tao won't cost you anything. You can design one that can record all previously learned Taos or something along these lines. Ruination was cautioning when it came to the splitting of one's soul and traits, but the ancient voice of the cosmic core rumbled out around them a second later in a domineering tone. It is just the splitting of a soul. He did before with a galaxy core, and I am currently a cosmic core. There would be very little risk of danger doing it this way. Rumble. Something you are also overseeing is that the body of the new soul doesn't have to be human, or we can design something more in tune with laws and Taos, possibly bringing forth something even more powerful than his main body or the primordial ruination clone. I've already been running simulations of something like a sacred Tao physique or a universal race. A split of the soul also means 3 different entities that can use skills independently, increasing the number of clones from abilities like blood clones by another 5. We must follow this method. The cosmic core was adamant on Noah splitting his soul and forming the 3rd trait, even going as far as to propose this 3rd one didn't have to be human. It could be something like the Goliath's body that was born in a black hole and took this quality, with Noah's being something that would be even more stupendous depending on what they did. Which from the words of the cosmic core might be something like a race based off of a universe. Noah listened to the discussion between the cosmic treasure and the cosmic core as he weighed his options carefully, liking the idea of another trait immensely as just infinite mana and the protagonist trait had brought him so far. Between his thoughts, the voice of ruination echoed out. So long as there isn't a disproportionate risk to reward ratio and we are confident in doing it, I am not entirely against the 3rd splitting of the soul. But we've also seen what could be made possible with the design of Taos. A cosmic Tao based on allowing one to be capable of stepping on the path of runic Tao lines and nomological edicts would be something incredible. And it would also be usable by others apart from Noah, benefiting his own people. A cosmic Tao capable of allowing one to traverse on both the path of runic Tao lines and nomological edicts. It was a stupendous possibility as Noah also saw this as the path to true power, where he didn't leave behind runic Tao lines or nomological edicts, but gained the boosts of both. But the words of the cosmic core were ruthless as they stretched out in the next second. A trait capable of recording or permanently keeping Taos even when they are deconstructed and reconstructed into Tao lines would allow him to traverse both paths with ease. As for a cosmic Tao being usable to others within this cosmos, a single truly strong being is better than a few average ones. The trait will make this possibility come to reality. Even now, a single Noah is worth more than all of the existences within this cosmos. Rumble, domineering and ruthless words erupted out as it seemed the 2 entities cosmic treasure and cosmic core were about to come to blows. Noah's eyes shone brightly at such a juncture as his consciousness fully stepped into the picture, his voice echoing out. A trait in the dangers it brings and the design of a cosmic Tao and the limited slots it uses. Both are great possibilities, but you all are forgetting one thing: the voices of ruination and the cosmic core could be domineering, but he was even more so as he captured both of their attention with his words. Noah's eyes began to glimmer with intense light as beams of light gradually began to shoot from them, his voice echoing out magisterially, a trait or cosmic Dao. It is not as if it has to be one or the other. We could design both a trait that allows me to retain previously reconstructed Daos and a cosmic Tao that allows for me to be capable of fusing Daos into nomological edicts. Or the other way around. Both. I want them both. His voice gloriously echoed out as the consciousnesses of ruination and the cosmic core could only stare at his body suffused by an imperious glow. Chapter 1178, the third trait. A new race. Both a trait and a cosmic Tao, the two consciousnesses of ruination and the cosmic core could not deny it. Thereafter, looking at possibilities of what exactly they could design, the cosmic core was the first one to speak. When it comes to the trait, I've been exploring the possibilities of what body you could transmigrate into. We could have the new soul not in a traditional race like a human or dragon. I want to explore the possibility of your soul entering a universe. During the process of me utilizing universal singularity, I want to attach your soul to its core and procure the universal race for you. This will be where we will be capable of granting a powerful trait and have it successfully be entrenched in your soul. Rumble, words akin to a madman speaking came out, everything the cosmic core said sounding ridiculous to the extreme as it wanted Noah's new body to be a universe. The vital essence of the cosmos would be utilized as universal singularity, would be cast, and Noah's split soul would enter the core of this universe as he obtained a race he didn't know was even a possibility in the vast different realities. Thump, his heart was beating immensely with excitement even now, his thoughts not finding anything better at this time as he nodded. The universal race. A universe as his race. What boosts would come? How would it all even work? There were too many questions swirling in his mind when it came to this, but he would only know when it actually happened, so he breathed out and spoke with a resolute expression. Let's do it. We can get the hardest part out of the way and split the soul for this rebirth into a new race with its own trait. Rumble, his words resounded in the consciousnesses of the cosmic treasure and core, these entities shining brightly to show their agreement as Noah's figure was teleported into the cosmic core, his body becoming suffused in the primordial essence and the essence of ruination within this vast space. His chest was laid bare as only jet black pants covered him, the dense essence of two cosmic Daos making him feel as if he was swimming in a vast river. A moment later, he felt these two essences wrap around his body as the voice of the cosmic core resounded out, with the capability to utilize ruination and primordial essence along with the capabilities of a cosmic core and a cosmic treasure. The dangers of splitting the soul are greatly reduced as the trait that can be born from this is something that others can only ever dream of. As the archaic monotone voice of the cosmic core stretched out, Noah's cosmic treasure within his chest began to pulse with intense red light as a second later his body jolted up as if he was struck by trillions of bolts of lightning, his forehead seemingly beginning to split apart as even in the ruination and primordial sea, Noah couldn't help but let out a frightening bellow, woohoo, pain. Immense and unadulterated pain coursed through him as for the second time in his life, his soul was split apart. The glows of primordial and ruination essence sunk into his origin and soul as they seemingly tried to make it better. But they only caused even more bouts of pain to course through him. The stronger one's soul was, the more terrifying the pain there would be when one did an action as drastic as splitting it apart. Noah was only able to do it and come out unscathed because he had a literal cosmic core carrying out the procedure, and the might of a cosmic treasure capable of going against universal and cosmic rules was aiding him in doing everything. Amidst the glow of resplendent colors and Noah screaming out bellows filled with pain, his head that had split apart had a chunk of his soul pulled out, a glimmering ball of incandescent light filled with power and mysteries ripped out of him as his main body became pale and weak. His eyes were still brimming with light as he observed the chunk of his soul glimmering brightly before him, this scene not lasting lost as this soul began to shoot out towards a certain direction. The direction was of course the place where a new universe was about to be born, universal singularity. With a somber tone, the cosmic core called out as immense droves of vital cosmic essence were used. The first time they were utilized after Noah obtained this infinite cosmos gave way to the novice universe, and now it was being utilized for the second time to give birth to a universe that he would use as his body, a body that was on average 100 billion light-years in diameter or 33 gigaparsecs. Rumble, near the boundary of the novice universe, an extremely dense singularity of a myriad of colors began to form. From the cosmic core, a significant portion of Noah's soul shot out as it moved faster than the speed of light to quickly rush forward, its target being the barely formed universal singularity. As the moment it formed, Noah sank into it, silence. Half of his soul sunk into the universal singularity as everything seemed utterly quiet. But it was only the calm before a storm began to rage, it was only a lull before something exceedingly unbelievable came to fruition. Soul has successfully fused with the universal singularity, beginning the granting of the trait samsara universal Tao origin. Rumble, the feature of trait bestowal of the cosmic core, was utilized in a shocking fashion as the cosmos recognized the newly born universe not as a true universe, but a mere body of one of its existences, a mere body that would be the birth of a being from the universal race within the infinite cosmos. As always, it was Noah forging the way forward, his new soul fully sinking into the universal singularity that had begun to buzz with utter fantastical activity, the trait that was only known as the samsara universal Tao origin being born at this time. Chapter 1179, the third trait. A new race. 2. A soul entered a universal singularity as before a genuine universe could be formed. The light of a cosmic core and the influence of a cosmic treasure went forward to mold this singularity into something it wasn't. First was the acceptance of the soul into the singularity, and then it was the bestowal of a trait that was a feature of the infinite cosmos. The moment the trait bestowal landed on the fusing universal singularity in half of Noah's soul, it sealed the deal as the conflagration of universe and soul became recognized as one entity, THRUM. Once this recognition occurred, the extremely dense universal singularity then began to expand outwards countless billions of light years, with the goal being to reach 100 billion light years or exceed it. It was at this time that Noah could feel something from the connection of his soul. The expansion of the universe into billions of light years, feeling like the beating of a heart. Thump. 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 It was rapid and magisterial as with every thump, dozens of billions of miles were added as Noah's consciousness began to wake up fully, the heart of his main body beginning to shake incredulously as he felt the awe-inspiring and simply fantastical sense of power of a universe as a body. With one final thump, woohoo, a universe bellowed out, WAA. A glorious array of colors suffused all around as near the newly designed novice universe, another one even more stupendous and gloriously shining made its appearance. It towered over 144 billion light-years in diameter, its boundaries trembling with fantastical wonders of light as from deep within its core, one could still hear a resounding bellow echo from it. Within this universe, Noah's consciousness fully awoke. He truly didn't know how to even describe it. He actually had no words as for one to comprehend what it meant for an existence to have a universe for a body. They must experience the feeling firsthand, as the words to describe it would not be entirely accurate. All of the 144 billion light-years of his body, Noah could feel them all. Naturally, he could also move his body as he wished, the newly forged universe plucking off from the cosmos smoothly as it stood alone in the chaotic ruination sea. How do you feel? The ancient voice of the cosmic core rang in his ears as Noah's bellowing voice stretched out slowly. I feel, rumble. Along with his words, the 144 billion light-years universe began to shine with rainbow-colored light, beginning to reduce in size at such a rapid rate as it became a billion light-years in the next second, a single light-year after that, then a mile, and then 2 meters in the second that followed. The entire universe condensed down into 2 meters as it took on a humanoid form, Noah raising his hands and glancing at them as he didn't see skin, but the reflection of countless galaxies flowing calmly over his hands. When one looked at him, they would only see a humanoid figure whose entire body was filled with the stellar light of galaxies and stars, his very own eyes being a cluster of millions of miniaturized galaxies, as it was extremely shocking to gaze into them. His hair stretched on his head gloriously, every single strand also filled with glimmering galaxies, as he looked like an ancient entity that existed in the primordial times. His voice only finished coming out at this time, as when he spoke, his mouth unconsciously released an incandescent galactic light. Good. I feel good. His entire body glimmered with stellar light, as when one even gazed at his manhood, they would notice a well-endowed spear that glistened with billions of galaxies. Everything about him was a genuine universe as he took a few minutes to take it all in, but he eventually raised his head as he glanced towards a status panel before his eyes that showed many things. The voice of the cosmic core echoed out, a hint of emotion actually being present in it this time. You have successfully gained a body whose race is a universe. Such a thing having its own perks, as our main objective of inscribing the third trait within this body's soul has succeeded. This is the trait known as the Samsara Universal Tao Origin, THRUM. Magisterial light suffused over Noah's eyes as the status panel zoomed in on a particularly grand addition, Samsara Universal Tao Origin, among all the traits granted by the infinite cosmos. It is nigh impossible to even replicate something such as this, as the only possibility lies in the progeny of the holder of the Samsara Universal Tao Origin. It is a trait that requires the origin of a universe to come to fruition, and one that allows for the inscription of any das and nomological edicts onto the Samsara Universal Tao Origin, the accumulations of these das and nomological edicts never being lost, even in time. The trait contains the absolute skills of Tao inscription, nomological edict inscription, Tao child, traverser of edicts, and universal origin. Well, damn, Noah stared at the description of the trait in a stupor, his heart continuing to shake from what he read, as it was at this moment that he noticed something odd. He had been taken in by the grandeur of it all that he just now noticed that he didn't truly feel an origin in his body. When his eyes landed on the absolute skills under the Samsara Universal Tao Origin trait, he began to fathom just what had happened. As before anything else, he looked at a particular skill first: universal origin. Your body is your origin. When you advance through realms, your body advances forward as from a universe. You can become a universal filament or even a cosmos, or something even grander. Speechless, Noah was truly speechless, as he didn't even have the words for what he was currently experiencing. Chapter 1180, Samsara Universal Tao Origin. At the birth of his new body, it was actually already at the universal realm. The first time that Noah split his soul, he had to elevate the realm of Alexander all the way to his main body's current one, such a thing being easy as the body just used the essence of the main realm to quickly rise, and this only worked because it was in the lower realms of power. But the second time that Noah split his soul, the race of his new body was at the universal realm at birth, as this being itself was a universe. But the more stupendous thing was that this body didn't have an origin. The body itself was an origin, as when Noah advanced it in power, the possibilities were just fantastical to think about. The beating heart of his main body calmed as the physiology of his universal body was too unique, even its heart being filled and made up with billions of galaxies, as just its heartbeats came in low ancient thumps. Noah's eyes that were filled with the light of billions of galaxies then turned their attention to the other absolute skills in the Samsara Universal Tao Origin trait. Tao inscription allows one to inscribe any previously learned das onto the Samsara Universal Tao Origin. Inscribed das cannot be lost, as they remain with the user throughout time. Nomological edict inscription allows one to inscribe nomological edicts on the Samsara Universal Tao Origin. Inscribed edicts cannot be lost, as they remain with the user throughout time. Tao child. With the Samsara Universal Tao Origin, one gains the moniker of a Tao child as they become capable of comprehending and assimilating all das at 10 million% speed. The parameters of all comprehended das are enhanced by 1 million%, and utilizing the essence of any Tao reduces the cost of mana by 99%. Traverser of edicts. The task of fusing das and laws to design an edict is one that is tackled by primordials. This ability allows its user to gain an enhanced understanding of the versatility and compatibility of laws and das to increase the chance of designing a nomological edict by 1%. Noah's galaxy glimmering eyes took in these stupendous skills silently as he understood all of them in a second. But they required a few more seconds for him to accept them. Tao inscription and nomological edict inscription were easy ones to read about, but Tao child and the traverser of edicts were just ridiculous. Tao child even more so, as its perks were things others only ever dreamed of. The traverser of edicts was a unique one, as the subject of nomological edicts was extremely hard, that it was mainly the terrifying primordials that were learning them. For Noah to gain the capability to understand and feel out the compatibility of laws and das, and even gain a 1% of designing an edict successfully, this was a huge deal. Even though 1% may seem small, even primordials didn't innately have that 1% chance increase when it came to designing edicts. But you do. Along with it, your new race also has its own perks that are somewhat interesting. I've gone ahead and compiled the data here. The ancient voice of the cosmic core entered his mind as the screen before his eyes faded from the trait and into the description of his race, Samsara Universal Race, a blessed race that has the life force of the universe, with such existences being able to live up to 20 billion years. Unless every molecule of their body is destroyed, death for such a race is extremely hard to achieve, as the only efficient way is through the ravages of time. The Samsara Universal Tao Origin race has the inborn of perks of being able to regenerate 25% of their maximum mana and health every minute. have the innate 1,000,000% increase to all parameters, capable of absorbing 50% of all incoming damage, hold 1,000,000% increased resistance to all law and Tao attacks, and are naturally able to produce primordial and ruination essence within their body as they can survive in the ruination sea with ease. His new race was a bit too overpowered, to say the least. Its inborn abilities were simply too much, as this wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was the fact that his body could naturally produce primordial and ruination essence, rumble. He was forged with such essences when the universe was born, and his body had this capability as when he closed his eyes. He could deeply and closely feel the essences of primordial and ruination das coursing through his billions of galaxies and countless number of universal cells that made him, and he was feeling these Tao essences in such a close was that he didn't even get when he fully assimilated them. Even when fully assimilated, they didn't feel as close as he felt them now. WAA. His universal body unconsciously shone an array of incandescent light as many thoughts flowed into his mind, one of the main ones being the fact that he could now also inscribe the das of ruination and the primordial Tao onto him, which meant that these das that were required to carry out the deconstruction and reconstruction of other das to form runic Tao lines could actually now be broken down themselves. After he inscribed them, he could form them into Tao lines as they wouldn't be lost, and he could continue carrying out more deconstruction of das while also having the perks of runic Tao lines from such supreme das. What a wonder it was just to think about what power one could gain from becoming capable of deconstructing and reconstructing something that was normally not even capable of being deconstructed, but more than that, with Noah being capable of producing his own primordial and ruination essence, he gained a unique and instinctive feeling as he felt these Tao essences course through him. He gained the unique feeling that these two das, there was a pathway to fuse them he didn't even see before, as even though they were diametrically opposed and didn't mix, he felt like their fusion should be possible. WAA. Chapter 1181, Samsara Universal Tao Origin. 2. Death and Destruction, Life and Creation. There is a link with all these. The task of putting them all together is insurmountably hard, as I don't know when you will be able to do it. The voice of ruination now echoed in Noah's mind as he gave a light of recognition. When the cosmic treasure spoke, it didn't say that Noah might or might not even be able to do it, but the cosmic treasure said when, to this treasure, the cosmic core, and to Noah himself, it was a matter of when. When a fusion of ruination and the primordial Tao occurred, just what nomological edict would it produce? Would they be alone or accompanied by other Taos and laws? Would the questions and possibilities were too many, as even Noah couldn't sift through all of them at this time. Noah breathed out slowly on the ruination sea as he felt his new body closely, going through every single point of unknown, as the awe of having his entire humanoid figure glimmering like a universe was something even he would need a few hours to get used to. He began as a human not too long ago and achieved the vampire progenitor bloodline thereafter. Now he had added to himself not bloodline, but an entirely different race of a universe, as it caused him to think of many things. As he read over the details of this race, he truly wondered whether his progeny would be capable of being born in this manner, and the intricacies of it all with how they were conceived. There were a myriad of unknown factors, as one had to ask themselves, how would a child of the universal race be birthed? Would it be something dangerous or life-threatening for the woman who conceived his progeny? There were many questions, but no answers, as he couldn't find them right now, and he had no plans for bringing forth terrifying little things of his own blood. He put this thought aside for now and focused on his current situation. He looked at this stark naked body as he waved his hands and caused the appearance of simple obsidian pants to cover up below so he wouldn't scare everything alive, his figure disappearing from the ruination sea as he teleported away. His voice echoing out at the same time, "Continue running the simulations on the cosmic Tao and get ready for its design soon." These words were meant for the cosmic treasure and cosmic core, as similar to how the trait had been born. It only came from the accumulations of ideas from the cosmic core that it brought to light. Now, ruination and the cosmic core were completing going through the possibilities of cosmic Taos to complement Noah's new trait and grant him the capability to easily begin peering into the stage of forming nomological edicts. While this occurred, Noah's universal body reappeared in the golden grasslands where his clone was with Adelaide, his appearance coinciding with his normal clone teleporting away as Adelaide saw one Noah leave and another one appear before her. But the one to appear before her eyes was just, she rose in alarm as she saw the existence that looked like an incandescent stellar being, his bare chest and head covered by a galactic light as miniaturized galaxies by the billions made what should have been his skin. His body glimmered like a beautiful universe. This was Adelaide's thoughts, and she wasn't too far off. Fuck me. Adelaide was in a stupor as she didn't even know how to put out her words, a profanity escaping her mouth as she gazed on Noah's body with utter shock. "Well, I'll do that later, but how do you like the new body?" Noah's voice echoed out in a mesmerizing fashion as he raised his arms that were filled with the glimmer of billions of galaxies. What did you do?" The icy exterior of the Ice Queen couldn't keep up as she walked up to Noah's body and laid her hands on it. The feeling was truly unique as it felt like she was touching skin and yet not at the same time. She was holding onto Noah's arms that literally seemed to be made up of billions of galaxies, and they were, as she felt like she was holding onto something sacred that she normally shouldn't be able to touch. "I went for a third trait and split my soul into a newly forming universe, gaining a universal body," Noah spoke out as every word that came from his mouth seemed like the words of sages and ancient beings. Adelaide heard such a thing as she looked into his galactic eyes in shock. Still seeing the light of the man she knew, but also being faced with a sense of majesty and awe that she never thought possible, when she ran her fingers over Noah's arms, she felt like she was actually holding onto a sacred being that someone like her should touch, and yet it felt normal to her, as if she uniquely had such a right when it came to Noah. Ridiculous. She couldn't help but utter such words as she tried to get a grasp on the scene before her. Noah only smiled lightly as he wrapped his arms on her waist, their figures disappearing as Noah transferred them to the novice universe, where his people were breaking into the realm of universal filament at this moment, amidst the birth of new antiquities. Noah and Adelaide appeared above them in the stellar void, as no matter how in tune they were to absorbing the primordial hearts they received, they all unconsciously turned their eyes towards their direction. Gazes that fluctuated from shock to disbelief erupted out, everything brought into utter silence as they all laid eyes to Noah's body that glimmered like a universe, the aura he released, the majesty, the awe. They all felt it closely as they couldn't even find the words to speak. Kazuhiko was the only one who was capable of opening his mouth, but even he, what the hell, speechless, all speechless. Chapter 1182, Designing the Second Cosmic Tao. Newly born antiquities were looking towards the existence of the universal race with awe as he only smiled lightly at them as if it wasn't a big deal. Barbados looked at the scene before her as her small figure flew towards him and began touching his chest and head, turning him side to side as she asked while in shock, "Little fish, what did you do? What did he do?" Towards such a question, Noah only smiled towards everyone as his body emanated shocking regality, his voice ringing out, "One of my bodies just obtained the universal race and looks like this. It is a momentous event and calls for a celebration, THRUM. His words caused the surroundings to shake as spatial waves emanated out, Noah bringing out the torn-up pieces of the body of the primordial beast as enormous chunks of glimmering golden muscles and bones the size of worlds began to appear all around gloriously. The Emperor Penguin and others had barely finished with their initial shock when their bodies trembled, glancing towards the chunks of meat that still gave off a terrifying aura of a beast that seemed above them and level and could wipe them if it was still alive, yet it was only its meat floating in the void of space, its meat making everything nearby glow gold as Noah's voice echoed out, "The meat of a primordial beast. These are the terrifying existences that devour universes in cosmos and the ones you all will face in the future, but before you face them, you get to enjoy their meat. Come," Noah spoke grandly as his body glimmered with power, a light stemming from him as it formed into a clone of the universal body that glimmered in the same shocking light. An apron appearing on the chest of this clone that glimmered with billions of galaxies as the main body of the universal clone teleported away from this location. Noah would let his clones be with his people as he let them know of the larger cosmos out there and have them understand much of the things that were happening under the guise of this celebration, while the main universal body was teleported off into the ruination realm as Noah was about to begin a fantastical training session there. His universal clone that remained behind took in all the gazes from Barbados and others. His hands waving up, he looked towards a certain galaxy and tapped his fingers towards it, its boundary shaking and then bursting as a stellar body was quickly pulled out of it. It was a blazing hot sun that could scorch everything, and yet Noah brought it over their heads as this would be the heat source he would use to grill meat from a primordial beast, using a genuine sun.to barbecue, the meat of a beast capable of devouring universes and cosmos. What a life! As this celebration began within the void of space of the novice universe, Noah's main universal body appeared in the ruination realm as he stared at the pulsating primordial heart that was reduced to more than half, going towards it and placing his hands on this wondrous treasure as waves of essence began to emulate out. His body was born as a universe and he had this realm, never even experiencing the ranks of F rank or crossing through the star forging or quasar or even galaxy. Just purely at the universal realm. Now, he would elevate this body to a higher realm as from a universe, he would make it into a universal filament, THRUM, droves of pristine and unique essence washed over Noah's universal body, his whole figure lighting up brilliantly as the billions of galaxies within it began to be filled with marks of antiquity. His body was already brilliantly glowing from the incandescence of galaxies, but as they changed to become Tau galaxies, they became even more vibrant as waves of light undulated from him, 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion. In a short period of time, 100 billion marks of antiquities were used up as Noah's body shone brightly as his universe shone with an incandescent brightness. Thereafter, his billions of galaxies seemingly condensed as they were enclosed in his upper body, becoming surrounded by a barrier as his lower body also formed another barrier that began to be filled with galaxies. It was the formation of another universe inside of him, these universes causing his figure to shine with an even more splendorous luster as the forging of galaxies continued. This was actually something unique with Noah and his bodies, as when he split his soul the first time with the figure of Alexander, the second body was very quickly able to be elevated to the same rank as his first body through using its already higher origin. An even more simple clarification is to look at Noah like a cup that was filled to the brim with water, with this water being his cultivation. His second and third bodies were the other two cups connected to the first one, with them also becoming filled to the brim relatively quickly when in the lower stages of the realms. But now there was the universal realm that for one to advance forward, they had to brand marks of antiquity and change the nature of their galaxies into Tau galaxies. So for Noah to elevate his other bodies to the stages past the universal realm that required the birth of splendiferous universes, they all required their own set of marks of antiquity to proceed forward. Noah couldn't just replicate the Tau galaxies in his other bodies, so the different bodies were connected as they could depend on the one with the highest realm for support. But for proceeding to higher stages of power, they had to walk the path of obtaining marks of antiquity separately. But this was not an issue for Noah, as he still had half of a genuine primordial heart remaining and a full duplicated one he hadn't used. His advancement from now on would focus on his universal body, whose might that could be displayed was just Chapter 1183, Designing the Second Cosmic Tao. 2. The issue of three connected bodies that were also separate was a unique one to tackle, and one must also bring into account the primordial ruination clone and how it could always display more power than Noah's main body. The description of the primordial ruination clone that was one of the features of his cosmic treasure was inscribed in his stat panel as such. As a creature made from the very essence of a cosmic Tao, it has a 200,000% increase in the speed of progression through the realms of power, 200,000% increase in the comprehension and assimilation of all Taos, can display 400% of the strength of the Master of Ruination, along with its power increased by 2,000% when in the Ruination Sea. The key within these words was that it could display 400% of the strength of the Master of Ruination. It meant that whichever of Noah's bodies was the strongest. This was the power that the primordial ruination close could display 400% of. You then of course had the cosmic Tao of conquest that allowed his parameters to be increased by 6 times while in the process of conquest and 10 times in conquered lands, which further exacerbated his power. It was so many boosts and multipliers that one would have a headache trying to keep track of them all. His universal body continued to bathe in the essence of the primordial heart as a second splendiferous universe was completed within Noah, his body seemingly dividing in half by 2 beautifully glimmering universes as a third one already began to form. Around the same time, the voice of ruination and the cosmic core stretched into his mind at the same time, a cosmic Tao that matches our requirements is ready for its design. As if they couldn't be outdone, they both spoke in unison as Noah nodded lightly, his eyes that glimmered with billions of galaxies shining as he spoke out light while reading over the information that the two consciousnesses were sending him. Then let us design the cosmic Tao of fusion, rumble, simple in name but grandiose in function. Noah gave the go-ahead as the second cosmic Tao was designed at this very moment, the cosmic core releasing a glorious array of colors that after a few minutes coalesced to form into a runic word that said fusion, BZZT. This regal symbol then vibrated intensely before it thundered towards the architect that was Noah, whose first body was still floating in the wondrous primordial and ruination. See within the cosmic core itself. This Tao then branded itself to him as it etched itself deep into his soul, thoughts of information flying before his eyes as they all coalesced to form into the description of a cosmic Tao. Cosmic Tao of fusion, a cosmic Tao birthed by the cosmic core of Noah Osmont. As the Tao architect, Noah Osmont can comprehend and assimilate the Tao at 10 times the normal speed. The cosmic Tao of fusion is geared more towards laws and Taos, with its sole purpose being to comprehend and understand the myriad of ways to link together das and laws for the possible design of nomological edicts. Due to its nature, the cosmic Tao of fusion has the prerequisites of only being initiated with the assimilated Tao essences of the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination. Aside from the possible fusion of laws and Taos, unique materials, entities, and treasures have a chance of undergoing successful fusion under the essence of this cosmic Tao. Under the Tao of fusion, the unique abilities of understanding, compatibility, extrapolation, and nomological inquisitor are granted to its architect in the first 10 existences to achieve full assimilation of the Tao. Full assimilation of the Tao grants an increase of 10% chance for all fused targets. Once more. Simple, but wondrous in its effects, Noah read over it as his galactic mouth curved upwards slightly, wanting to gaze upon the secrets of this Tao, but it wasn't fully open to him yet until he assimilated it. And so. He went on to do just that as his universal body in the ruination realm stopped its absorption of the primordial heart briefly and sat in a meditative position to comprehend and assimilate this Tao. There were so many uncountable number of boosts when it came to his Tao comprehension and assimilation, along with the fact that he could traverse his own designed Taos at 10 times speed. And now. There were also the boosts of the samsara universal Tao origin trait that gave him through the absolute ability of Tao Child. Tao Child, with the samsara universal Tao origin, one gains the moniker of a Tao Child as they become capable of comprehending and assimilating all Taos at 10 million% speed. The parameters of all comprehended Taos are enhanced by 1 million%, and utilizing the essence of any Tao reduces the cost of mana by 99%, with such types of boosts in the picture. And others not even mentioned. The moment Noah began comprehending this cosmic Tao, he achieved 100% comprehension. A second later, his heart stirred as another second passed, a magisterial glow of rainbow-colored light suffusing from his body, this rainbow-colored light representing the essence of the Tao of fusion itself as it bathed over him. And he achieved full assimilation, a second for comprehension, and then a second for the assimilation of a cosmic Tao, not under accelerated time or anything. This was just the passage of 2 seconds in the ruination realm itself. Even Noah couldn't help but sigh at such a scene, reminding himself over and over again not to let his ego overinflate because he could do such unbelievable things. But he still couldn't stop a smile from stretching out as his universal body pulsed with glorious light. His eyes honing on the 4 unique abilities that he obtained as the architect of the cosmic Tao of fusion that he could now view with clarity, understanding. The mysteries of many things are laid bare with the usage of primordial and ruination essence to paint the essence of fusion over one's mind. With the conjunction of these 3 essences, one can glance upon Taos, laws, or a myriad of other natural entities to gain understanding of their nature and working. Compatibility. The compatibility of Taos and laws are seen under the essence of fusion, its user becoming capable of sifting through those with match and those that will cause destruction. Extrapolation. The user can place the essence of a myriad of Taos and laws into a splendiferous universe as with its sacrifice. The possibilities of the fusion of selected Taos and laws can be extrapolated. If more splendiferous universes are sacrificed, the higher the chance of success becomes. Nomological inquisitor. As one that forges towards the stage of nomological edicts, you begin to touch upon the utmost mysteries that very few will ever experience. The passive ability of Nomological Inquisitor grants its holder a 10% increased chance of success in the fusions they carry out. The glorious tools for Noah to begin his path towards forging nomological edicts were displayed right before his eyes. Chapter 1184. Inscribing Taos and edicts is easy. The abilities that came with the cosmic Tao of fusion were unique in name and function. Noah's eyes honing on them as he wanted to be practical and test them right away. To even activate the Tao of fusion, one had to utilize the assimilated essence of ruination and the primordial Taos, Noah's body providing this requirement as he called upon the skills of this cosmic Tao. First, there was the unique skill of understanding, the WAA. A unique multicolored essence bloomed out as it moved to focus on Noah's eyes, the innumerable galaxies within his eyes becoming glazed over with a rainbow color as he felt like he could overcome the very veils of space with just his eyes, pierce through them and understand all their secrets as with understanding, everything would be made bare. It was an ability that Noah found to be very similar to Eyes of Truth under the protagonist trait, but understanding felt far above it in usage. Let's look at ruination. Rumble. His eyes seemingly became capable of gazing at the essence of ruination all around him in a new sense, wisps of knowledge flowing into him about this Tao that he never expected, as one would think full assimilation granted them everything. Its hidden nature, how it could best be regulated in one's origin, how 2. A myriad of new possibilities and understanding of this unique cosmic Tao appeared before Noah's eyes as if he was rediscovering it for the first time. It was hard to quantify what change such understanding would bring. And we can only grasp it in the sense that all of this understanding could be used when the time came to form a nomological edict that involved ruination. As a counterpart to this ability, there was compatibility that allowed Noah to test different Taos, and this went hand in hand with extrapolation, which would allow Noah to actively burn splendiferous universes in order to perceive the possibilities of Tao and law fusion. Lastly, there was the passive skill of the nomological inquisitor that vastly increased the chances of successfully designing an edict in the future. Like this, a trait and a cosmic Tao were created as they effectively solved Noah's biggest stumbling blocks, only leaving behind countless possibilities that Noah would navigate as time passed. Good. Let's start by understanding all Taos and laws more closely, and then we will see what it takes to form a nomological edict. Rumble. Noah's gaze glimmered with the light of galaxies as he spoke, mobilizing the vast consciousnesses of his bodies to work on multiple sets of tasks, while the task of his universal body was to achieve the purpose it was built for. The samsara universal Tao origin would now be used to inscribe all of the Taos and laws that Noah had assimilated. As only after that would he be able to form runic lines again. Everything was following a fantastical order as while Noah used the abilities under the cosmic Tao of fusion to understand and extrapolate possibilities of fusion. Another body would inscribe the laws and Taos that would be used for deconstruction and reconstruction in the near future. When it came to the inscription of Taos themselves onto Noah's origin under the trait of samsara universal Tao origin, the process was relatively simple as Noah called out lightly, Tao inscription. Noah called out lightly as a rainbow-colored essence surged within him. This light looking for a target as Noah directed it to the grand Tao of ruination, THRUM. The string of this Tao that had been within his origin was locked onto by this absolute essence that stemmed from the trait of samsara universal Tao origin, the string being yanked out as Noah felt a searing pain. But he then came across extreme pleasure as this very same Tao was inscribed onto his universal Tao origin, not simply inscribed within the samsara universal Tao body, but inscribed across time. As if Noah went back in time again before he even awakened, he would find that he had the full assimilation of the Tao of ruination. If he went back to when he was even a baby, the same thing would occur as he would find he had the complete assimilation of this grand Tao. That was what it truly meant. Under the description of the samsara universal Tao origin trait, that the inscribed Taos and edicts would never be lost, even in time, it was a truly stupendous possibility as it would allow a being to move in a myriad of ways. But Noah kept his gaze forward as he continued to speak out lightly, inscribed the rest of the Taos and laws, and even the nomological edict of samsara. Rumble. His figure began to undulate with a glorious array of colors as his universal body did its job, the passage of time churning as days passed while Noah fully lost himself in inscribing Taos, understanding them, and then extrapolating them along the way. In the primordial empire, indigo cosmos, King Augustus was staring at three grand proclamations that floated in front of the primordial scaffoldings that connected to the other cosmos of the primordial empire. These grand proclamations looked like galaxy-sized paper scrolls, each of them carrying the insignias of the three forces within the primordial empire. As these scrolls represented the writs of challenges that the indigo cosmos received, in a matter of days, they would have to choose which forces they faced and from what faction, this deciding the direction of their cosmos from here on out. Augustus had a pondering expression as he looked at these writs of challenges, his gaze going towards the figure of Noah that was also staring towards them with interest. Which house would Tao Lord Osman choose to match the Tao Lords of? I can't seem to pinpoint a better choice between the three, the voice of the old ruler echoed out as Noah smiled lightly. His mind having long since been made up on which Tao Lords he wanted to face in the days to come. It would be his official entrance into the primordial empire, and the time when a spotlight would shine on him as after this, he would be out in the open. Chapter 1185. Inscribing Taos and edicts is easy. 2. The content of the writs of challenges were fairly simple. They were written in official terms with quite a decent amount of information added in, but the most important portions were the ones that Noah focused on the most. For example, the writ of challenge from the House of Springforge stated that the indigo cosmos would face the rulers of the shimmering cosmos that was under the influence of Tao Lord Azazel and Tao Lord Rosanna. If they accepted the challenge, their cosmos would be facing the power of these two Tao Lords and all those they chose to participate, having to trump over the upper echelons of this cosmos and come out on top. As if they succeed, Noah would be able to spread his influence onto the cosmos and even decide the fates of Azazel and Tao Lord Rosanna. But Noah wasn't planning on choosing to fight the two Tao Lords, and he was actually looking at the two that stemmed from the House of Stormdust, the ones That had spoken and said they would humiliate him and all those around him after they won the writ of challenge, the female Dowlord Iliad and Dowlord Ray that were adorned with crimson black robes and sporting fiery red-black hair. His destiny and fortune shone a little brighter when he looked at the writ of challenge from these beings, his voice echoing out towards King Augustus, whose face was filled with worries. The ones we will face will be those from the House of Stormdust, with the first target being the Anthracite Cosmos, WAA. The first target was decided as King Augustus heard the words of confidence and nodded, not helping but speak in a questioning tone once more, as his heart truly wasn't yet settled. Against the terrifying beings that had appeared before them once, what will Dowlord Osmont require of us? Even though we won't be able to make up much of the numbers, we will be right there with you defending our cosmos. His voice was filled with strength as it resonated in Noah's mind, his reply quick as he thought about his people that had been training hard in the past day to consolidate their newly risen strength. We won't have to worry about the numbers. I actually have to introduce you guys to a few beings, and now is as good a time as any. Noah moved as he spoke, rising above the void within the indigo cosmos as his eyes focused on a certain point in space, his fingers tapping forward as he used the feature of universal gateway of the cosmic core to form a gateway from the novice universe and into the current universe within the indigo cosmos, THRUM, gloriously red and gold in color. A gate spanning 1 mile formed before their eyes as it pulsed with colorful light. King Augustus's eyes twitching as he felt the auras of multiple antiquities begin to step out of this gateway. Uniquely, the beings coming out were seemingly grouped up together by color, Augustus landing his eyes on a set of beings that glistened purple and black coming out together, and other beings glistening gold and white stepping into the indigo cosmos together. What he was seeing was actually the different divisions Noah had made based on the archetypes that his people had chosen, with those who had chosen temporal lords being grouped up together as Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail were leading this group, and those who chose the necromancy archetype were following behind Barbados with shining eyes as their bodies were adorned with black robes that held cackling skulls. There was, of course, the Emperor Penguin that was leading the archetypes of incandescent guardian, its body glinting gold as the entire region behind him was bathed in this color. Athena also seen standing beside the Emperor Penguin valiantly as her golden spear shone dangerously. There was Valentina leading those that had chosen the archetype of summoner, and Elena was the lead for those that had chosen the archetypes of blood rulers. All of Noah's people were divided beautifully into their camps, as there was one thing unique about all of them, and it was the fact that they held multiple glimmering universes. They were all beings that had achieved the universal filament realm and were currently antiquities. King Augustus, looking at such a scene in a stupor as he turned his head towards Noah and then back to this group of beings multiple times. Come and get yourselves acquainted. In just 2 days, we will be making an introduction into the Primordial Empire. The Primordial Empire, a vast and nigh endless cluster of cosmos that a single being ruled over, establishing set rules and guidelines that all beings had to live under. Such was the place that Noah had stepped in, and also the location that he had brought his own people to play around in, as they had already achieved a stage of power similar to his. Aside from the fact that they had yet to begin comprehending and assimilating the cosmic Tao of ruination and the primordial Tao, making them a step away from deconstructing and reconstructing Taos to become Tao lords. They were all genuine antiquities that could shake entire universes. Their eyes hungrily wandered around their new environment as the local antiquities of this cosmos began to appear. Lexus Marcus Tiberius, along with antiquities Charles and Viola, also arriving in their stupor to welcome the new beings. Noah looked at such a scene carefully as his eyes foresaw of a glorious future, his bodies and minds still moving with haste as he prepared himself in many ways for this future. The House of Stormdust was one that controlled an expansive cluster of cosmos within the Primordial Empire, its connections as vast as the seas, as the powerhouses within this faction were just as frightening. The antiquities and Tao lords within were many, but the ones with particular focus at this moment were the two that had been among the welcome party that came to receive the Indigo Cosmos. Interesting, deep within the Anthracite Cosmos, in a universe that was bathed in a crimson hue as droves of magma could be seen floating seamlessly within its void of space, a voice echoed out. It echoed out from an expansive world that was over 1,000,000 light-years in diameter, a world that wasn't truly a world, as it let out waves of heat that would make one assume it was a star. Cylindrical snaking clusters of magma could be seen moving over the top of this enormous world as at the center of this unique location. There were two Tao lords looking at each other with sharp lights in their eyes. The male Tao lord had sharp eyes and sword-like brows as he continued his thoughts slowly. It seems as if he plans to choose us. Tao Lord Iliad, rumble, with a voice so deep the surrounding magma shook. The Tao lord spoke out of something Noah had just decided to do seconds ago. Chapter 1186, Utilizing One's Power to the Fullest. Deep within a world that was over 1,000,000 light-years in diameter in a universe within the anthracite cosmos, two Downlords were discussing something they shouldn't have had knowledge of at the deepest corners of this star. Downlord Iliad was the female Downlord that had glimmering crimson hair, her dress matching this as it was a mix of black and red. Her eyes were currently shining with an excited light as battle intent was practically leaking out of her, her voice stretching towards Downlord Ray before her, did the head. She questioned in an excited tone as Ray replied with a nod and a smile right after, yes. Forefather Julius just sent word that the family head has seen the newly joining cosmos accepting our writ of challenge. Rumble, a shocking sentence escaped the lips of Downlord Ray, Iliad nodding with a fervent expression in front of him as she replied with a sigh and a voice of wonder, to this day I can't fathom the strength of family head in Forefather Julius. To be capable of perceiving things such as this, the amazement and pride in her eyes weren't hidden as Ray agreed with such an expression, but his voice became stern soon after as he continued, this wasn't all that Forefather Julius told me. He also said that along with the challenge, we have to be careful. What? Careful? Against the single Downlord and the few antiquities behind him, Iliad spoke in a disbelieving tone as Ray touched his bearded red chin in a pondering tone as he replied. Forefather Julius would never tell us something worthless, it means that the task before us is more of a challenge than we expected. After all, the Downlord was capable of taking a lesser primordial beast down by himself, something that I and you would have to work hard together to accomplish. The expression of this aged Downlord was filled with care, Iliad wiping away her disbelief as she also nodded. They were beings that had lived for millions of years and been able to comprehend and even assimilate the cosmic Tao of ruination and the primordial Tao, their foresight and intelligence not being low as they knew when to be arrogant and when to be careful. Then, how should we move? Iliad asked with eyes that shimmered with the light of caution. At such a question, Downlord Ray smiled as he spoke out with a cruel light glimmering within his eyes, a newly joining cosmos with beings that have yet to experience the glory of being the protectors of the bastion of reality. Even if the strength of their Downlord is on par or slightly stronger than us, we can still move in many different ways. WAA. We'll do what Downlord Visor and his group did when they fought against the new forces of the Pygmalion cosmos. The light of cruelty within Ray's eye only intensified as Downlord Iliad nodded with a glint of brilliance. Target those they are trying to protect and break their convictions right before their eyes. She uttered as her eyes became brighter and brighter. Ray nodding with erupting battle intent as he smiled brightly and added on, once you break a man's conviction, their women and all those they wish to protect, everything else becomes easy. Rumble, the battle intent and light of cruelty only intensified in the surroundings as the two Downlords looked at each other and formulated plans and schemes. After all, they would be the stars of a glorious upcoming show of a writ of challenge. As the tides of destiny churned in many beings, moved with their own ideals, Noah continued on his path as while waiting for the writ of challenge to begin, he was able to do something that he had held off on doing for quite some time. This was, of course, the deconstruction and reconstruction of his Taos that he had now inscribed onto the Samsara Universal Tao origin, gaining the capability of doing so without losing them in the process. This was what his Samsara Universal Tao origin trait allowed him to do. But there was the issue of a cosmic Tao PF annihilation and the lesser Taos of withering, void space, and alacrity being Taos that Noah had already deconstructed and forever lost. He couldn't regain these, or he shouldn't have been able to regain these, but gloriously for Noah, he had the nomological edict of Samsara. He also had the trait of Samsara Universal Tao origin that inscribed Taos and edicts unto him as they would not even be lost through time. This was the stupendous combination Noah had forged, and now he was about to use it fully as he did something that would have otherwise been impossible. Nomological edict of Samsara, his universal body that was in the ruination realm called out lightly as Noah's eyes unconsciously closed, his origin and soul tapping onto a vast and endless river as within it. Noah's thoughts tapped on a certain point as his consciousness shifted and he descended onto another time point. His eyes opened as he saw he was releasing resplendent beams of ruination and primordial essence from his mouth and eyes, coming back to when he had just devoured primordial apples and ruination strawberries. Fully assimilating these Taos as it was here that he proceeded to first deconstruct the lesser Tao of withering and then the cosmic Tao of annihilation. He was floating above the void of space of the novice universe with his subordinates below him, very few of them having achieved antiquity as they were gazing towards his advancement in awe. The uniquely stacked galaxies where he planted a myriad of Tao herbs and fruits could be seen as the next actions Noah would take at this time point was to explore the path of a Downlord. But this time around, he wasn't planning on carrying out such actions. First, as he looked within his origin, there, he could see not just the assimilated primordial and ruination das, but also the nomological edict of samsara that he would only get sometime later after he bookmarked the primordial. He returned to a point a few days back as he would stupendously take actions that would ensure an even smoother path for the future. Chapter 1187, Utilizing One's Power to the Fullest. 2. Along with the nomological edict of samsara, he also felt the stupendous power of the trait of samsara universal Tao origin, this trait that was capable of inscribing das and edicts and keeping them across time. Of course, being with Noah's body even now, a trait he had yet to be granted was carried with him across time. It was a mind-bending phenomenon, as the cosmic treasure and the cosmic core were the first to sense the changes. Their consciousnesses swarming towards Noah with questions as he pacified their hunger for knowledge within minutes. Thereafter, Noah utilized the samsara universal Tao origin that he carried through time to inscribe the das of annihilation, withering, void space, and alacrity as none of the das he had would ever be lost to him. To others, everything was proceeding normally as only the cosmic treasure and the cosmic core knew of the changes, even Noah not making too many changes thereafter. As when he finished the inscriptions of these das, he let events and time flow as it originally did, where he began by first inscribing the lesser Tao of withering and then annihilation, not changing too many things thereafter. I'm the near future of this time point. He would have bookmarked the primordial as his soul almost got caught by the terrifying Aegon and the primordial herself, but he didn't have to do it this time as he already had the edict that he would never lose. The only question was to ponder on whether to bookmark the primordial a second time and increase his percentage with this edict to 20% or even higher. But his vast golden seas of destiny became clouded black the moment that such a thought even appeared in his mind. It was a sign for him to not even think about doing such a thing. He had already poked the nest of the primordial once as he alerted her to something, this existence having the nomological edict of samsara, and who knew what else, as he couldn't predict what she could do. If he could traverse in time and keep his memories, so could she. If he tried to bookmark her again for the second time, this terrifying being would more than likely be waiting for him, as after that, the future was unknown. So Noah only fixed his mistakes as he inscribed das before he deconstructed them and let everything play its course as it should have thereafter, opting not to bookmark the primordial for a second time unless he wanted to lose his little life. The only other change he made was for him to use cosmic Tao integration and emergence alone. With protagonists bookmarked to obtain the cosmic das of phantasm and tenebrosity that the blue slime had obtained from devouring dark shadow and the other hegemonies. Noah using this as a window to amass even more das under his feet, him exploring the vast seas of ruination, coming in contact with the primordial beast in indigo cosmos, seeing the formed primordial scaffoldings as the indigo cosmos was connected to the primordial empire, his universal body being designed along with the cosmic Tao of fusion. He went through all of it without altering how things went originally, as with the unique essence of the nomological edict of samsara undulating over his universal body. Noah opened his eyes again in the ruination realm, as if barely a second had passed, as if he had just closed his eyes and woken up. But when he checked his origin, he could sense and freely utilize the cosmic Tao of annihilation and the lesser das that were forever lost to him before. What a glorious reality! What wondrous possibilities! This was something unique that only Noah could do, and he had done it in a stellar fashion, as he could now enjoy the wonders of nomological edicts and runic Tao lines without losing anything on one side or another. Now, with everything in place and still only 4 das turned into runic Tao lines, Noah had nothing holding him back from deconstructing and reconstructing other das, and his next focus was just that. The only problem was the light of conquest. There was a limited amount of the light of conquest, as in more than a week, Noah hadn't done any conquering while he continued to use this light freely to enhance skills and das. Enhanced lesser das gave boosts from 5,000% to 10,000% due to the light of conquest, and with the 100-fold increase when they were turned to runic Tao lines, this boost became 1,000,000%. Even more gloriously, normal cosmic das granted a 50,000% boost to specific parameters that became 100,000% once enhanced by conquest, this number becoming 10,000,000% when such a Tao was turned into runic Tao lines. So before Noah ever deconstructed a Tao to make it into runic Tao lines, he always wanted to enhance them and pull out the most strength from them, this only continuing to be made a possibility if he continued to amass more of the light of conquest. And beautifully enough, a writ of challenge was issued, as he would be able to compete against powerful Tao lords and have the chance to conquer another cosmos. I love when it all comes together. Noah couldn't help his lips from curving into a smile as his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Currently, he had enough of the light of conquest to enhance 3 normal cosmic das. If he wished to enhance ruination or the primordial das, he would need twice the amount of light of conquest to do so he began by doing what he could at this moment and started with the three normal cosmic das he voiced out powerfully: let the light of conquest shine on extinction, chronos, and reincarnation, rumble. He held no chance of losing them, while deconstructing them would only hand him a stupid level of strength, and so he proceeded to do just that. As after these das were enhanced by the light of conquest, the vibrant essences of the primordial Tao and the Tao of ruination began to wrap around them for the purpose of blooming brand new runic Tao lines. Altogether, the three cosmic Tao would grant a myriad of boosts, as just based on the pure damage of these three Taos alone, the modifier would be no less than 30 million%. A number like this made one realize just how terrifying a level of power existences that had begun inscribing Taos held, but even this was just the tip of the iceberg for Noah. And while he did all this and continued to ceaselessly improve himself, the time for the writ of challenge was fast approaching, as it would be carried out within mere hours. Chapter 1188, The Cosmic Battlefield. The time for a new writ of challenge to take place was fast approaching, and it dealt with a newly joining cosmos, as the possible contenders from the primordial empire were renowned Tao lords who oversaw single cosmos for the past 100 years. They didn't oversee these single cosmos because they didn't have the ability to amass more, but they followed the wills of their houses, as carrying out their influence this way meant they were guaranteed to win over newly joining cosmos and bring them under the control of their houses. Those who oversaw single cosmos also frequently carried out writs of challenges against other houses to try and expand the influence of their factions on a small scale. Tao lords such as this being were promised to oversee multiple cosmos and would be handed treasures for their services, such treasures being something like primordial hearts that allowed them to elevate their strength crazily. Having writs of challenges where the heads of the houses challenged each other for all of the expansive clusters of cosmos had never occurred in history, but there had been instances of powerful Tao lords from the factions coming to blows and staking dozens of cosmos under them to carry out terrifying battles. So even though the soon-to-be occurring challenge was interesting, it generated small waves, as the attention given to it was simply a few Tao lords from the three houses expectant to see which house would be chosen by the indigo cosmos, as this would be the one to obtain a new cosmos under them. The chance of the forces of the newly joining cosmos winning was entertained in the minds of these powerful Tao lords in antiquities, but it was something unlikely to happen, as it was only looked at as a mere small percentage. They have to choose soon, right? The female Tao lord besides Azazel spoke out with sharp eyes as she gazed at the three galaxy-sized scrolls that represented writs of challenges. Those accepting the challenge had to rip apart one of these scrolls to show their stance, or after that, a portal would be formed that would teleport the antiquities and Tao lord within each of the battling cosmos onto a grand battlefield, a battlefield that was so vast and fantastical that it was the size of a cosmos, this being the area where most of the writs of challenges took place with little exceptions. Those teleported would only ever be antiquities and Tao lords as the measure of the cosmos' strength, everything lower in rank being seen as a non-contributing factor. Tao Lord Azazel and many others knew this as they waited patiently within their cosmos, ready for battle at any point. Any second now, though I do have an inkling that I won't be able to face this Tao Lord Osman just yet. The voice of Azazel stretched out to the surroundings as his verdant green hair waved in the wind, his childish expression being overshadowed by the immense experience hidden within his eyes. You're all ready, Noah voiced out loudly as his voice reached the edges of the indigo cosmos and rage onto the minds of all antiquities within it. Raa! Raa, the fearsome cry of more prominent existences rang out with palpable excitement, a glorious glow of gold stretching out behind a certain Emperor Penguin as he led those with the incandescent guardian archetypes. The planetary-sized figures of Cthulhu and the other terrors could be seen, along with the manifested 7 deadly sins that took up their own region while shining with unbridled might. Barbados led those that released waves of deathly light under the necromancy archetype. Groups like these being one of the many that stood behind Noah. King Augustus and his forces watched all of this with hopeful gazes, their eyes going towards Noah, who was floating towards the 3 glimmering writs of challenges that were the size of galaxies. Under the gazes of everyone, Noah went ahead and neared a writ that stood to the left, his eyes releasing bright rays of light as he waved his right hand and caused a crescent blade of ruination to erupt out and strike on the scroll the size of a galaxy, tearing this fantastical scroll apart with utter ease. As a moment later, a spatial storm erupted out. The scroll he ruptured was crimson black in color, the insignia of a crimson fist illustriously seen at the very center as Noah naturally selected the challenge from the House of Stormdust. The moment this happened, the figure of Azazel was notified of them missing the selection as his eyes hid their thoughts deeply, far from Azazel in the cosmos under the House of Havenbreaker, cowards. The twin downlord pair that was adorned with gold spoke out simultaneously, their hearts frustrated after missing the chance to easily obtain a new cosmos, but what occurred couldn't be changed as the male downlord spoke with a sharp golden light. Well, we could at least go see what type of fight they will put up. Given how that little downlord talked do big and the fact that he can take down a lesser primordial beast, I expect him to give some challenge to those brats from Stormdust. Well, this should have some audience as it's been some time since the last writ of challenge. Let's go measure what the skills of Iliad and Ray have amounted to. We'll have to face them soon enough in the future. With such an exchange, the figures of the twin downlords disappeared as they tunneled across the folds of space towards another cosmos. As for where they were going, it was naturally the location that most of the battles from writs of challenges took place, the fantastical arena that was known as the cosmic battlefield. When Noah ruptured the writ of challenge from the House of Stormdust, the spatial storm that erupted out from it wrapped around all the antiquities and downlord nearby as all of them were shuttled from this cosmos and into another one deep into the heart of the primordial empire, THRUM. At the same time, the challengers from the anthracite cosmos under the House of Stormdust were also teleported to the cosmic battlefield, this point in time being when many players stepped onto a grand stage. Chapter 1189, The Cosmic Battlefield. 2. When one imagined a cosmic battlefield, what exactly came to mind? Such a question was answered in a single glance before Noah's eyes as after the spatial storm from the writ of challenge wrapped around him. He found himself shuttled across multiple boundaries of cosmos, crossing through the folds of space and being placed at the very center of a unique one. When his awareness spread around to observe this new location, he saw that he and his subordinates were floating in a glimmering void of space as all around them and stretching out for millions of light years were shattered galaxies and planetary bodies. One could see the shattered boundaries of a dozen universes that pulsed with light. The remnants of destroyed stellar bodies and galaxies stretched out as far as the eyes could see, giving a unique aesthetic of destruction and beauty as some glimmering stellar bodies caused the apocalyptic scene to be filled with cascading glimmering glory. Such a scene occupied nearly 80% of the cosmic battlefield, as the other 20% was a vast and exquisite circle of magisterial floating seats that spread all over the region near the cosmic boundary, seats adorned gold and white, all of them facing the destroyed universal barriers and countless galaxies that filled up the region of over 1,000 gigaparsecs. Although they were displayed along the boundary of the cosmos, these colosseum-like seats had unique colors on their bases as they identified the specific houses. 1/3 of all seats held a blooming green flower, another third held a crimson fist that seemed to be dripping with blood, and the remaining third held a golden tree that seemed to be sprouting from a galaxy. They represented the areas where the existences from the houses of Springforge, Stormdust, and Havenbreaker would be situated, and there was a particular area that held a singular golden seat that was the size of a galaxy, this death looking like a grandiose throne that only the great conqueror could sit on. At this moment, this enormous seat was empty, as among the areas that could seat quintillions of beings from the different houses, only a few million of them were filled as they looked towards the figures of existences who would be battling in today's writ of challenge. Downlord Azazel, along with a few other downlords and antiquities from the House of Springforge, could be seen situated lavishly in their spots. Existences from other houses doing something similar, as there was a bustle of discussions while they all gazed below. Only a few million beings from the faction of all three houses were gathered, as it was an abysmal number, but this showed the deep history and complex structure that had yet to be explored of the primordial empire, and how even a writ of challenge like this was considered a mere non-consequential blip in a vast history. The gazes of these beings that knew themselves as the protectors of the bastion of reality were locked onto the center of the universal and galactic devastation of this cosmic battlefield, where a crimson barrier that differentiated two sides could be seen. This barrier was something that could not be destroyed even by the most powerful downlords, and it was one that always divided the forces before a writ of challenge. One side held the domineering and crimson-colored downlords and antiquities overseeing the anthracite cosmos. It was downlord Iliad and downlord Ray that appeared with over 300 antiquities, this being a norm of power for a cosmos within the primordial empire to have. But what was interesting was that when it came to the number of antiquities, the newly joining forces of the Indigo Cosmos actually had over 500 antiquities behind a single downlord. This raised some eyes as from the magisterially floating golden green seats of the House of Springforge. Azazel had a disappointed expression as he spoke out. For him to produce 500 antiquities that quickly, he must have already consumed a significant portion of the primordial heart. I never thought he would be a wasteful existence, nor make a choice to not even strengthen himself, but produce antiquities that are not the decisive force against important battles. Azazel's voice was filled with disappointment and displeasure, not expecting the being he thought highly and was cautious of to actually do such a thing. so what if he produced 500 antiquities? At the end of the day, it was Downlords that decided who won and who lost, but what Azazel and many others were wrong about was that the 500 beings they saw as antiquities were not even antiquities to begin with, as the vast majority of them were still merely in the universal realm and power. This was because it was the 500 chosen to be capable of selecting archetypes, the power they could display being that of hegemonies, as on top of the 5% of Noah's power that they could borrow, it was actually enough to allow them to give off the shocking aura of an antiquity. Among the 500, only a few like Barbados, the Oathkeeper, the Goliath, Elena, the Emperor Penguin, Valentina, Kazuhiko, and a few others that Noah granted the primordial hearts to, only they were true antiquities. But the myriad of powerful experts saw this scene and gained hints of displeasure at what they considered to be a pure waste of a primordial heart. The ones that had been keen to obtain it being the first ones to move, as Downlord Iliad's crimson hair nearly burst into flames as she spoke coldly towards Noah behind the erected veil. "You wasteful little bumpkin, you really used the primordial heart to mass-produce antiquities? What's the logic behind that?" Her words we filled with ridicule as Noah stopped gazing at the fantastical landscape of shattered universes and galaxies around them, his shining eyes glancing towards this being as he paid her no heed, but instead focused on the few billions of beings situated at the edges of the cosmos that were watching everything playing out. Her words didn't bother him, as he didn't do what she misunderstood him to have done, where he still had a full primordial heart and 25% of a second one after he absorbed a vast majority of it and given an insignificant portion to a few of his most powerful subordinates to make them antiquities, so he didn't even bother to reply to this Downlord as he gazed upon the quintillions of seats floating at the edges of this cosmic battlefield, as well as the central one that was the size of a galaxy that was currently empty. This seat, thump, Noah could feel his heart beat faster as his vast seas of destiny churned, feeling as if this enormous golden throne was calling out to him, as if he had to get his hands on this seat and occupy it himself. It was the first rebellious thought against the great conqueror that no beings even dared to think. Chapter 1190, Dumb Bitches Die First. A grand golden throne the size of a galaxy that was meant for only a single being, yet Noah's gaze was stuck on it the longest before he shook his head and looked at the beings before his eyes. "Are you so tongue-tied that you cannot even reply, little thing?" Iliad's taunting voice continued to ring out as her body undulated with powerful levels of power, her runic Dao lines swirling atop her scene as she looked like a valiant queen of war. Downlord Ray was beside her with eyes that flashed with a light of cruelty, his gaze seemingly only waiting for the veil between them to be torn down. At the constant taunting, Noah didn't even have to reply, as not too far from his Barbados, who was adorned with a dress inscribed with cackling black skulls, spoke out with a domineering tone, "Can a bitch like you shut up for a second? We can't even take in the sights with your constant yapping, rumble." It wasn't the powerful Downlord that replied, but a mere antiquity behind him, as her voice stretched into the ears of Iliad and the millions of powerful beings from the three factions watching this writ of challenge at the edges of the cosmic battlefield. Bzzzt. Downlord Iliad's body began to burn with an obscene amount of power at such a juncture, her eyes becoming locked onto the small yet curvaceous figure of Barbados, who was still staring towards her with a sneer that could topple kingdoms. A Downlord insulting her was already demeaning and unbelievable enough, but now even an antiquity did the same. A lesson. These new bumpkins that didn't know the rules and honor of Downlords that had to be respected in the primordial empire, that even antiquities thought they could talk back to someone like her. She gritted her teeth as it sounded like multiple worlds exploding, her voice resounding out, "Ray, start the challenge. I'll rip apart that little bitch first before anyone else." WAA. She called for the writ of challenge to be started right away as beside her, Downlord Ray raised his hand and called out majestically, "I put the anthracite cosmos and every existence within it on the line for this writ of challenge." Rumble. The moment his words finished, a bundle of white light shot forth from him and rose to the very top of the cosmic battlefield, this light signifying the authority that would be relinquished if he lost the battle of this writ of challenge. Noah's figure also shone at this moment as he felt a pull, uniquely feeling a type of essence wrap around the faraway indigo cosmos and connecting itself to him, this essence becoming clustered in a bundle of light that was bubbling with his body as he also smiled whole, calling out lightly, "I put the indigo cosmos and every existence within it on the line for this writ of challenge." THRUM, a single sentence, yet it was all that was required to initiate the first ever writ of challenge Noah would face, as the bubbling white light within his body also shot out. Coming opposite to the one that Downlord Ray shot out is when these lights intermingled, the crimson barrier that was holding all of them back instantly disappeared. Whap! The two sides became utterly exposed to each other amidst the apocalyptic destruction of entire galaxies. Zap! Amidst this lull, the angered eyes of a particular Downlord moved first, Iliad's fiery figure tearing through the folds of space as she didn't go for the Dowlord of the opposing side, and she instead went to the small curvaceous figure of Barbados that had insulted her. Runic Dow lines rotated throughout her right hand and shoulder as they covered a majority of her body. Her figure appeared before Barbados in but a blink of an eye as her hand that palpated with enough strength to shatter a universe thundered forward. It went forward to completely disintegrate the figure of this curvaceous woman, and it went forward to give a lesson of how the authority of a Dowlord could not be denied, yet before it could arrive and achieve its intended purpose, rumble, the space between Dowlord Iliad and Barbados seemingly shook as a figure materialized right in front of her, her eyes unconsciously being sucked into this being's gaze as she felt alarm bells ringing crazily in her mind. In her days, she barely noticed as her fist that was filled with enough might to shatter a universe was stopped by the palm of a hand, the force behind it becoming dissolved into nothingness as the figure before her eyes seemingly covered all her sight. Becoming larger than anything she had ever seen, a bellow erupted from the mouth of this being that had lived for millions of years, her figure breaking into cold sweat as she shook herself out of her unconscious fear and gazed towards the figure of nobody other than Dowlord Osmont beside her in utter somberness. Feeling like there was danger from all around her, his eyes seemed to glimmer with the light of billions of galaxies, staring at her like she wasn't even worth more than a fly. Amidst this intense situation, the figure of a curvaceous necromancer came forward. Barbaros peered from behind the broad shoulders of her man as with an enticing and provocative expression. He spoke out, "Dumb bitches like you always die first because you don't know who you should and should not provoke." Rumble, Iliad's eyes trembled out of pure rage, fear, and wrath as she heard such a tone directed towards her, but she couldn't keep her attention from the Dowlord that had stopped her punch so calmly. But she was actually told she was someone that didn't know who she should and should not provoke. She didn't know this, but who was she to threaten one of Noah's women? Who was she to even make a move against her? Her actions may have seemed small, but they had grand consequences. Chapter 1191, Just seconds are enough. Those that Noah Osmond lay claim to could not be touched. This was an unwritten rule that everybody knew and followed in the infinite cosmos, but there were outside of it that didn't know. Far from Primordial Empire, where a shocking battle was beginning for Noah's first writ of challenge, in the novice universe of the infinite cosmos, Noah's universal body was floating in space as he gazed at the glimmering galaxies before him and a huge illusory screen. A woman lying beside him and gazing at this same scene. Before them was an enormous illusory screen the size of a world that showed all of the events currently occurring in the cosmic battlefield. The woman beside Noah intently staring at everything occurring. Her skin was a dark cream and glistening resplendently in the starry space, her smooth flowing dark hair falling even on Noah's chest that was filled with billions of galaxies as her hands were currently tracing the pectoral muscles of this universal body as she spoke. "I haven't seen you get that angry for me yet." Her voice came out in a pouting manner as shockingly, the Inquisitor Athena, the war princess that was the future weapon of the Celestials in Noah's past novice galaxy, this young woman was actually pouting before Noah. It was, of course, her main body and not the clones that she and all the others had sent to experience new lands and fight in the Primordial Empire. At such a scene, even Noah could not help but smile as he traced his galaxy-colored fingers over her hair and spoke out mesmerizingly, "Senior sister, not many have been able to get the jump on you with your precognition. And we only just got back weeks ago after all that mess." Noah's voice seemed to be reminiscing as when the events of the Celestials concluded, he and Athena had become estranged as he didn't know how to proceed with her who had been an enemy before, but she was someone that he had made his. After months passed and from the push of Barbados, Noah worked on his relationships as his and Athena's was one of the first to fix, foregoing what occurred in the past and focusing on who they were now as. They returned to their relationship of junior brother and senior sister. I'll see if I can draw attention to myself more like Sis Barbados so I can be the damsel in distress next time." Athena spoke with a light smile as she gazed into Noah's galactic eyes and continued. "How does the strength of this Dowlord and the one that is about to move measure up?" The eyes of the war princess flashed with intense light as under her precognition ability, she already saw Dowlord Ray moving even before Noah and the others did. At such a question, Noah's eyes became sharp as he answered lightly, "Maybe it would have taken me a few minutes to take care of them if it was the me of just a few days ago. But now? Even a few seconds are enough." Rumble, his voice rang out in a domineering fashion as Athena had a bright smile appear on her face. The happiness not being capable of being hidden as this war princess had long since returned to her king, back in the cosmic battlefields where the fist of Dowlord Iliad was stopped by Noah's single palm. Because of her actions of targeting a woman that was claimed by Noah, this Dowlord was about to learn a painful lesson. BZZZT, ruination, and primordial essence vibrated intensely in the surroundings. runic tattoos lighting up on Noah's right hand as they shone with a gorgeous, multicolored glow. Noah's palm closed in on the fist he held as his expression flashed with a trace of coldness and brutality, immensely powerful barriers of a Downlord being broken as an instant later. The cracking of bones resounded as Downlord Iliad stared at her hand in shock and disbelief. Her finger bones were gradually becoming disfigured as she actually stared at them in shock, the voice of Downlord Ray resounding in her ears as he very quickly appeared beside them. Iliad, THRUM, his figure tore through the veil as he appeared right above Noah, a fist pulsating with rapidly rotating runic Dao tattoos thundering towards Noah's head as it wished to pulverize it into a mass of brain matter. Yet, Noah raised his other hand above him as his palm released a shocking force that absorbed the strike of the Downlord, his palm enclosing on the fist of Downlord Ray as well as his arms moved to bring both of these beings before his eyes. Silence pervaded the surroundings after such a scene as when a second passed, people truly began to comprehend the fact that Downlord Osmond had seamlessly not just stopped the strike of a single Downlord, but two of them, and at the same time as he didn't even look like he broke a sweat. Azazel felt a chill in his heart as he recalled what he felt when he faced this being initially, his senses having saved him as his power was on par with Iliad and Ray, and yet they were being matched in a terrifying fashion right now. Far away from him on the seats where Downlords and antiquities from the House of Stormdust were sitting in, the bodies of nearly all of them rose in somberness as they stared closely at the scenes within the cosmic battlefield. Only a single being remained seated, and it was a being that nobody would expect to actually attend a writ of challenge such as this that held the low stakes of a single cosmos. It was someone known throughout all the factions of the Primordial Empire, someone that had the title of Forefather as they were just below the family heads in ranking. It was Forefather Julius that had passed on the message from the family head that Ray and Iliad would be ones that Downlord Osmond would choose, and also the one that had told them to be careful. He had warned them and wanted them to take the warning seriously, and of course he took this warning even more seriously himself as someone of his stature actually came to watch whatever unfolded at today's stage. A being that deserved a word of caution from the family head was someone that Forefather Julius had to pay attention to, and his thoughts were affirmed as he watched the shocking scene playing out before him. It was the shocking start of the first writ of challenge in recent years, Chapter 1192, All Eyes on Him. Amidst the scene of desolate and shattered universal and galactic boundaries, two sides were clashing as they consisted of Downlords and antiquities, but everything had come to a halt at this moment. This was because on this cosmic battlefield, the single Downlord on the side of the Indigo Cosmos was currently withstanding the strikes of both of the Downlords from the Anthracite Cosmos of the House of Stormdust. Withstanding them with ease as his expression was akin to an adult looking at children, as if an emperor was gazing at lowly peasants. The expressions of Iliad and Downlord Ray were somber as they felt like their fists were clasped on an unmovable mountain, on something that could stand strong for eons before any of them could even stand a chance of destroying it, but they were Downlords from the House of Stormdust. Pride and honor were ingrained in their very origins, their minds having lived through millions of years of trials and tribulations. The being before their eyes would merely be another obstacle that they had to overcome. Ooh, they both bellowed out gloriously as half of their bodies glimmered brightly with runic Dao tattoos, their strength being enhanced by countless times from the unique boosts of their deconstructed and reconstructed Das as mixed within their cries. The regal essence of ruination and primordial essence rushed out. Even though they were withstanding what seemed like an unmovable mountain, these beings knew that they should not for even a second pull back. Pulling back and retreating against such a force meant they had lost. So their stopped fists advanced forward as they were backed with the essence of the assimilated primordial and ruination Das, their bellows shaking through the apocalyptic boundaries of destroyed galaxies and universes as they shot all they had towards Downlord Osmond. Rumble, forces strong enough to overwhelm universes raged as in response to all this, Noah's eyes only flashed with a wondrous golden light. His body felt the coming and raging strength of the two Downlords before him as when he put into account the boosts of his nomological edict of samsara and the myriad of Das he had recently reconstructed into runic Dao lines. He could effectively feel that he had more than enough strength within his body to overpower both of them. He felt as if the beings before him were not enough. The surroundings between the three of them trembled and shattered. All of the force that the two Downlords were throwing towards him raged in the surroundings as it was only able to travel across Noah's arms and upper body. The light black tight-fitting shirt he wore becoming ripped off as only his obsidian pants remained, his bare chest and back being made bare for all to see as it drew in gasps from all those watching. That's out in the open. Everyone could see exquisite runic Dao lines with an enticingly crimson hue fully covering every portion of his chest and back. His ridiculously sculpted abs and back muscles showing fantastical tattoos that screamed of ancientness and antiquity. They seemed different. from everyone else's Dow lines as they shone with an even greater luster, but how could they not be different when they were enhanced by the light of conquest and granted double the effectiveness of all others? A single reconstructed cosmic Dow from him granted 10% in boosts that was the boosts of 20 lesser Dows for anybody else, and in the past days, he had deconstructed 3 cosmic Dows and turned them into these ancient-looking Dow lines. How could he not shine brighter? How could he not exceed them in the regality and beauty they released? In the middle of the cosmic battlefield, his chest was laid bare as all eyes were on him, and how even at this point, he hadn't moved a single inch. His eyes released gorgeous beams of light as he spoke out once more, his voice and actions being perceived as a battle cry as thereafter, the antiquities behind him would begin to move. You all are too weak, THRUM. The moment his words finished, his 2 hands that were holding onto the fists of Dowlord swung down, his runic Dow lines that stretched gloriously on his hands and upper body lit up magisterially as they carried with them a terrifying force that Dowlord, Iliad and Ray could not deny. This force traveling down as a shocking sound of muscles, bones, and ligaments being ruptured erupted out. RIP, crimson blood flew out amidst the shattered boundaries of galaxies and universes. Those watching from the expansive Colosseum-like seats found their eyes constricting heavily, the figure of Dowlord Azazel and Rosanna from the House of Springforge standing up along with most of the antiquities and Dowlords that were lucky enough to actually attend this minor writ of challenge. In the seats that were meant for the House of Stormdust, the hidden figure of Forefather Julius also stood up as his eyes flashed coldly, a myriad of unknown thoughts crossing his mind as he looked at the scene of the blood of Dowlords from his house being spilled with such utter ease. Unbelievable. The air around the cosmic battlefield turned somber as time seemed to resume, the figure of a lone Dowlord Osmond holding the ruptured limbs of 2 powerful Dowlords from the House of Stormdust etching itself onto everyone's minds. Ooh. At this same time, a battle cry rang out from the ranks of antiquities behind the Dowlord Osmond, as if his actions had caused their hearts to become aflame with battle intent. Ra! RAA, waves of power stretched out as the figures of antiquities began to move, their bodies lighting up with light in forms of clusters as dozens of them seemingly used the same abilities, and it was simply just them utilizing their archetypes to the fullest. But the air of the cosmic battlefield had turned somber as all those watching now understood one thing. Everyone here had come before to watch a show of forces from the House of Stormdust defeating a showy new Dowlord that had to be top the rules of the primordial empire, but they instead found they were in for a fantastical show of one of the lands of one of the 3 powerful factions of the primordial empire, possibly falling into the hands of a small and newly appearing being. From the overwhelming power currently displayed by the Dowlord Osmond as he faced Iliad and Dowlord Ray, there lay a very real possibility that the House of Stormdust could lose a cosmos. This was a shocking event whose effects had yet to be fully known at this moment. Chapter 1193, All Eyes on Him. 2. Never in history had a new cosmos ever won a writ of challenge against the locals of the primordial empire. This thought rang in the minds of Dowlord, Iliad and Ray resoundingly as crimson light washed over them, both of their eyes looking at their torn limbs hanging from his hands as blood still freshly leaked from them, something that hadn't happened in history. They wouldn't be the first ones to allow it. THRUM. With limbs missing and utterly humiliated, the expressions of Iliad and Ray were utterly cold as they moved like streaks of light the moment they were free from Noah's grasp. They moved with fervor as if they hadn't just suffered a major injury. Their eyes flashing with a deadly light as they went on the offensive once more. This was the pride and honor of an antiquity, but shockingly, they weren't going towards Noah's domineering figure that held 2 bloody dripping hands. They were instead making a beeline towards the antiquities behind Noah that were blazing with battle power and had begun to move. They knew their enemy was stronger, so they could only find gaps in his strength. That gap was something they had seen him defend fervently in the last few seconds. The antiquities he protected, if they could massacre a few of them or hold some hostage, they might be able to find a gap against the being before them. With such a thought, they moved forward as their bodies lit up with crimson lights of destruction, their voices coming out in synchrony, through the storms of extinction, WAA, through the eternal dust, rumble, storm of the ever-fading dust. The cosmic battlefield quieted, time seemingly moved to a lull as behind their 2 figures, the formation of a heart-rending and origin-shaking illusory figure formed instantly. Hair bright red and an expression that seemed to disdain everything formed, the figure. Towering to be larger than a galaxy as its eyes filled with arrogance merely blinked, a mere blink, but this single blink allowed for terrifying clusters of unknown essence to bloom towards the antiquities. This essence eating up the surrounding void itself as all it left behind was annihilation in dust. It was the storm of ever-fading dust, a skill unique to those from the House of Stormdust as they called upon the illusory figure of their most powerful combatant to lay down judgment. When this skill was cast, a storm would always descend on the targeted area as after it passed, everything would turn to dust. Such a skill was cast in conjunction with two Dowlords as they targeted not someone of their own level, but existences of lower strength than them. It was the only way they saw to disrupt the dominance and coldness the Dowlord Osmond had already begun to express, but little did they know that this choice of theirs was one that marked them for something no Dowlord in the House of Stormdust had faced in the last few million years. Rumble, as the raging storm that even turned the void to dust raged towards mere antiquities, the eyes of Iliad and Ray lit up as they saw Dowlord Osmond's figure materializing before this storm, and they could see he was intent on protecting all of the antiquities behind him. Good, their eyes showed elation in confirming this as to them. It meant they knew what to target and put this being in a disadvantageous position until they wore him down. After all, the essence of two Dowlord was always better than one. Even with greater strength, they could take this Dowlord Osmond down in time as they ground down his essence and mana. In their relation, they watched as the eyes of Dowlord Osmond turned an octave colder. His voice echoing out all around, endless rays of time, THRUM, the void tore apart. From its torn areas, cascading rays of grey light shone out brightly, these rays covering everything as they went on to shine on the deadly storm of essence that was turning everything to dust, and the shocking scene of these rays erasing everything played out. One must recall what this skill from the cosmic Tao integration and combinations did to get a better understanding of what was actually occurring. Endless rays of time, May 5th, an area of effectability that utilizes the Tao essence of chronos, reincarnation, space-time, and vitality, along with the laws of life and death to bring to fruition scorching rays that tear apart time itself wherever they cross. Enemies hit by the rays of time experience body and soul degradation, instantaneous necrosis, minus 100,000% movement and attack speed, and minus 100,000% reduction to physical, DAS, and laws resistance. Once the ability activates, it continues to rain down the rays of time until it is deactivated. The coalescing of laws and DAS came together as they birthed something glorious, this scene causing the figure of Forefather Julius to rise and float from his seat in shock as he uttered out unconsciously, "A glimpse of edicts, WAA, a glimpse of edicts." A stage of shocking power and grandeur that very few in the primordial empire could even claim to have achieved. Only the true core powers of the three houses boasted such a capability. And such powerhouses were few and far in between. How could a being appear outside of the primordial empire and achieve such a thing? Such a shocking question buzzed in Forefather Julius's mind as when he looked closely at the Dowlord Osmond, he saw that this being only had his manifested universe's number of but over 200. Such a number was still considered a fledgling under someone like Forefather Julius who had already forged thousands of universes. Yet such a young fledgling that had barely stepped onto the path of universal filament had somehow been capable of taking a glimpse of edicts and began playing with the combination and fusion of DAS through his attacks. All the while also having destroyed his foundation of DAS by turning them into runic Tao lines. There were too many incongruencies and mysteries surrounding such a figure as Forefather Julius truly understood now why the family head had motioned for them to be cautious, but the word of caution seemed like it would not be able to truly reach Dowlord Iliad and Ray. Their bodies blazed with essence as their runic Tao tattoos shone a myriad of colors, their eyes looking towards the endlessly cascading rays of light that erased an attack that could even turn the void into dust with shock. They utilized the primordial and ruination DAS to defend themselves, seeing some effectiveness in this manner as their origins churned to sustain them. But amidst all of these fast-paced movements, they heard the voice of Dowlord Osmond as after their second try to attack and wipe out the antiquities behind him, his voice seemed to have turned entirely chilly. "Death it is then, rumble." Before his voice even echoed out, his figure had disappeared. "Be ready." Dowlord Ray bellowed out as he felt his origin ring alarm bells all around, knowing the counterattack they were about to face would be heavy after failing to find even a simple gap in the enemy's strength. Back to back, withstand him until his strength is exhausted. He continued to speak towards Dowlord Iliad beside him as when he turned his eyes towards her after not hearing her reply. His eyes trembled as his origin shook fearfully for the first time in many years. There, just a few inches from his own figure, he could see the shocked expression of Dowlord Iliad as her pristine red-haired head had a fair white runic tattooed hand stretching through it. BZZZT, space shook and quaked as the scene fully registered, blood and gore leaking out as horrifically. A genuine multicolored hand had gone from the back and through the front of the head of a Dowlord at a speed that very few could keep up with, this hand beginning to burn brightly with ruination and a myriad of other essences as the voice of the terrifying existence echoed out, "Universe of turbidity." An unstable universe bloomed from the very center of consciousness of a powerful Downlord. As the results of this action would pave way for a road of no return, a road of conquest and glory that would etch itself into the annals of history. Chapter 1194. Downlords fall under my hands. A scene that could quite literally stop the breaths of all those watching. This was exactly what was occurring at this moment in time. The glorious scene of a bare-chested Downlord Osmond shining with a myriad of runic Dao tattoos unbelievably appearing behind and piercing his hand through the skull of Downlord Iliad playing out. But this wasn't all, as while Downlord Ray watched the glimmering red hair of Iliad gain a deeper red shade. A terrifying sentence was released from the mouth of the being that was currently brimming with coldness and brutality. Universe of turbidity, rumble. A universe was burned within an origin. All that others could see was a barely discernible flicker of light shining brightly before it died out on Downlord Osmond's chest, and thereafter, a singularity bloomed at the very center of Downlord Iliad's fair face. An unstable universe that was filled with a mixture of terrifying Das at its base. One of the deadliest abilities that Noah had designed to date, universe of turbidity, 5/5, the Das mixed within are too many, giving birth to a turbid and unstable compressed universe. Within this turbid universe are the unstable essences of ruination, primordial, conquest, extinction, chronos, and reincarnation. The combination of Das is too unstable as once cast, one should run far, far away. Only the caster is exempted from the deleterious effects of this ability. To cast this skill, the sacrifice of a normal universe from one's origin is required. Ruination, primordial, conquest, extinction, chronos, reincarnation. All six cosmic Das in their most unstable forms bloomed beautifully from the skull of a living being. The eyes of Iliad still had their consciousness alive and well when she felt Noah's hand seamlessly course through her skull, but these eyes were actually stuck on one thing during their last few seconds of life. Her eyes were looking forward as far in the distance. She could see the eyes of a sneering, curvaceous-looking necromancer that seemed to be staring at her with scorn and repeating something she had said not too long ago. Dumb bitches always die first. This was the last scene that fluttered through the mind of this Downlord that had lived for millions of years. Then, an unstable universe bloomed. Boom. It felt like a bright light had bloomed as it covered everyone's sight. This light, causing the eyes of forefather Julius to turn utterly somber. This light blazed only for what seemed like a few seconds, but it seemed like an entire eon to forefather Julius based on what it represented. He saw the unstable clusters of different cosmic essences leaking out unstably from this blooming universe as he once again was convinced of what he saw before, a glimpse of edicts, something that took the very pillars of the primordial empire a myriad of tens of millions of years to even touch upon, and it was even harder for those that had already deconstructed too many of their Daos to turn them into runic Dao lines. After all, if you didn't have any Daos to try and experiment fusing, what chance did you have to even think about edicts? But this was what made the scene before forefather Julius even more shocking, as this being that didn't stem from the primordial empire somehow had reached such a stage. As he watched the blooming universe that spelled the death of one of his own Downlords, his eyes glazed over with a crimson light as an unseen connection stretched from him and into an unknown location. His voice then began to echo out silently while he watched the blazing light begin to die down. The new Downlord from the Indigo Cosmos had achieved a glimpse of edicts. We will be losing authority over the Anthracite cosmos in the next few minutes. Our house should be the first to know about this. How do we play it? He spoke with utter coldness and clarity as his eyes seemed to gaze countless years into the future, waiting for a reply that would decide the fate of many things. As he waited, the light from the blooming universe entirely faded away as it became clear for all to see, and what people saw, desolate remains of broken space and stellar objects, the center point of the explosion only having a single being floating majestically as his bare chest and abs glistened in the stellar darkness. His right hand was unreliable, holding a glimmering origin that seemed small and yet vast, an origin that shimmered with the light of multiple universes. It was a universal filament origin of a dead Downlord, as Iliad's body was nowhere to be found. Along with this universal filament core, there were multicolored crimson lines that seemed like endless rivers stretching from his palm. Noah being the only one nearby to see a wondrous set of words pop over them, runic Dowline enhancers, a set of words that caused his eyes filled with brutality to shine brightly, but there were too many things to be done as he didn't peer into their details yet. Waving his hand and putting all of them away as he gazed towards a certain direction, there, an image of a distraught figure with dimming Dao tattoos could be seen. Downlord Ray, looking towards Noah with red eyes as half of his body was currently missing. A wriggling mass of flesh and bones seemed to be coagulating together, trying to piece itself back. But something was preventing it from doing so. It was a fantastical scene to watch as the antiquities that were behind Downlord Ray and the now gone Iliad felt a cold sweat break out as their scalps tingled. Not moving a single step forward as they found themselves not able to do so, far from the ruin of shattered galaxies and universes, in the seats that covered the boundary of the cosmic battlefield, there wasn't a single being sitting. Downlords, antiquities, and even the hegemonies and paragons that made up the vast number of millions that made up the current watchers were all standing and watching the scene before them in a stupor. But this wasn't all. Even though there were millions watching when this writ of challenge began, countless flashes of light began to appear soon after as billions of existences began to pour into the shimmering golden seats as the edge of the cosmos. Chapter 1195 Downlords Fall Under My Hands. 2. A writ of challenge against a single newly entering cosmos, with one downlord being pitted against two that stemmed from the primordial empire, was nothing too special. The show was expected to be short as the turnout was in the millions, and it mostly made up the powerful downlords, antiquities, and the hegemonies and paragons that had previously sent the writs of challenges to the indigo cosmos, but now, this had drastically changed as the moment Downlord Osmont withstood the strikes of two downlords simultaneously. Word was quickly spread among the ranks of three houses as it immediately caused the influx of existences to appear in the cosmic battlefield. When word spread of a downlord being utterly obliterated under the hands of the newly appeared acceptor of the writ of challenge, this caused an even greater influx of existences as it was a shocking action. A protector of the bastion of reality had died. Billions of lights flashed every second as the number was quickly approaching trillions, and the word spread this would only get faster and faster as the empty golden coliseum-like seats floating in the edges of the cosmic battlefield were gradually becoming filled. They were becoming filled as all of their gazes were on the scene in the center of the cosmic battlefield, where space was still healing after it was ruptured from deadly attacks. The figure of Downlord Osmont occupied everyone's gazes as Uzel's childish face was extremely somber at this moment. Chapter 1196, First in History. A scene of wonder and utter fantasy played out as a being utterly dominated others in strength, forcefully holding on to an existence of the same level of strength as they couldn't even falter out of the way. He held them as he approached the house this being stemmed from, looking at them straight in the eyes as an unstable universe filled with mixtures of chaos bloomed to take away another life. When the white light died down and the ravages of unstable cosmic essence settled, his figure was the only one seen floating majestically with his bare chest glistening gloriously, all eyes settling on him as he seemed to be staring defiantly at trillions of existences on the crimson gold seats of the House of Stormdust. Defiant as he would be winning this writ of challenge and taking a cosmos that was under their authority. But before this scene settled, RAA, the resounding cry of an emperor penguin rang out as its figure could be seen tearing across the folds of space towards the few hundreds of antiquities from the side of the House of Stormdust. Kazuhiko beside this penguin as his voice also stretched out while filled with battle intent. Let us fight. The battle may have ended with the strongest, but we can still battle. His body was releasing waves of cosmic essence as his archetype caused him to shine with a purple luster, looking forward to having a battle against other antiquities even though Noah had finished the two strongest combatants already. But, waves of essence released from the group of shaken antiquities that just watched the two downlords on their side get dismembered and blown up, all of them bowing down in defeat as they didn't even wait for the figures of enemy antiquities to arrive. No, Kazuhiko saw their surrender as he called out, making one think it was their side that had lost as his figure and the Emperor Penguin came to a halt a few miles away while watching the antiquities from the anthracite cosmos call out defeat. The faces of Noah's subordinates were unresigned as even though it was the first battle they would experience, they didn't even get the chance to battle enemies of their own level as Noah's actions alone against those he fought against broke their wills to fight against them. They turned towards him as with the defeat of the other side of the writ of challenge, the brilliant circles of light that had shot forth from Noah and Downlord Ray and brought down the veil for them to fight, these lights coagulated and combined together as they shot towards Noah faster than light, sinking into his body in origin. They afforded Noah a sense of authority and power as beside the unique feeling of the indigo cosmos, he was able to feel the anthracite cosmos that was adjacent to it. Noah cast eyes of truth and understanding towards this unique white light as he got a better sense of exactly what it was, Osmont's primordial light of authority, a light of authority granted to the overseer of a cosmos. And it allows for the influence one exerts to be easily quantified and extrapolated in the form of marks of antiquity. Whoever holds the light of authority for a cosmos will be designated as its main influencer, gradually accumulating the marks of antiquity that come with it. It is also needed to issue out and accept writs of challenges as it contains the authority of the domain one looks over. With it, one can willingly pass over their authority to others, gain more authority over other cosmos through writs of challenges, or lose their authority in a similar manner. Current cosmos under Osmant's primordial light of authority, indigo, anthracite, something unique to the primordial empire that better quantified and made simple the transfer of authority, making it so that the one holding it would begin to benefit from the accumulation of marks of antiquity as soon as they came to oversee a cosmos. Noah also felt these changes as aside from the many marks of antiquity he was obtaining passively every second from his influence stretching over the infinite cosmos and the small amount of influence he had on the indigo cosmos, he felt a jump in the number of marks of antiquities he was receiving after he obtained the anthracite cosmos under him as well. But of course, the major source of his marks of antiquity came from the infinite cosmos where he was closely interconnected with the inhabitants through the Tao of fealty, and he would be doing this for the indigo cosmos and anthracite cosmos as well in the near future as he obtained an even larger amount of marks of antiquity. But the primordial light of authority shone brightly on his body as it was a significant event in history. It was the granting of spoils from losers to victors, Noah extending his authority over the cosmos next to the indigo cosmos that was attached with the vast primordial scaffolding. All of the antiquities and existences that stemmed from this cosmos, whatever unique treasures, all of it was going to come under Noah as he had done something unbelievable. Boom, a second later, at the very top of where the veil used to be before the battle started, glimmering lights akin to fireworks exploded out as they announced the official end of the writ of challenge, and this end came with its own consequences as from the crimson gold, green gold, and entirely gold seats that represented the houses of Stormdust, Springforge, and Havenbreaker. The auras of trillions of powerful beings spread out wildly as they could now all be felt in the cosmic battlefield. With the end of the writ of challenge, others were free to enter the vast and nigh endless battlefield, the myriad of Tao lords, antiquities, hegemonies, paragons. The countless number of beings that now filled the Colosseum-like seats at the edge of the were staring towards Noah as their wild auras could be felt. Even though fireworks seemed to be echoing out all around in celebration, there wasn't an ounce of cheer from all those watching as one would wonder. Just how would an existence that had stolen a cosmos of one of the three powerful factions of the primordial empire be received? Chapter 1197, First in History. 2. An extremely tense situation. Noah's subordinates felt the unique air around them as they all faced the gazes of trillions of powerful beings, but Noah seemed unfazed as with his chest still bare and glimmering brightly, he stared back at all of them with a gaze of majesty and power that screamed out his regality. It was akin to a lone emperor facing the gazes of a myriad of kings, none of them being able to match to him as at this moment, the apocalyptic broken boundaries and stellar bodies of galaxies and universes began to tremble from the auras of trillions of creatures being exerted in its region. It felt like things were about to boil over when in the next instant, a burst of resounding laughter echoed out. It dispersed the heavy air like nothing as Noah and many others turned their eyes towards the direction this sound came from, glancing at the house of Springforge as among its vast seats. The figure of Tao Lord Azazel had a childish smile on his face as he conducted multiple teleportations to proceed towards Noah's direction while laughing boisterously. Tao Lord Osmant. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect this show of power from you when I first met you, nor that you would actually show the weakness of the House of Stormdust and cause them to lose a cosmos. Rumble, words filled with many meanings and even hidden attacks against another house erupted out, Azazel's movements being akin to oil being poured into a fire as with his movement, the figures of the many trillions that had arrived in the edges of the cosmic battlefield began to go towards where the battle took place, but Azazel and the house of Springforge moved first as in a short period of time. The childish figure of this Tao Lord arrived before Noah as he wasn't alone, the green robes of multiple Tao lords, antiquities, and hegemonies from the house of Springforge appearing with him as with a smile, he continued, "Let me be the first to congratulate Tao Lord Osmant on his victory, and also welcome him fully as a protector of the bastion of reality." The boisterous voice of Azazel echoed out as Noah looked at this being carefully, a light smile appearing on his face as he watched this play continue before his eyes. Grand bellows of power erupted from the trillion that surrounded Noah in one direction from the house of Springforge, a verdant light rising from all around as in the next second, another voice echoed out, "Yes. We welcome a new powerful protector to our primordial empire." From the side of the house of Havenbreaker, a voice echoed out as it wasn't from the two twin Tao lords that Noah had come across before, but from a woman that was adorned in a golden dress hugging her tightly, expressing every one of her curves with utter clarity as one could see the dense cluster of runic Tao lines hidden below her fair skin. golden hair freely flowed down to her shoulder as she was leading the party of trillions from the house of Havenbreaker, none of the arrogance and pride that Noah had seen in the eyes of the twin-like Dowlords being present in her eyes as within them. One could actually see immense confidence and power. When she spoke, gasps rang out as no others spoke, even Azazel holding his tongue solemnly as he didn't continue with his laid-back words and laughs. This wasn't because he was fearful of the woman that had spoken, but it was simply because of status. She was far above many beings here, as very few would dare speak when she was speaking. There were few, but it didn't mean there weren't any. Azazel's eyes looked behind him where a veiled figure was currently hidden. This figure, pulling down his veil as the face of an old man with glimmering green hair showed itself, his voice echoing out soon after, "Princess Halcyon." This old man didn't think an event such as this would draw you in. His voice was powerful and mesmerizing to hear, his figure coming into the light the moment he spoke as Azazel and many others stepped aside. Respectfully, Noah looked at these beings with sharp eyes as his warning bells tingled, the golden-haired Princess Halcyon and the old man giving off stupendous levels of power, as it was unknown how many hundreds if not thousands of universes these existences were wielding in their origins. Forefather Isaac. How curious of you to be here as well. And please, call me Foremother Halcyon. The title of a princess is not one I'm most fond of. Rumble, yes. The figure from the house of Havenbreaker that had arrived was on the same stage as Forefather Isaac, and the hidden figure of Forefather Julius that remained within the crimson gold seats at the edges of the cosmos, her power being something that was only below the level of the ruling forces of the three houses. After she spoke to Forefather Isaac, her clear eyes locked onto Noah as she voiced out sonorously, "Dowlord Osmont, you've just arrived at the Primordial Empire and might not have had the best reception. Please allow my house to welcome you with a banquet today. We must celebrate the appearance of a powerful new Dowlord for our empire, especially one that is making history from winning a writ of challenge as a newcomer." Her voice echoed out to all ears as it made clear why everyone had surrounded Noah's figure after the writ of challenge had ended, a powerful new Dowlord. One that people didn't fully know the extent of his power, and only the forefathers that had appeared in the Princess Halcyon before everyone's eyes were the beings that could comprehend that this Dowlord Osmond had reached the stage of a glimpse of edicts. With all of this in the picture, it posed the question of where would this new Dowlord fall? Which faction would be taking him in? This was the grand question in everyone's mind, and why Azazel had forgotten any point of conflict he had shown towards Noah to be the first to congratulate him. The weak were looked down upon while the strongest were revered. This was the rule of the cosmos, and one that remained respected throughout. Towards such a reception, Noah's figure shone with glorious light as his eyes locked with Princess Halcyon and the Forefather Isaac before his eyes. They all seemed to have many expectations as they reached out olive branches for the sake of possibly bringing him to their sides in the near future, but none of these beings had any idea what he had in store. What his eyes were set on, for him to be swallowed up by one of the three factions of the Primordial Empire, this idea was more than laughable to him. Chapter 1198, an obstacle to be eliminated. In the midst of shattered galactic boundaries and stellar bodies, trillions of beings surrounded Noah and his subordinates. The auras of many Dowlords and thousands of antiquities being stretched throughout as only the existences at the level of forefathers were speaking on behalf of the houses of Springforge and Havenbreaker. The forces from the House of Stormdust remained in their seats at the edge of the cosmos as they didn't proceed forward, Forefather Julius having stepped up and spread out a certain command as none of the existences on his side moved forward. This wasn't simply because they could come forward shamelessly after they were subject of the loss, but because Forefather Julius had been here before any others and had even informed the family head of the House of Stormdust of what was occurring. He had received a reply, and it was one that others would have been shocked to hear if it ever came to light. The message that Forefather Julius had received from the family head of the House of Stormdust was as such: this existence is unruly and will not be bending to any of the houses. He is an obstacle that will destabilize the current state of affairs, and he has to be eliminated. A shocking command, and it was one passed by the head of one of the factions of the Primordial Empire. So Forefather Julius simply stared from a distance as he collected information, waving his hands as the figures of the many Dowlord and antiquities situated at the edges of the cosmic battlefield began to fade away into particles of light. The first writ of challenge thus ended as it came with a myriad of rewards, but some were more important than others as they had to be looked at firsthand. In the faraway infinite cosmos, in the cerulean universe, the stretches of the void of space that were blue in color reflected in Noah's galactic eyes as he was in yet another universe within his cosmos for the purposes of seeing all the myriad of things under him. His universal body was floating in the beautiful landscape around him as he had a curvaceous woman by his side. Her hair bright silver in color as her red eyes were focused on something that Noah recently waved his hands and took out. It was a line that shone with a myriad of colors, this line seemingly falling off of his palms and into the void below endlessly, the feeling it gave off being very similar to the runic Tao lines on Noah's body. It was some of the rewards to come out of the writ of challenge loot that came from the bodies of Tao Lord Iliad and Ray, the runic Tao line enhancers, the runic Tao line enhancers, the amalgamation of branded runic Tao lines that normally fade back into nature after the death of their owner. But the unique power of Noah Osmond has pulled upon this cycle of return and caused the formation of Tao lines that can enhance the power of branded Taos to form. The Tao line enhancers will elevate the base effect of a selected branded runic Tao line that stems from lesser Taos by 20%, grand Taos by 10%, and cosmic Taos by 5%. Currently owned runic Tao line enhancers 8 runic Tao line enhancers. From the battle, Noah obtained only 8 in number as such things normally faded back into nature when a Tao Lord died, but he forcefully pulled upon this cycle as he was able to obtain things that others could not even get their hands on. They elevated the base effect of a branded Tao by differing percentages depending on what rank of Tao it was, where a cosmic Tao would only ever continue to receive a 5% boost of the 10 million% base boost, no matter how many enhancers he attached to it. This meant that for every enhancer, he would gain an extra 500,000% to the boosts of the branded runic Tao lines of annihilation. Master, these are. The voice of the curvaceous silver-haired woman beside him rang out as the drop-dead beauty and vampire queen Elena was holding onto Noah's arm tightly while looking at the 8 glimmering lines that seemed endless. Noah's eyes briefly left the Tao line enhancers to land on Elena, his gaze teasing as he called out lightly, "I thought you said you'd try your best not to call me master." Even though his words were light, they nearly caused Elena's heart to burst out of her chest as she looked down shyly. She couldn't so easily deny the bond of blood between her and the vampire progenitor no matter how powerful he became. To her, she naturally and only ever called him master as anything apart from it did not feel right. Noah looked at the glimmering silver hair of this woman as he laughed while shaking his head, bringing up the runic Tao line enhancers as his essence wrapped around one of them and caused it to sink into his body. It was sinking towards nothing other than the glimmering runic Tao lines of the cosmic Tao of annihilation. Noah watching this nigh endless line go on to wrap around the Tao lines of annihilation in the form of rings that gradually turned gold in color as they caused the runic Tao tattoo of annihilation to be set apart from all others, causing it to look even more majestic as the ancient tattoo seemed like it had golden rings surrounding it throughout. It's loot that just further breaks the barriers of power that I can achieve in the future. If you guys can begin comprehending and assimilating ruination and the primordial Tao soon, you can also start to enjoy loot like this, Noah replied to the vampire queen as his words caused her eyes to shine with longing and frustration, her reply stretching out a second later as she laid out her grievances. "We've been eating the primordial apples and ruination strawberries daily, only Sis Valentina managing to comprehend ruination so far. The rest of us are still Her eyes were filled with wanting for strength, Noah seeing this as something not just Elena had, but everyone around him felt this way. But towards the latter stages of power, he could only do so much as his eyes now glanced at the effects of the runic Tao lines that gave the boost of 10,500,000%, a stellar increase of power to an area that others were blocked from even advancing further in. Chapter 1199, A Cosmic Banquet. His strength continued to ceaselessly climb up as his people struggled to arrive at the same place he was. Amidst the beauty of the cerulean void of space they were floating in, the runic Tao line enhancers burned fantastically on Noah's hands as they all flew towards the runic Tao lines of annihilation, more and more golden rings seemingly being added to its tattoos as the lines endlessly wrapped around them. It caused his right chest to now stand out even more on him as apart from the dark runic Tao lines covering his upper chest, he now had shimmering golden rings wrapping around the lines on this side of his chest as it gave him an even wilder look. Elena watched this scene as her heart pounded at the majesty of it all, her mouth not being able to stop itself as it unconsciously moved. "Master, your blood is filled with the essences of all of these Taos you've assimilated. Maybe I can keep on trying to see if drinking it some more will give me the initial comprehension to ruination and the primordial Tao." Her voice turned shy towards the end, but Elena knew very well the power of blood as if Tao fruit stood a chance to give them comprehension. Why should the blood of the being that had assimilated these Taos not be able to achieve a similar effect? After all, under the many blood progenitor sub-abilities that Noah held, his blood being a panacea was one of them, as Elena was one of the few that had the honor of coming across it and could not help but want more. Noah took his eyes off of the golden rings forming on his runic Tao lines of annihilation as he smiled towards Elena, his words ringing out as to her. They sounded like the most wondrous words in the world, from the wrist or neck, WAA, before his words even finished. Bright white fangs revealed themselves from Elena's mouth as with his permission, she rushed towards his neck that glimmered with the light of billions of galaxies, the blood from an existence of the universal race. Those who would be lucky enough to have it would be envied by Downlords and even higher-ranked existences in the future to come. Those from the House of Stormdust accepted their loss as they began to disappear, only leaving behind the houses of Springforge and Havenbreaker that were extending an olive branch to Noah. A banquet. Sounds fun. I hope to have my perception of the primordial empire changed after my first few encounters. Noah was straightforward as he spoke towards Princess Halcyon and Forefather Isaac, his primordial ruination clone adorning a white shirt just before the golden rings that came from the runic dowline enhancers began to show on his right chest. At his words and the sudden increase of pressure he released around this time, though, the eyes of these two beings squinted as they nearly caused the space before them to bend. Halcyon laughed while bringing her fair white gloved hand to cover her red lips while she spoke. A few lower quality beings shouldn't forge an unchangeable perception of our glorious bastion of reality. Will Dowlord Osmond grant this young lady the honor to host you within the House of Havenbreaker? It will be within the golden citadel of the propitious cosmos. Gasps could be heard in the surroundings at the mention of this cosmos, this location being the very heart of the House of Havenbreaker, as at times, even the family head of this house being occasionally seen in this location. The propitious cosmos that was one of the core cosmos of the House of Havenbreaker would be receiving the first Dowlord in history to win a writ of challenge as a newcomer. The crowds became abuzz with activity as even Forefather Isaac looked closely at Princess Halcyon, who waved her hands to provide a primal crystal over to Noah. This will contain all the details and also act as the rite of passage across the primordial scaffoldings of the various cosmos one must pass to reach the propitious cosmos. We will see Dowlord Osmond and those you choose to bring in, let's say, half a day. The golden eyes of Prince Halcyon glanced at the beings that had come behind Noah as they spoke, her eyes gazing over the figures of the prominent women being seen there as she saw how their eyes looked when they glanced at Noah. Noah accepted the primal crystal while nodding lightly, looking at Princess Halcyon and all those around them as he spoke freely, so freely like he didn't see any of those around him as someone more important than him. Half a day it is. If you all excuse me, I have to acquaint myself with the new cosmos, WAA. His words resounded out as many were reminded that this being had just gained another cosmos on him, Princess Halcyon letting out a light laugh once more as she waved her hands as it was taken as a signal for those from the House of Havenbreaker to begin moving away. Trillions of auras of powerful existences began to fade as Noah didn't spare a glance, his gaze going towards the few hundred antiquities still kneeling on the ground from the anthracite cosmos. The losers of this writ of challenge. And those that will now be under him along with another cosmos. He ignored any others that remained in the cosmic battlefield as the figures of Forefather Isaac and Halcyon faded away, his hands forming into a fist that released a blinding light that wrapped around his forces and the forces of the few hundred antiquities from the anthracite cosmos. Among the things that the primordial light of authority could do was allow its holder to be capable of locating the coordinates of the cosmos under their control, one being able to utilize this to teleport into it. And when it came to teleportation, Noah could conduct them en masse with utter ease as in a matter of seconds. His figure along with the hundreds of antiquities behind him appeared on the entrance of a primordial scaffolding of a blazing new environment. It was the entrance of the rainbow-colored bridge that led into another cosmos, anthracite. It was a word that meant coal, ember, or ash, and it was properly represented within this cosmos as merely the void that surrounded the universes was blazing hot and crimson in color, one uniquely being able to find rivers of magma running through the boundaries of this cosmos. Noah glanced at this cosmos as his eyes burned with a light of conquest, feeling its essence refilling rapidly once more as he would soon be able to enhance other cosmic daos and turn more of them into runic dowlines. He looked at this cosmos as it was the first step into the primordial empire, the first of many steps he would take, as he would not just stop on winning a single cosmos. Chapter 1200, A Cosmic Banquet. 2. In front of a vast and nigh endless rainbow-colored bridge that led into a cosmos that seemed to be on fire, Noah stared at the blazing cosmos and the universes within it as he motioned towards the group of antiquities that stemmed from it. Each of them had a myriad of complex expressions, all of them being existences that were under the House of Stormdust this whole time, as such a rapid change of leadership left them completely flabbergasted on how to proceed. But when they faced the motioning gaze of a Dowlord that had ripped apart two of those they thought to be the strongest in their cosmos for the past 100 years, their hearts tightened as at the forefront, an old man with a deep gaze came forward while bowing to Noah, the Emperor Penguin, and others glancing at him curiously as he spoke. Dowlord Osmond, this is the humble abode we have been in for most of our lives. We hope for you to lead us forward with mercy and strength. And accept us as your own." The words of the old man were filled with wisdom and longing, expressing the thoughts of most of the powerhouses as depending on the personality of the one that ruled above them, their lives could either be fruitful or miserable in the future. Noah looked at this being and the few hundred other antiquities beside him as his eyes flashed with beams of light. His voice echoing out powerfully, "That remains to be seen, and will actually be dependent on a choice you make in this next moment. Rumble, for me to truly lead you forward as my own, I actually need you to be so." As he spoke, his body rose from the rainbow-colored glass-like surface of the primordial scaffolding, coming to float above the antiquities as they gazed up towards him with differing expressions. They felt a unique essence flood out from this Tao Lord as it washed down over them, this not being an attack as they instead felt something trying to connect to them and take a small part of them back to the Tao Lord. It was the essence of fealty, and it was questioning them on whether they would bend the knee and truly be his people, or if they would deny. A prompt appeared before their eyes as it asked them whether they would swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor, and they had to exchange a portion of their soul to do so. This was unlike anything they had experienced before, many looking at it doubtfully as they felt the waves of power leaking from Noah. But seeing no major source of harm coming to them with a minuscule portion of their soul and being the losers from the writ of challenge, these beings pledged fealty for the sake of a smoother future. They just didn't know that it was a choice they would come to appreciate too much in the not-so-distant future. "I pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor." Rumble, the old man that had stepped forward, was the first, and many more followed as Noah's glorious essence of fealty sufficed throughout the surroundings. When the new antiquities did pledge fealty, their hearts quaked as essence raged around them madly, their origins feeling a sense of stupendous power and strength rise within them as they began looking towards Noah with reverence and fear, who could cause their origins to scream in happiness and cause their strength to rise this crazily just from pledging fealty. Tao Lord Osmont. The old man was once more the first as he kneeled down even deeper as he felt the mana reserves of his origin overflow and a feeling of strength he never thought possible buzz from within his body. This antiquity being the first as soon enough, all of the few hundred from the anthracite cosmos did the same. They kneeled with reverence as they truly became connected to Noah and became his subjects. From within Noah's original group, Oathkeeper and the Goliath looked at such a scene with wonder, an emotion that many of his subordinates felt as all of their eyes were raised towards his figure floating above them within the entrance of the primordial scaffolding. He nodded his head as he locked his gaze toward the kneeling antiquities, his voice ringing out, "Tell me everything about the three houses. Their relationships, their Tao Lords, their forefathers. And their family heads." Rumble, after getting his hands on hundreds of locals that were antiquities from the primordial empire, Noah questioned them for true information of this grand entity, and these newly pledged antiquities were more than happy to be of service after they knew exactly what it meant to be bound to Noah Osmont, the tyrannical emperor. The antiquity of mana. The Tao Lord of their cosmos, fate flowed as it wished as the river of time did the same. News of the shocking event of a writ of challenge being lost by the House of Stormdust spread, as well as the cosmic banquet that would be taking place in the golden citadel of the propitious cosmos. The existence that was at the center of attention would be attending this banquet. Many beings wondering of who he was and what future this being would have. What house will be able to swallow him? What would the response of the House of Stormdust to such an unexpected and devastating loss that cost them two Tao Lords? There were too many questions in their air and too many possibilities, making this banquet something that many looked forward to. When its time neared, those invited began to prepare and set off as even those not invited also began to make their way over towards the cosmos at the very heart of the House of Havenbreaker. Towards the golden citadel that didn't just represent a universe of the propitious cosmos, but something even grander. There were a myriad of cosmos under the control of the House of Havenbreaker. But the propitious cosmos was one that was considered a core cosmos loved by those of this house purely from what it represented. From its name, it meant auspicious, bright, or full of opportunity.